bitch. Oh, excuse you? Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Hey, y'all, welcome and happy Wednesday. It's your boy, Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, and hot topics. So if that's a show for you, definitely stick around because we have a lot of tea to spill today, including, we got a lot of topics here. Let's go through some of them. So we got to talk about the Razzie Awards because, tomorrow is going to be, they're dropping the Oscars, so we got to get into the Razzies. Chris Pratt's new movie is getting horrible reviews. We're going to break that down. Callie Reese, who, is from True Detective, is opening up what we could expect from this upcoming Resident Evil reboot. Jensen Ackles is throwing his hat in the ring that he wants to play Batman and the Brave and the Bold. We got to talk about this drama going on with Nicola Peltz because people are coming out saying that she is not the nicest girl, and it's clear because of who her father is. We'll get into all of that. Plus, speaking of problematic, we got to get into this Taylor Swift, Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni stuff, and Ryan Reynolds sticking his nose up in this situation to the point that now word on the curb is that Hugh Jackman is trying to keep his distance away from the Blake and Ryan. So we'll get into that. Also, remember the Glambot director that we talked about yesterday that people were saying that, for Lopez was being rude to him and all this other stuff. Excuse me. Well, apparently they were saying that he ain't no angel either. So we're going to get into some past emails and things that have come out about him that have come back to haunt him after that situation. So we're going to get into that. Plus, Kathy Griffin is reigniting her feud with the Andys. That'd be Andy Cohen and Andy Cooper. Britney Spears is praising Madonna for being a wise and incredibly strong. So we'll get into that. Plus, word on the curb is Madonna is kind of not feeling the whole idea of how Sean Penn been out here looking in these streets lately. So we'll get into that. Plus, word on the curb is Bethenny Frankel. There may be a reason why she said what she said about Nene. Apparently, she might be jealous because Nene is getting taken back by Bravo and she's not. So we'll get into that story, courtesy of Rob Shooter. We're going to talk about Hudson Williams is detailing the struggles he's been dealing with this sudden surge in fame because this is overnight success for him. We got to get more into this Karamo tea because apparently he unfollowed the entire majority of the Fab Five, except for one. So, and we'll talk about who that is when we come back. When we get to that topic. Yesterday, we talked about, we broke on the show because it literally happened maybe a couple of minutes, like 30 minutes before we went live. This whole thing going on with Kim Petras and her record label. Well, apparently she's got some allies in the pop music industry, and they've come out basically the team Kesha in this whole thing. And then there was something that Shy Girl had said where people were dragging her on regarding the whole Kesha situation. So we'll get into that. Plus, we got to talk about Carmen Carrera. Word on the curb is she might become the first trans Real Housewife. So we have that and a whole lot more. So before we get to those topics, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Give me a second. I was trying to stall. That's why I wasn't looking up. Because, I always told y'all about YouTube when they make these videos. They consistently make these little video things, which is annoying. And they make copy of a copy, and I have to go in and delete it. So I was trying to delete it during the live chat, so it just leaves the two videos that's open if people want to go jump in and just come into the live, whatever the case is. Okay, hold on. Yeah, so that's what I was trying to do while I'm doing the live. It's like, you know what, yeah, you end up having to do 50 million things at once. It's the price you pay for having to be when you are a party of one. Hold on. And I got to do something over on Facebook as well because I got to tag, which I was trying to do before. Well, I did tag a lot of people, but now I got to put the followers and all other stuff in so that way people who are in the midst of the situation that they can come in and watch the show. Give me a second. All right. Okay, so that's done. Let me start closing some of these things up. I don't need that open. All right. So now we're back in business. Let's see who's in the room. Oh wait, hold on. I gotta go up. Cleveland's in the building. I just saw they added the final season of Queer out on Netflix. Yeah, with all this drama that was going on, I guess she wasn't here yesterday when we broke that story down. People want Kesha to sign Kim Petras to her label. Who knows? That might actually happen. I mean, but I don't know if Kesha's in I don't know if she's in a position to even want to take on that responsibility because she has her own label. And I understand like the focus is you want to get yourself out there and get your stuff up and running. But if she has the ability to be like, you know what, come over here and I'll let you do whatever you need to do. I'll just promote and you can come out. Like if I do a tour, you can come out on tour with me and all this other stuff. Ciao. There's a whole lot of stuff that I've been getting between you and Robert with all this deep diving of him with the with the Beckham stuff. But no, I didn't see your thing. What I saw was I watched Popcorn Planet. Popcorn Planet, is being allegedly I think he got a cease and desist where he's caught up in a lawsuit with Blake and her husband. So he's been reporting this stuff, and he even said he's coming to New York tomorrow because apparently tomorrow, and I even noticed there's a hearing or whatever that's gonna be in New York, and he said he's coming all the way out here just to be a part of it. So I saw that video. I haven't had time to really try to catch up and watch things because I've been putting the show together. I'm watching the finale. Can you say what? No. Okay. What we're not going to do is come up in here with this trolling shit. I told you, like, y'all come in here with this bullshit. I'm banning your asses. Like, I ain't got time for the stupid. Don't come in here with that Skittles. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you dummy? Look at me already. 7 minutes in, and I went so far without a curse word, and this motherfucker done took me there. Excuse me. All right, y'all. So now let's get right into the show. Let me hit my banner. And let's get to our first topic. So the Oscar nominations was gonna come out today. Apparently they're coming out tomorrow because we haven't gotten them yet. At around 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 8 o'clock Pacific time, it usually comes out because LA no, it's isn't it 8 o'clock our time? Because they're 3 hours behind. I always forget. So anyway, they get up at the butt crack of dawn to do the nominations. I thought by the time I woke up this morning it was gonna come out, but apparently that's the Razzies. Which, in my opinion, the Razzies is way more entertaining because we could talk about the worst movies of 2025. And that is way more entertaining than this snobby, we already know it's going to be Sinners and One Battle After Another and fucking Marty Supreme and all the same old that's been getting nominated. So, I always thought it'd be relatively way more entertaining if we talked about the worst films. And so it should come as no surprise that movies like Snow White, War of the Worlds with Ice Cube, and The Electric State are nominated as some of the worst films of 2025. Now, we already know why people didn't particularly like Snow White. It was they didn't like the CGI and all the other stuff, dwarfs. Then there was issues with what the hell's her name? Gal Gadot, and then people calling her a Zionist, and then Rachel Ziegler coming out with some of her controversial things that she's been saying in the press. And so there was a lot of things that was going on. Plus, the movie wasn't that good. So all of that combination, people, that was going to end up on the worst list. This film also on the right, War of the Worlds. Like I'm sitting there thinking we gonna get something cool like with aliens, and no, it was literally Ice Cube sitting in a damn chair looking at a bunch of damn screens, and we're getting point of views of people who's going through the. I'm like, what? No, that film was a chop. I can't believe they actually gave money. It probably cost like $2 in a paperclip to make the film, but even then, it was you gave them a budget had to be stitched together for them to make this movie. So. That was on the list. Also, like I said, Electra say anything with Chris Pratt in it, post Star-Lord is gonna be shit because just like him with that stupid app that him and Gwen Stefani been out here promoting. His career is in the shitter, and rightfully so. We're gonna get into that horrible ass movie he got coming out this week that's about to be a flop. But Electric State, he did that with Millie Bobby Brown. It was an overproduced, way over budget film, and it was trash. That was on Netflix. And then we have Hurry Up Tomorrow. That's the movie where The Weeknd thought he was an actor. And Jenna Ortega was in it. Then you had Star Trek Section 31. That was the was that a movie? That was the one with Michelle Yeoh was in it. It was on Paramount. And then of course, like I said, The Electric State. So then Jared Leto also received Worst Actor for Tron Ares. Well, here's the thing. The movie was shit. It's currently on Disney Plus if you care to watch it. I was kind of disappointed in Tron because I expected that movie to kind of follow, like, be a direct sequel to Legacy, which was a much better movie. Visually, yes, it had its issues, whatever. Visually, and the music was awesome. I like Nine Inch Nails, but the music was not working for me in this movie. There were a couple of pieces that I was like, yeah. And then that Something to Believe In song is cool, but Nine Inch Nails, y'all kind of let me down with the music. It felt like y'all were trying to capture what Daft Punk did, but you were trying to get more of an edgier, dystopian, industrial vibe, which is your vibe, but it just felt like y'all weren't inspired enough. Like, it didn't give me the same thing I was needing that I got from the Daft Punk soundtrack. Jared Leto wasn't the problem in the movie. The movie was bad within itself. The script was a mess. The acting was atrocious. He did what he could do with that film, but Aries should not have been the lead. It should have been Cora and Sam Flynn. But y'all didn't even bring some of the people back to the original movie, so that kind of upset me. And it's cute. It's a cute movie to just, like, if you're gonna watch it for multiple times. Like, when I saw it in the movie, so I had to give it my undivided attention. But if you want to sit at home and actually watch, there's something to leave on in the background and glance up every now and again when you want to look at the cool visual stuff. So he got Worst Actor, but I guess because it was a bad movie, that's why he was nominated. But other people in that list, it said Natalie Portman, Nicolas Cage, Robert De Niro, Mark Webb, and Michelle Yeoh. Leto, who was an Oscar winner, is no stranger to the Razzies after winning for Morbius, House of Gucci, and a nomination for Suicide Squad. So damn, they felt like he was the worst Joker. Now, they said the Razzies don't receive as much attention as they once did, with many film lovers critical of an award show that pokes fun at movies, filmmakers, and actors in such an overtly please. It's like, y'all act like y'all out here curing cancer. You're sitting there on a set for 14 to 16-hour days, pretending to be somebody you're not. Like, relax. And so y'all sit up here like when you got Timothy Chalamet up here tap dancing for a damn Oscar. Oh, please give me an Oscar. I've been doing everything to get one. Now y'all want to make fun of, look, oh, you can't make fun of people for a thing. The one thing I love about the Oscars, and this is the Razzies, and this is the only one I can always remember because off the top of my head, at least Halle Berry was a good sport to show up to the Razzies to get her award for Worst Actress when she played Catwoman. Now, Catwoman, I liked her in the costume. That movie was trash. But when you look at it now, it is a guilty pleasure. And I like my guilty pleasure. I like my little campy movies. But I was glad that she showed up for, as a good sport. But they said the 2026 Razzies, a $4.97 gold spray painted Worst Picture trophy, are scheduled to take place on Saturday, March 14th, the day before the Oscars are held. And so let's go through the list. So, Worst Picture, The Electric State, Hurry Up Tomorrow, Disney Snow White, Star Trek Section 31, and War of the Worlds. Worst Actor, Dave Bautista in The Lost Lands. Okay, that movie was pretty bad. And Mila Jovovich was in it too. Was she nominated for Best Actor? I mean, worst. Yes, she was. Worst Actress. We'll get to that in a second. But the movie was terrible. Her husband directed it. I don't know what happened to Paul W.S. Anderson. He used to make some really cool movies. Like, I loved his Mortal Kombat. I liked his Alien versus Predator. He's made some pretty decent movies. I even like the first Resident Evil. And I got a soft spot for all the other ones, even though they're pretty much rip-offs of The Matrix in a lot of its aesthetic. But for the most part, I relatively enjoyed a lot of they're guilty pleasures to me. But I don't know what the hell happened to Paul W.S. Anderson. And it's just like he just sleepwalks through making them damn movies. I don't know who's become the worst director, him or Uwe Boll. So yeah, then you got Worst Actor, as we said, Dave Bautista in The Lost Worlds, Ice Cube War of the Worlds, Scott Eastwood for Alarum, Jared Leto for Tron Ares, and Abel the Weekend Tesfaye for Hurry Up Tomorrow. Now, Worst Actress, Ariana DeBose for Love Hurt. Well, that was a terrible movie. But wait a minute, if that was worth, why was Ke Huy Quan not up in here? Because he was the actor in that film. Ariana DeBose, Love Hurts. Mila Jovovich in The Lost Lands, Natalie Portman, oh yeah, that movie was terrible. Fountain of Youth, Rebel Wilson for Brideheart, and Michelle Yeoh for Star Trek Section 31. I'm surprised they didn't say, I'm glad they didn't say she was the worst actress for Wicked. Wicked for good. Now, worst remake slash ripoff slash sequel. I Know What You Did Last Summer, 2025, Five Nights at Freddy's 2. Then you have The Smurfs, Snow White, and War of the Worlds. This is going to be a hard one because all these movies on the list were bad. War of the Worlds was unwatchable. Snow White was atrocious. Smurfs, ciao bye. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, I wanted to punch the air every time I watch. Like, when I watched that movie in the theater, I'm like, what is this shit? And I'm surprised that people actually are genuine. Like, the Five Nights at Freddy's fans that would sit up there like, oh my God, this movie is good. I'm like, are we watching the same damn movie? Because the script was terrible. You didn't see nobody get killed. It was all off screen. And it was just bad acting all around. Like, literally, I love me some Josh Hutcherson. That boy could sit on my face and take away my oxygen. The problem was he was barely like aware of what was going on in that movie. It just seemed like he was sleepwalking through that damn movie too. So Five Nights at Freddy's was bad. I Know What You Did Last Summer. It is watchable, although there was some creative decisions going on in that movie. I'm like, okay, a lot of these sequences weren't really earned, but whatever. But if I was to give it to anybody, I would give it to War of the Worlds because that movie is just unwatchable. Worst supporting actress, Anna Klumsky. I don't even know if she was still around. All I remember her was from playing Veda in freaking My Girl. That's the last time I watched Anna Klumsky in something. And My Girl too. Now this is Emma Horvath from The Strangers Chapter 2. Okay, those movies are just unwatchable. The first one was bad, the second was bad, and I don't give a shit about the third one. Scarlett Rose Stallone. Is that Sylvester's daughter? Well, if she got about as much reign as her daddy, I can understand why she's on the worst actress list. Gunslingers, never even heard of this movie. Casey Roll from Star Trek 30, Section 31, and Isis Valverde from Alarm. I don't even know what the fucking Alarm is. I guess that's probably one of those straight to streaming movies because I don't recall that even going into the theater. Worst supporting actor, all seven artificial dwarfs in Snow White. That's funny. Nicolas Cage from Gunslinger. Oh, that was a Nicolas Cage. So it must have went straight to DVD or streaming or Hulu or whatever the fuck they call it now. Stephen Dorff. I didn't even know Stephen Dorff was still around. The last time I watched him in something was when he played Deacon Frost in Blade. That was like 20 some odd years ago. Stephen Dorff of Brideheart, Greg Kinnear, Off the Grid, and Sylvester Stallone. Oh, he was in that movie too. Well, I was gonna say, well, no, Alarm is a different movie than Gunslinger. Because I was like, oh, so that's how she got the part. Worst screen combo, all seven dwarfs of Snow White, James Corden and Rihanna in Smurfs, Ice Cube and his Zoom camera, War of the Worlds, Robert De Niro as Frank and Vito in The Alto Nights, a movie no one saw, and The Weeknd and his colossal ego in Hurry Up Tomorrow. Yeah, stick to the music, yeah. As you know, TLC would say, stick to the rivers and the lakes. So now, worst director, Rich Lee, War of the Worlds, Olatunde Osunsami for Star Trek Section 31. Say that 10 times fast. The Russo brothers in The Electric State, the Trey Edward Schultz for Hurry Up Tomorrow, and Mark Webb for Snow White. Now, here's the thing I've noticed outside of Avengers. Do y'all notice that the Russo brothers, everything they touch is just horrible? Like the movies they produce, the movies they direct has all been bad. But it's like when it comes to MCU stuff, the movies are great. Is it because they're held on a leash with Kevin? They're doing what Kevin Feige is like, okay, this is the idea, this is the plan, this is what I want you to go with, and you have to color within the lines of that. Whereas, because I would think that if you were a good director and you had other movies that came out that would succeed this Avengers, the Avengers movies you did in Captain America and the upcoming Avengers movies that I hear all the people behind the scenes are raving about, especially John Campbell, who can't shut the fuck up every 5 minutes about how he read the script and it's gonna be awesome. People irritate me with that. It's like, what the fucking do? You read the script, but now is the execution of the script gonna actually blow our socks off when the movie comes out? So we'll see, but it just seems like the Russos, everything they touch outside of the MCU is just crap. So yeah, so I don't know who they should give that to. Maybe just let War of the Worlds clean up because since that movie was so bad, that and Hurry Up Tomorrow just on principle. And worst screenplay, The Electric State. They got a bunch of people that wrote that. We don't need to go into who it is because a lot of us don't know who they are, and quite frankly, I don't care. So the worst screenplay, The Electric State, sorry, Hurry Up Tomorrow, Snow White, Section 31, Star Trek World War. It's like the same damn 5 movies. And there were way worse movies I could sure that was probably out, but this is what they nominated so far. And yeah, so I say all this to you. What do you think of all of this regarding, the Razzie Award nominations that have come out? What movies did y'all see this year that's on that list that you think should get the award and clean up at the Razzies, or movies that weren't even mentioned on the list that you felt like, wait a minute, now they neglected to put this one up there because this movie was just as bad as those, but y'all just nominated the same damn 5 flicks. Kind of like how they do with the Oscars with, their little faves or whatever. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was on Brooklyn for one. You said I was on Brooklyn for one moment, but all those videos had me. Well, so was her father. I mean, well, we'll get into the thing about her father. Um, what is that? Ami dead yet? Interesting name. Or is it Am Amo dead yet? Are we dead yet? Are we dead yet? No. Are we dead? I'm thinking of The Simpsons. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Well, good for you. The way is trying to get people to disconnect from their families make me think of them, Jehovah Witnesses. They all do it. All them people that's in the cult. They said, why don't we need one, because we definitely should have a Razzie version of like the Grammys or whatever the case is. But then do we really determine who had released the worst album? I think it's different because visually it's, we could put all that together versus like the music. But that would be interesting if they actually did come out with a Razzie version of music. Yeah, what would we call it? I mean, it's funny because we have in New York, we have like for nightlife and stuff. It was once upon a time called the Glammies. Cherry Jubilee was on. We talked about it the other day on the show where I kind of threw a little shade because I'm like, that shit is still around. But then they had to change it to the Glam Awards because they got a cease and desist from the Grammys because they said the Grammys and the Grammys is too similar, which I thought was like a clever way of coming on the name because like, yeah, the Grammys, but now they call it the Glam Awards. And I'm like, that shit is still around. But look, and every time that the award thing comes around, I have to hear from my nightlife friends all the time about the politicking and the BS and all the other stuff that goes on and who they choose to win. I saw it 2 days ago. Happy birthday to Emma Bunton. Legacy has the best soundtrack. No, it was the best. Like, I need Daft Punk to come back and make more music, but if they don't have it in them, then don't. Madonna canceled the Celebration to a Home video release. According to that Madonna insider, she was unhappy with the footage. It's another reinvention tour. Basically, it didn't look like a big screen. Why don't she just put the one that she did in Rio and just put that out there? That was a really good one. Use that as the thing. I don't know what the hell's wrong with this lady. Or you said that causes headaches and seizures. I don't want a bunch of things like what I felt like was her worst filmed concert. Rebel Heart. I cannot watch that. I'm like, who shot this? Um, I love the Drown World Tour because that was live from HBO. That's when HBO used to do that. When they used to film the live concerts, and you would have to act, and like when the concert was, at its end or whatever the case was, if you couldn't make it to the concert, we got to watch it. And I was loving when the artists started doing that. But and then how Gaga did hers with the what was that? What was it called? The Chromatica. That was the last tour she did. That was a good one. I hope she does it with Mayhem. I also hope that I wish she would have did that with Celebration. But I'm like, what do you want? I don't want you doing all these quick cuts and slow mo and put all these extra little bells away. We don't need all that. People just want to watch a straightforward concert. But yeah, let the Rio concert let release that. It's funny how, like I said, that you said the same things. I hated the edit. I hated it too. I was like, that's why I don't watch it. The one I tend to revisit a lot. I will watch the Drown World Tour, not often, but I tend to rewatch the Sticky and Sweet a lot. And Oh my God, what was the name of that one? The MDNA. I do like watching those. I do watch those a lot. I think it's because of like all the physicality, the choreography, all that stuff that's in there. Those are the two tours that I tend to revisit a lot from when I'm in the mood on YouTube. European Union took on Trump and made him go down. But that wouldn't be the first time. Well, it's probably hard to get that fat fuck down on his knees. You know, or as I like to call him now, Darth Dementia, because that's what we need to start calling him. That's what we're saying. I do not know what we call the Razzie Awards, the Razzie version of the Grammys. We got to try to come up with a name for that. They would have too many nominations. Yeah, well, that is true. Is that not that they got too many nominations? Yeah, because you see, like with the Razzies, they the one thing I like about them, they kept this short and to the point. They probably got like 10 different categories, 5 nominations, and that's it. The Oscars, they got like 50,000. I'm like, who got time? Like sometimes when I be putting all that stuff in, I'm like, God, when is it gonna be done? Like how long is this? And I'll be having to put all those nominations in. That's why with the Oscar shit. I think I'm gonna post anything. Well, I got to work tomorrow anyway, so I'm not gonna be able to do it. But by the time I get around to it, I'm like, everybody's gonna be over it. Who cares? I don't care enough to talk about it. And so when you do those long nominations, anybody got time for that? You know, the first Tron soundtrack was done by. Yes, I do know that, and I believe she passed away recently, right? Black love is in the building. All right, now speaking of Razzies, we may have our first Razzie nomination of 2026 with our next topic. Let's talk about this new Chris Pratt movie that's supposed to come out this week called Mercy. So I saw the trailer maybe like a month or two ago, and he's in it. But Rebecca Ferguson's in it. I like Rebecca Ferguson, but anytime Chris Pratt, who everybody knows is the everyone's least favorite Chris, you know, when you talk about Chris Hemsworth, Chris what was it? Chris Evans. Who's the other Chris? Don't we have another one? Chris Pine. Chris Avalon. You know, you got Chris Pratt all the way at the bottom of the totem pole, kind of like Gwen Stefani in her current music career. So he's got a new movie coming out called Mercy, which when you look at the trailer, it looks like a $2 version, poor man's ripoff of Minority Report. Well, the reviews and stuff has come out so far, and the you know the Rotten Tomatoes score and stuff, and they are dragging the shit out of this film. So you know, Chris Pratt, this wouldn't be the first time he's done sci-fi, action, whatever, where they pretty much flopped because you know we had the Tomorrow War, which actually I don't mind that movie. There was certain parts of that film that I relatively enjoyed, but it is not a good movie. And then recently the Electric State, which we already dragged that down to the ground. That got a couple of nominations, I think 6 nominations for you know the Razzie Awards. That just came out today. So he's got a movie coming out from this filmmaker by the name of Timur Bekmambetov, who directed such gems as the remake of Ben-Hur. And he also, you know, he's directed a couple of movies. Did he also do Wanted with Angelina Jolie? I'm like, I like that movie. Since then, he's made a lot of crap, but nevertheless, he's the one that directed this film that's coming out this Friday. So it says the AI crime actioner is unsurprisingly getting terrible reviews. Excuse me. The current tally is 39 on Metacritic and 33% on Rotten Tomatoes. Who thought it was a good idea to give Bekmambetov a $70 million range budget to make this film? Apparently, Amazon MGM, who seem to burn money on the flop. Well, yeah, because we already talked about another flop they're going to have that I think is coming out this week. The Melania documentary. Like, who spends $40 million on a documentary? I swear to Christ, I believe some money laundering is going on at Amazon MGM. Because who spent $70 million on this movie where it still looks like it's on a like it was a low budget film and $40 million on a documentary? Bitch, where? So they said, yeah, he's directed such gems as I said as Ben-Hur, Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, and V2 Escape from Hell. That last one, I don't even know what the hell that is. And he also produced a movie that's also renamed that was on the, you know, being nominated for multiple Razzie Awards. The War of the Worlds remake with Ice Cube. Now, the end result should surprise absolutely no one. Mercy is getting trounced by critics. Now, set in 2029, that's 3 years from now. The film has Pratt as an LAPD cop who has 90 minutes to prove his innocence to Ferguson's character, who plays an AI judge. The script was penned by Marco Van Bell, with a producing team that consists of Charles Roven, Robert Amadon, Beckman Batoff, and Majd Nassif, alongside AP's Mark Moran and Todd Williams. Now, they said it's currently projected for a 10 to 12 million opening weekend. With reviews like this, I doubt it'll hit the double digits, but I did hear some people saying that they may dethrone Avatar Fire and Ash. Y'all said the same thing about the Bone Temple. But here's the thing, the Bone Temple was actually a good movie. And I think a lot of people are kind of hesitant to go see it because they didn't like the decisions that they made in the first 28 years later. So people are a little hesitant, like, I didn't like the tone and everything that was going on in this film. So people are hesitant to go see it. Trust and believe, you will thoroughly enjoy what Nia DaCosta did with this movie more so than what you saw in that film. I actually like the Bone Temple more than I like 28 Years Later. And I grew to like 28 Years Later the second time I watched it. Because the first time I'm like, what the fuck is all of this? Like, I didn't understand like the British humor and the different tone shifts and things and Power Rangers reference and the Teletubbies and all. I'm like, what the hell is this? But I'm glad that she kind of came in and toned down the ridiculousness of the Jimmies. So it is a much better movie. They tried to say that 20 years later was going to dethrone Avatar. Didn't happen. So if that movie, which is way better, couldn't do it, you think this horrible ass movie is going to do it? I don't believe it. And if that's what the cucks like Deadline and Variety are going to say, because they're cucked to the studios, they're slaves to the studios, so they're going to sit up here and blow smoke up your ass, kind of like what they're doing, where they're trying to make that narrative that we're going to get into regarding Blake Lively and the Justin Baldoni. So their team Blake Lively on that, because if they go against Blake and all of them, what's going to happen? They won't get access to the A-list stuff. So they have to cuck themselves to certain people to present a certain narrative so they can have access to these people. So you can't believe a lot of the stuff that comes with it. Yeah, they sit and they put out the news and all the other stuff, but you can't believe a lot of they color inside the lines. It's the same thing how they decided to throw shade at sinners, but y'all was up in here propping up Timothy Chalamet like he the second coming of Jesus with that Marty Todd ass Supreme movie. So now they said that but here's the thing. I feel like the only thing that is a guarantee for Chris Pratt to have a hit at the box office, it's got to be animation, because he does Super Mario Brothers. So that's like a guarantee because of the IP. It's not necessarily because of him. Like, you're not seeing him on the screen, you're hearing his voice, which I barely want to hear that. So people don't go and see Super Mario Brothers because of the IP, not because, like I said, he's in it. So, but they said he gets paid between 10 to 12 million per movie. Well, y'all better start cutting his fee, because if you're not showing that you're worth that kind of coin, then why am I continuously trying to overpay this actor when he's not giving us a return on our investment? But I guess as long as he keeps sticking his dick up in Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter and popping out babies, he's got to do what he got to do to support that family over there. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are y'all looking forward to seeing this movie, which is getting some of the basically getting ripped to shreds online and by the critics and all this other stuff? Does it look like a movie that'd be up your alley? I mean, I love sci-fi and stuff, but if you're not gonna take the initiative, and if you're gonna come in and do like really cool action and also juxtapose it with social political situations, which literally there's socio political conversations and tones and ideologies that you're injecting in this movie, but not really pushing the boundaries of that and asking the very questions that is required of this type of film. Y'all going to try to back off and back because you don't want to offend nobody. But if you're going to take on, like I said, social political stuff in your movie, and it's science fiction, which when you do science fiction, it's the one genre, well, that and horror, it's the one genre that allows you to really push those ideas of socio-political ideologies, which is why when we see movies like Weapons and Sinners and all these other things. The social political tone and the stuff that's in those films works along with the horror and everything that's in there. And also, even when you look at Final Destination and Companion and so many others, there's social political stuff beneath all the horror if you really pay attention. And so, in science fiction has been notorious to do that. Like Dune is a heady science fiction movie where it talks about religion and all these other things. If you're going to do these type of films and not really go there, then what's the point of doing it and getting people to want to invest? Because y'all don't want to offend. Movies are supposed to provoke thought. So, and if people get mad because they don't like the tone and the ideologies that you're bringing in there, but you're being fearless about it, that's on them. Who gives a shit? Everybody's not going to like what you put out there. Art is subjective. So, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. How did I know somebody's gonna put this in there? And funny enough, I was thinking about that too. They need to put his ass up in there. Because my thing is this, I don't understand. Like, I remember when I watched that video about this guy who was calling out the Swiffologist and his hypocrisy, that he sits there and drags and dogs other artists, and when they start to blow up, then he jumps on the bandwagon. Like he's a soothsayer, he's the mover, the shaker, what goes on in pop culture. It just goes to show that you get boring ass people who are commentators who don't really see the potential in artists. I always have like this eye to notice, oh, so this bitch about to blow up, or this person, they just keep going like Zara Larson. I was like, I've always seen within her, she had the potential. I also see it in Slater. I also see it like if Kim Petras, once she finally gets free of her record label, I could definitely see her blowing up and doing the very thing she wants without being under the restraints of a record label. There's so many artists that I look at, even Benson Boone, once he realizes that you need to cut the ties of whoever is working your music, because the music is not matching the aesthetic. All the little flips and spins and twirls and stuff he likes to do. I'm like, you need better writers. Like, you need to kind of, you need a little more grit. You need a little more edge. And the songs is not matching the visual. So once he learns to break free of whatever he got, this Disney file, whatever over there, then he'll flourish. Because I always see the potential in a lot of these artists. And to me, the fact that you always trying to dog people, and then this guy was pointed out, and I remember reading in the comments, the guy was like, nah, that's not true. I don't, it's like, well, you didn't even paying attention because the Swiffologist is a hater and basic and really doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about 9 times out of 10. When you know somebody like myself who has been in the circles of this industry and been in those rooms with these people while they're putting the things together, my time at VH1 and all these other things, I got my resume. It ain't, I don't just be talking stuff out my ass because, oh, I just got a camera and I could just do it there. I've been in those rooms, unlike some of these other people who sit up here and just speculate based off of, speculate and observe and think because they got 20,000 followers that they're correct. But he does what he does. He said, I think people have been over his tired ass. Also, Chris Pratt is the oldest. So, is he? Damn, he is. What? How old is he? He's like, was he pushing 50? Now, this movie, I definitely am looking forward to seeing. Night Patrol. I definitely want to see that because that looks really interesting. Like when they were somehow like, you got these Night Patrol cops or whatever that's going after like black people in the hood and this, that, and the other. Come to find out that the Night Patrolmen are vampires. I'm like, when I saw that trailer and everything, we played it on the show. I was like, oh, this looks like a cool concept. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing that. I know Shutter is behind it. The granites for I mean, those albums are like granites or the grenades. We can call it that. The grenades. Yes, don't forget to click like, share, and what's the other thing that they say on YouTube? I mean, that we could do on YouTube now. I always forget that term. Hype. Now you can hype videos on YouTube. I be forgetting to always do that. Well, I do it in between. Taylor Swift is the youngest female to be inducted. Good for her. Even though we're gonna have to drag her ass when we get to that Blake Lively story. Wendy Carlos, the trans woman. Oh, is she? I know there was some trans woman that worked on something that died. Like you said, Great American Dynasty 4 songs. Good for her. Good for Tay Tay. She gets on my damn nerves though. It still doesn't, determine her for being a mean girl. Sometimes it takes firing managers. I do feel Benson Boone and a lot of artists need to leave the label and provide embrace. I'm more of a performer. I don't need to write songs. Let's normalize career songwriters. Exactly. It's like, here's the thing. People just, I just think that Americans are so caught up in ego because they hear this thing of, well, if you're not writing your music, then you're not a real artist. I'm like, what? First of all, if I'm curating a lot of things, if I have two people that are excellent songwriters and I come into a room and I'm like, here's an idea I have, this is what I've been thinking about, or you telling people what's going on in your life personally, or something you were inspired by, whether it's a dream, whatever you have, like if it's in your journal, whatever the case is, in a way, if you're in the room curating and creating with these songwriters, you are technically helping architect all of this. I just think that people think if you ain't sitting there writing like you Bjork or somebody or another, then you're not a songwriter. And it's like, what? Look at Taylor Swift, been sitting there selling out the same goddamn album for like, well, 10 out of her. How many she got? 12? I'll say about 8 of them albums is literally like pretty much the same. And she's still right, like she's stuck in the 4th grade, and that lady pushing 40. So I don't mind being like as an artist, like you, I'm like, if okay, now if I had like somebody like Justin Tranter as my co-writer and I had one more person, because I'd be like, with me, I gotta work with the homosexuals. I might even throw a woman up in there just to give it that little extra touch so that when we playing, we floundering in the middle on both sides. So it's like it's got that masculine and feminine energy or vibe that's going on with the lyrics. So if I had somebody like that up in the room, like me and 2, maybe 3 other songwriters, and we curating some stuff, it is what it is. But child, you ain't gonna see me like Beyonce, but you got 30 people on a damn track. He said probably we kind of forced Diane Warren out of a job. Because I'm like, there's so many talented people out there who are great writers and need an opportunity. And why not just bring them in there? Just looked it up. Night Patrol got 57. 57. So they saying it's not a good movie? Well, first of all, I don't know if we should always go by what Rotten Tomatoes and these other people say, because they just allow, like, they got YouTubers who do YouTube commentary who get to sign up and be a part of Rotten Tomatoes. So I don't even know if they're really valid in their opinions. Not to throw shade at YouTubers. I mean, I am one. So, but and I just feel like even with critics aren't always accurate with stuff. There's biases and stuff that's with that. And like I said, art is subjective. So even if, they didn't like a movie and a majority of the people like it, then that's all that matters. Or if you like something and somebody else doesn't, that's all that matters. Like, who cares? It is movies that people be like, oh, that was the worst film. But I'm like, I understand it's a bad movie, but I see the potential in there, or there's good parts about the film that you want to, bring up. All right. Now, let's get to our next topic because this is a movie I'm actually looking forward to. Well, so you already know Zach Cregger. He's following up his Resident Evil. He's following up Weapons with Resident Evil. I believe he's currently in Prague filming it right now. We have no idea what it looks like, any of the visual aspect of it. But one of the stars of the film, Callie Reese, who y'all probably know from True Detective, which I actually love that season that she just did with Jodie Foster. She's actually speaking out and giving fans an insight on what we can expect from the upcoming film. So Zach Cregger, as y'all know, is making his way to Raccoon City for his next feature film, and Callie Reese cautions not to expect a direct adaptation of its source material. So in the wake of his success with Barbarian and prior to the viral hit Weapons, Cregger was announced to be the co-writer and director of the next Resident Evil movie reboot, and he's working with Shay Haddon, who wrote the John Wick movies. Now, Reese is part of the star-studded cast he put together for the new film, which also includes a weapons reunion with Austin Abrams. I think Austin Abrams was the kid that was the dope fiend that stabbed the cop with the needle, and child was up in there wondering if he got the sida. If you speak Spanish, you know what sida means. Basically, just take the words and put it in reverse, and y'all know what it is. Acquired immune deficiency syndrome. But anyway, so um Reese, as y'all know, like I said, he's a part of the film, and Paul Walter Hauser and Zach Cherry are part of it. and she did a recent interview with Screen Rant's Ash Crossan for the upcoming film Murphs. Oh, she's in that movie? Now I like you, Callie, but you did that horrible ass movie. Now this is funny. I didn't even know that she was a part of this film, and it's funny how I did the transition from the Mercy movie, which we just dragged down to the ground, and now we talking about this film. So yeah, she's in that horrible ass movie with Chris Pratt. That's going to flop at the box office this weekend, and she offered some insight into Cregger's approach to his Resident Evil adaptation, praising the reboot as being a continuation of great filmmaking that he's displayed in prior projects. The star went on to tease that the film will be his version of the game's origin story rather than a direct translation of Raccoon City's tragedies, saying, I will say for the Resident Evil fans, especially people who are gamers, his crack at an origin story, his version of this is amazing. I think you guys are going to be blown away by his imagination, his ideas, and the kind of comedic and his this kind of comedic kind of journey. There's too many kind words in there, girl. Going a journey through this crazy wild time in this Resident Evil story. I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised. Now, Reese's latest tease largely lines up with Cregger's previous discussion of how he would be approaching the Resident Evil reboot, aiming for an origin story set in the world of the games rather than any of its well-known characters, having even name-dropped Leon as being one whose story already exists in various games. The writer-director is instead taking inspiration from the second through the fourth installments, saying it wouldn't be the first time, as y'all know, that the Resident Evil adaptation looked to take more of an original story approach. Because remember, when we saw the films that I told y'all, I have a soft spot for the Mila Jovovich version. When we was talking about Paul W.S. Anderson later, because he directed that horrible ass movie that his wife was in with uh Dave Bautista. I said I actually like the Resident Evil. I have a soft spot, but like the first film, I do feel like tone wise, it definitely fits within the vibe and the mood of the game, like back in the day, like how the old Resident Evil game was. And then I think the game started trying to mold itself a little bit behind the films as they progressed on. And the one that came out with Evan Joja and the other ones, the when they tried to remake it with Johannes Roberts, who I believe was the guy that did Primate. I thought that one was okay. Visually, it did pull some stuff in the games, but I don't think it was a really good movie. And some of the people in there were terribly miscast. But I like the fact, and remember in the Mila Jovovich movies, they came up with we had Leon, which was pretty much wasted him, and the guy who played him was terrible, terrible actor. Chris Redfield, which we had Wentworth Miller play him. Then we had Claire Redfield, which is about what's her name, Ari Larder. And then, and then we had Ada Wong, we had so many other characters that were brought up in there, but they mostly focused it on this character that didn't even exist in the games, named Alice, because they were trying to go for this Alice in Wonderland type of inspiration. And yeah, it didn't follow the games or whatever, but the movies were cool for what it was. And I understand that they went into this direction of like action horror thing. They spent more on the sci-fi and action than the horror aspect. And then it got ridiculous, especially that last one. The final chapter is unwatchable. First of all, the lighting was terrible. You could barely see what was going on. I didn't even know who died the majority of the movie until later. I'm like, wait, what happened to that person? Oh, they died? You couldn't really see nothing. So like the color grading was off. I don't know what the hell was going on with Paul W.S. Anderson with that movie. But nevertheless, he put in we brought in all these other people, but I didn't like the fact that they were killing off iconic characters. Like y'all killed off Leon, you killed off Barry Burton, and then the Netflix series, which was terrible. And I love me some Lance Reddick, man. He rest in peace. But that damn Netflix series was bad too. And they went into a completely different direction with that. But they were borrowing. So Welcome to Raccoon City, even though it wasn't a good movie, it took more of a faithful approach to the games, where they basically merged some of the stories of the first two games into one. So while they remain faithful to a lot of the stuff, as far as like the finished product, a lot of people still had a problem with it. So it doesn't even matter whether or not you follow the source material or if you don't follow the source material. It seems like people aren't satisfied regardless. So I like the idea of, it is Resident Evil. It's going to take place in Raccoon City, but we're going to tell a story with different characters. We don't want to necessarily focus on some of the characters from the games, because then I feel like if you focus too much on the characters that are in the games, does it resort to plot armor that is like, oh no, you can't kill off. If we put Ada Wong in there, if we put Chris and Claire, if we put in Jill Valentine, if we put in Leon, if we put in Barry, if we put in all these characters from the games that y'all be so dying to see on the big screen used properly, do we get them plot armor? Because if we start killing people off, then y'all gonna get mad. So I like the idea of like it's Resident Evil, it's in Raccoon City, but it's entirely new characters. So that's what I think that's where we're going with that, based off of what I'm hearing. So I don't know if it's 110% that we will or won't get to see some of the characters from the games. But the way she's talking is like, yeah, it's basically it's a crack at an origin story. It's his version of what he is looking at with Resident Evil. So it's like, probably what it is, it's the tone. We'll take the aesthetic, the atmosphere, the mood, all the stuff, but these are entirely new characters. And I think that, yeah, it's cool if you come up with something interesting and different and creative. I'm here for it. That's one of the reasons why I liked 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple, is because well, 20 years later, it was definitely when you look at 28 days later, let's take it back there. Since we in the conversation about zombies or infected, because they weren't really zombies, the snobs, what they say, fucking zombies. Fuck out of here with all that. Like, y'all sit up here and try to do the tomato situation. People get, they turn into these little crazy rabbit, whatever, they damn zombies. So you get this thing where it's since George Romero started this whole thing with zombies and the dead coming back to life or infected, whatever you want to call it, and then it's like we pretty much see a straightforward situation. Somebody gets bit, people will run around going crazy, and you're trying to survive. But in this whole situation, it's like when you take a how many times can you tell that story? So if you come in with something new, different that we haven't seen before, then I'm open to it, which is why I was open to 28 Years Later more than any of the other ones. Because, like I said, 28 Days Later is pretty much a straightforward standard what you would get from what they would consider a zombie film. When you look at something like 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple, it's tone wise, visual wise, like so many of the different things in it. It was very experimental. It felt like it was on an acid trip at some times when I was watching that movie. And it just gave me something completely different that I wasn't expecting. And it was also showing something that we pretty much have seen in the likes of shows like The Walking Dead, that the human beings are way worse than the infected. So them playing more into that and then how violent and gory and everything a lot of the kill sequences were between, the Jimmies and what they were doing to people and all this other stuff, the survivors, which was way worse than you trying to survive getting infected. To me, that was more or less an interesting angle to take it and all this other stuff. So I like, everything so far that's come from Zach Cregger, I've enjoyed. I love Weapons. I can't tell you how many times I've seen that movie. And, we love Aunt Gladys. Fingers crossed she get nominated for an Oscar tomorrow. And what else? Oh, we love Barbarian. And so everything he's come out with so far, I've enjoyed. Quiet as it's kept, I feel like his movies is everything Oz Perkins movies wishes they were. Because everybody be out here trying to praise Oz Perkins down to the ground. I have not liked not one Oz Perkins movie as of yet. And people sit up here and praise that man like he is the second coming of Steven Spielberg. Or pick your horror director. I'll go John Carpenter, but no, never that. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you looking forward to seeing what Zach Cregger is going to bring to his version of Resident Evil? Because people have pretty much a love-hate relationship. Like I told you, the Mila Jovovich, Paul W.S. Anderson films are guilty pleasure. If I had to choose, I like the first three. I like the third one mostly because it's got the action, it's got the horror, it's got all the mixed things, and it's kind of like this Mad Max vibe, which I kind of wish they would have explored more of. And I don't mind when they went a little matrixy with it. So each of all the other ones, they do have their moments. The one I hate the most is the last one. That one was just bad. The shots, the acting, the writing, it was everything about that movie was just bad. But all the other ones, guilty pleasures. A lot of people didn't like Welcome to Raccoon City. There's some people that like that one. And then don't even get me started on the TV series from Netflix. I bailed after 2 episodes. I'm like, this show is shit. And I love Lance Reddick, but that show was just bad. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said just saw Bone Temple and was pleasantly surprised. Way better. See, I told you that the Bone Temple was gonna be was better because I was like, and you said good evening, everyone. Yeah, because I had to say it in Espanol. Yo, honey. And you said too many of these articles you read have multiple typos. I know, because sometimes I'll be like, what? Because I be when I'm like, do y'all be using AI to write y'all stuff? Or whatever, because I be reading, I'm like, type, what is going on? Because y'all know I be up in here like the English teacher. I'm like, where is the comma? Why is this sentence don't make no sense? I be up in here correcting these people. You said, because English was my favorite subject in school and creative writing. You said one thing they got right about the Mila Jovovich movies is that they got a gay man to play. Oh yeah, Wentworth Miller. And the funny thing is, Wentworth Miller is black, but he goes around half black. But he's been when they cast him, he looks white, so he's able to pass. I saw the movie too. Well, the one thing with Samson because it was like big everything, big dick, big body, and it was just out there. I'm like, okay, so now we got naked people. Look, he was naked in the movie. Ray Fiennes was frontal nudity. I'm like, what is going on? It's like penises everywhere. So, and we watch movies, Mike. He's hilarious because he calls him Ralph. I'm like, who's Ralph? Who's Rafe Child? I guess that's, where's he from? Is he like from Scotland, England, some part of England, whatever? That's how they say the name. And he said, I'm still nervous about it. I feel like nobody even tries to be faithful to the source. They want to, well, look, look, like I said before, they were trying to be faithful with Welcome to Raccoon City. And it's still, people weren't satisfied. It still wasn't well executed. So maybe it's not even about trying to be faithful to the game. It's just if you can capture the essence of the games and the tone and all that other stuff, but do your own thing. Because I always feel like movies don't necessarily have to always be so faithful. Because if you're too faithful to it, but then again, one of the things I will say this, and I always use this as a litmus test. One of my favorite faithful ripped from a comic book to a movie is Watchmen. When I watched that movie, and I watched the long version, the one that's damn near 4 hours, I'm like, this is literally the graphic novel. And I cannot tell you how many times I read Watchmen. I have like two of the actual graphic. I have two of the graphic novels. I bought it regular, and then I remember I saw Goodwill had it for like $5 or something or another, and I was like, oh, even though I have the book, I want another one. So I have two copies of Watchmen, and literally, it's like the graphic novel come to life. So I love how faithful that movie is. But that's the exception. Like you said, 28 was heady too. The military men trying to take the girls. Oh yeah, that was the first one, right? Because there was no military in the second one. They focused more on Wraith Fiennes and Samson and the Jimmies. I did say that we needed some juxtaposition sequences. We also needed Aaron Taylor Johnson in this movie because it made no sense, like how his son is out there on his own and you not abandoning everything to go get your kid. Like he drops off a zombie baby that is Samson's and the zombie pregnant woman. Like you got him raising his zombie child, but why aren't you gonna go and just drop everything and go look for your son? There should have been scenes of that. And then I didn't like the way that they treated Spike in the film. That was like my only. I'm nitpicking. I didn't like how they treated Spike. It felt like if you was out here trying to prove, because that's why he ran and left on his own, because he didn't like this narrative that his father created for him while they was out there trying to make, I guess that transition from boy to man, where it's like that rite of passage, but metaphorically because it's in world of an infected, this is how they do the rite of passage for a boy to become a man. Instead of doing the whole snip during the bar mitzvah or whatever it is that that people do in their culture. So in this culture situation, it's you got to go out in the world with your father, and they kill fat, crawly, infected people that look like slugs on the floor. So when you're doing all of that and then you come back and it's like, yeah, he's a man, blah, 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 whatever. Now he's ready to whatever. I wanted more of that in this film, like for him to show, like, okay, I'm out here trying to survive in this rough little world instead of making him just show he's afraid of every little thing. So I just didn't like that because it just felt like this film wasn't trying to push and warrant all of the things that need to be pushed. So that was like my nitpick. That's my only little nitpick. Journalists in 2026 using AI. Well, you know they are. They used to, I miss the God complex English class used to give me. Wentworth Miller and Luke McFarlane were together. Were they? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, people in Hollywood, especially when you're amongst the LGBTs, they all kind of congregate in the same circles. Samson was larger than the. Well, I do believe it was a prosthetic that he was wearing. Speaking of Wentworth Miller, I actually went to high. Oh, you said we were both in chorus. We both should have known about it. Okay, well, he must have been deep in the closet. Magical mermaids in the building. I'm happy to see zombie pictures, but only if they give me a great human. Yeah, exactly. Those are the only ones I care about because it's like, you know what? Damn, I forgot the name of it. But there's another zombie movie that's coming out, I believe, next month or might be March. There's a lot of really good movies coming out this year in the horror department. One of them is this one. Damn, I really wish I would have remembered the movie, but it's literally about a bunch of kids who are stuck in a high school and they're trying to survive the zombie apocalypse. It's like a cross between, we could say, 28 Days Later meets The Breakfast Club. I saw the trailer for that. I'm like, okay, that looks really good. And also, like, the drag queen zombie movie I told y'all what, Queens of the Dead was, speaking of George Romero, was directed by his daughter. That's a good one. That's on Shutter if you have it. I cackled at some of the dialogue in that movie. I will soprano and alto from stupid. All right, Sean. So, all right, so before we get to the mess, let's get to our final movie topic. And let's talk about The Brave and the Bold. Now, first things first, I did hear a story. Hold on, because I don't know why I didn't add it to the situation because I was like, I just want to mention it in passing. But we have a writer for The Brave and the Bold, which I'm kind of like, I don't know if this is a good idea. So apparently, Christina Hodson has been hired to write the upcoming Brave and the Bold script because a lot of people was out here thinking that, oh well, the movie's done, all this other stuff, scripts done, blah 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 blah, whatever. They're gonna start shooting. They already have their Batman. They're gonna announce it, and what's the name got all over the line? What's the name? James Gunn wound up because he loves going on threads to talk to the fans and all this other stuff. He's already said like Wonder Woman's not going to appear in uh the next man. What is it? The Man of Tomorrow, whatever the hell it's called. I mean, it's called Man of Tomorrow. So yeah, saying that's not Woman. They got another type of female superhero that's going to be in that. Christina Hodson has been hired to write. Now, according to Jeff Snyder, he is the one that revealed this news. Nexus Point News is APOC Horseman also confirmed that she is going to be in it. They said this is unfortunately true, which sounds like shade to me. Now, for those who are wondering why there's a little shade there, she wrote such gems such as Birds of Prey, which was not a good movie, by the way. Also, she's I was trying to say, what other films has she had a hand in writing? She also, I believe, had a hand in writing The Flash, which we didn't particularly like that film either, quiet as it's kept. So yeah. So movies that she's had a hand in, a lot of people didn't pretty much like the writing in those films. And it's not even just the writing that I'm particularly care for in The Flash. The Flash had cool moments, wasn't a good movie, but it's watchable. The thing that irritated me about The Flash was that opening sequence, that how bad that CGI was. That kind of bothered me. So yeah, she's written a couple of things. And they said The Flash has a 63% score on Rotten Tomatoes and a lackluster B cinema score, making it the lowest rated DCEU movie in the latter category. Really? Because I thought what would be the worst movie that came out of the DCEU? I mean, Wonder Woman 1984 was god awful. Kal-El, no. And what was another one? Not like the last Aquaman. That was bad. I like the first one, not the second one. But anyway, to get back into this because now I'm just like off in La La Land. Now, because I, as you already know, my big choice for who should play Batman in The Brave and the Bold has always been Brandon Sklenar. That is like always someone on my list. However, now that I don't know why I wasn't thinking this before, Jensen Ackles is somebody that I'm like, okay, I definitely need him to come in and portray Batman because he's got the voice. He's played Batman in the animated, films or whatever the case is. He's got the looks. Like he's what in his late 40s. He's got to be about 47, I believe. Still good looking. He still looks young and he's got a little edge to him. I have loved me some Jensen Ackles ever since he played Sammy Brady's twin on Days of Our Lives. That's how far back I go with Jensen Ackles. And then, of course, we got 15 years of him on Supernatural, which I started rewatching now that it's no longer on Netflix. I'm currently watching it on Prime Video. So if you have Prime Video, you can catch all the seasons over there. I know they have it on Peacock too, but I'm watching it on Prime because Peacock is the only streaming service that I have that I pay for with ads. And I don't want to sit through no 60, second ads or whatever the case is. So I watch it on Prime because I pay full price for all the trinkets over there. So apparently he did a convention, which, the one thing I love about a lot of these shows is that once the shows are done, because when you do like 23 seasons, I mean 23 seasons, 23 episodes a season, it's like, yeah, you get your residuals, whatever the case is. And Jensen's still working. I believe he's gonna appear, he's getting his own spinoff of The Boys from the character he plays. He plays like a Captain America type character on that show. And funny enough, he actually auditioned to be Captain America. And it's funny how he's playing a Captain America-esque character. It's funny how Hollywood works on The Boys, which they're going to spin off into his own show. And I believe he's going to be on The Boys' final season, which I'm actually looking forward to. So, the one thing I have to say, what I'm trying to get to, is that I love that when they do the convention. So he does the convention thing for Supernatural, which is how you can still interact with the fans, which I always think is relatively cool that they have stuff like this. And so, yeah, we don't have our Batman yet. And he recently did, hold on, because I want to get the actual, wait, what was it? So he did Tomorrowverse movies like Batman The Long Halloween, Legion of Superheroes, Justice League War World, and Justice League Crisis of Infinite Earths. So those are the ones where he appeared as Batman in those animated films. If you haven't seen them and you want to check it out, I'm sure if you have HBO Max, because they have the whole DC catalog, those movies are probably, I think Prime also has a couple of those animated films, because when I be scrolling through, I be seeing them animated movies up there too. So just check. But anyway, so um and this is why I said this is clever. So the convention is called the Road So Far the Road Ahead Convention in Las Vegas, which if you ever watched Supernatural, you already know when they do the recaps instead of previously on, they always do the road, they always say the road so far and then and then they give you a recap of the thing. So it's clever how they named it that. So he said there are probably a few dream roles. Yes, somebody up here yelled Batman. Yes, that is certainly a dream role. I mean, I got a few go-tos. Batman, Wyatt Earp, Robin Hood, that kind of stuff, making his enthusiasm clear. Whether Gunn is paying attention is another matter, though fans are growing increasingly impatient with their lack of casting updates. Yeah, because one of the things I find annoying, especially about James Gunn, is that when people ask questions, they'll go, yep, not true. So I like, if this is how you're gonna answer, then get your ass off threads. Because if you're not gonna give distinct answers on casting or whatever the case is, then stop dangling the carrot in front of the fans just to give them a little, just anything you give me you'll do. It's like, then shut the fuck up and just work on running DCU and giving us whatever you need to give us instead of just these little games that you like to play, because it gets annoying. But here's the thing: I would love to see Jensen Ackles as Batman. Shit, I'd love to see him as all the names he mentioned. Wyatt Earp, I could definitely see him in a Western. Robin Hood, that would be cool. I mean, I know we have. Isn't there a Robin Hood movie coming out? Yeah, with Hugh Jackman, where he's playing. I think it's called The Death of Robin Hood. That movie actually looks pretty interesting. And then, if we need a new iteration, I think they have a Robin Hood series on MGM Plus or something or another. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard that they have something like that. So I like to see him and stuff. Look, at his age, he still looks relatively young. Like he's in that in between stage where he looks authoritative. He looks like he can handle a lot of the action, but he still looks relatively young, even though people, well, he's 47, he might be wet. I was like, what? So what does that got to do with anything? Just because you are the age that you are in real life, if you look younger than your actual age and you can pull off the stunts or whatever the case is, I don't care what if you could do whatever. And plus, this is why you have stunt doubles. So if there's things you got to do that might be a little complicated, throw in your stunt double to do all the things that you can't do. It's that simple. I'm not going to come out here to hurt myself just so I can prove to people how young and supple I am as an actor and if I'm doing action. So Misha Collins, who y'all know played Castiel on the show, was also on hand for the panel and shared his take on Sebastian Stan portraying Two-Face in the Batman sequel. Has it been confirmed though? I mean, we all been out here saying that's what we playing because that's what we heard. But I don't know if it's been confirmed, but let's go along with it because I do believe he's playing Harvey Dent. So the Supernatural alum previously brought Harvey Dent to life in the CW short-lived Gotham Knights. I've never seen that. When did they come out with a Gotham Knight show? Maybe it was like because it's been years since I watched the CW. Whenever I would catch them on CW stuff, I would watch it on like Netflix when they had, when they would get the shows and everything that was thrown up there. But I didn't even know they had a Gotham Knight series. Now, playing Two-Face was a dream role. Sebastian Stan just got cast as Two-Face in the next Batman movie, which I did not feel jealous about. The actor joked. I was like, grr. And if he were to meet with an accident and they needed to I'd certainly free up my schedule to make myself available. Well, I do like the idea that they have Sebastian Stan coming in to play Two-Face slash. Well, we don't know if he's going to be Two-Face or we don't know the direction on what Matt Reeves is going to do with that film. But I actually like the idea of him playing Harvey Dent, just like I like the idea of Scarlett Johansson playing Gilda Gold, aka Gilda Dent, and whatever they're planning on doing with her character. So it's going to be interesting to see two MCU alums crossing over to the dark side with it because DC got darker material with their superheroes. That's why I kind of like DC more than Marvel. Marvel is cute or whatever. It's like candy and lollipops and all this stuff with their colors and all other stuff. And they're not as edgy as DC is. So that's why I always prefer the DC stuff. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be doing with that movie. But overall, I do agree. Um, at 47 years old, I would love to see him play the part. I know some people look at it that the moment might have passed. They might want to look at a younger Bruce. But here's the thing. If you're doing the brave and the bold and you have someone who is an adult with a 10 to 12-year-old son, 47, even though he could probably play late 30s, early 40s, because, my generation, we made different. A lot of us who were in our mid to late 40s can still push for late 30s, early 40s in regards of like the acting roles. So even though Jensen don't look his age, sidebar, what the fuck does an age supposed to look like? To me, it's like he's the perfect age. You can have him, he still looks relatively young. You're gonna have someone who's a little kid play his son. Why not? I don't know if people want to see a 35-year-old or a 30-year-old with a 12-year-old kid. It's just like aesthetically, it's not going to look right that you have somebody that looks really young play that. He's got the facial hair. He looks a little rough around the edges. I think he'd be the perfect age to play that part. But at this point, who knows when this movie is going to come out? Because the word on the street is we're not getting The Brave and the Bold until after the Batman Part 2 comes out. So all of this is TBD. But I definitely think that if not Brandon Sklenar, who is much younger than uh Jensen Ackles, I think he's in his mid 30s. It might be late 30s. Look it up. Hold on. How old is Brandon Sklen? 30. Oh, I was right. 35. June 26, 1990. So he's 35. And then uh Jensen is 12 years older. But I think he's turning 48 this year. So he'll be 13 years older. Oh, but then again, the age is going to change, so it'll always be 12. So he'll be 13 for a couple of months, and then when he catches up, then, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So I still to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you love to see someone like Jensen Ackles play Batman in the Brave and the Bold? Or if not either, who do you think would be a good casting choice? It was like, I even thought Jake Gyllenhaal, but I don't know if Jake Gyllenhaal would want to do it at this point. So he might be too expensive. But when you're looking at somebody like uh Brandon Sklenar and Jensen Ackles, at their point in their career, they can't be out here asking, "Oh, I want $10 million a film." Like You haven't proven yourself in the movie world yet. Yes, Brendan Skinner was in Drop. That movie didn't do all that well, even though it was a good movie. The last big hit he just had was recently the one where, and funny enough, we're about to talk about Brendan Skinner's horrible ass co-star, Blake Lively later on in the show. But when we're talking about Brendan Skinner, the last hit movie he was in was The Housemaid with Amanda Seyfried, who basically said the Oscar ain't worth shit. Yeah, she did say that in so many words. And Sydney Big Titty Sweeney. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Who do you think would be a good choice to play Batman and the Brave and the Bold? Even though we don't even know. We might have to wait 2 more years to find out who they're casting in this damn thing. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh yeah. I did hear that it was supposed to be coming out. I did see an advertise. I think it was on, where did I see that at? It might have been Joe Blow or Screen Rant. One of those websites I was on. I did see that they're releasing Silent Night, Deadly Night. And somebody said that they have a tradition, and I feel like I'm gonna probably follow the same thing. I'll buy it, but I won't watch it until December because I love the movie. I had a ball with Silent Night, Deadly Night remake. I thought it was great. I don't know how well it did at the box office, if it was a success or not. I wasn't really following the numbers, but I thought it was a good movie. Rowan Campbell, I thought, did a phenomenal job as Billy. I like the supernatural direction they took with the films. So if you have not seen Silent Night, Deadly Night, definitely check it out. I like that they took a different approach with it. The gore was goring. I liked a lot of the kills in it. And if the movie does well enough, they make a sequel, I'm sure they'll do more of the Carnage Candy. So I like the direction they went. So I'll definitely buy it when it comes out. But I don't know, is it superstitious to be like, oh, if you watch a Christmas horror movie after Christmas is over, that you got to wait until December to watch it? My favorite Hollywood costume accessory is shut up. Kind of over topic. I've been obsessed with X Tina's Birds of Prey. Because we talk about Birds of Prey, and then you talk about Birds of Prey, Christina Aguilera. The Flash. Yeah, I remember Jensen Ackles on Smoke. Jensen Ackles been on in a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's why I said he plays Sammy Brady's twin brother. I would have liked to have seen Aaron Taylor Johnson. Yeah, like Aaron Taylor Johnson is, but I'm hearing rumblings, but I think the ship has sailed. Aaron Taylor Johnson would have made a great James Bond. They're supposed to be not announcing who's supposed to be playing him soon. I believe the person that they're going with is Colum. I can't remember his. I think it's Colum Scott, who is engaged to Dula Peep. He might be the new James Bond. That might be the one that I'm hearing they're going with. I know some people were saying, well, I was watching, what's his name, Christian Harloff, and Roxy, who I just saw her in a movie with Kate Beckinsale. She said that she wanted Damson Idris to play James Bond. And I think, like, okay, since they went to Amazon, they're not going to try to take a risk and go black. I mean, quiet as it's kept, I would have liked to have seen Idris Elba play the part. But we're about to see Idris Elba in that new Masters of the Universe movie, which I cannot wait to see that full trailer tomorrow. I'm excited for that. The teaser I saw earlier, I'm like, okay, y'all got me seated for this whole segment. And y'all know Masters of the Universe, my all-time favorite cartoon. I had the action figures. I had the Castle Grayskull, the Snake Mountain. I had all the toys. I had my Skeletor. I think I even had Evil Lynn. I had Evil Lynn. Look, we didn't discriminate in the 80s. I had every action figure under the sun, the men, the women, and everybody in between. The only thing I'm mad about that they don't have in this movie, why we don't have Orko in there? I didn't see him in the trailer. I was like, no, why isn't Orko in here? We got Battle Cat, but where's Orko? They gave us Grill Door in the last. I'm like, who the fuck is Grill Door? What was I talking about? I just went off on a weird tangent. Oh, Aaron Taylor Johnson. Oh, so yeah. So Roxy said that she wanted Damson Idris, but child, and Damson Idris about to be our new Black Panther. So he gonna be busy with Marvel. Justice League was at the time the worst DC movie. And yeah, that was a bad one. Not the one that they did the four. I actually enjoy that one. The one they did with Joss Whedon, I didn't like it. Wonder Woman gave me some hope, but instead they all yeah. And they still out here trying to defend that Snyder shit. I'm like, that universe was trash. Matthew Lillard might have been okay for the Riddler. I don't know. I mean, I actually liked what the hell's his name? Paul Dano. I like Paul Dano, unlike Quentin Tarantino, racist ass. I like Paul Dano as the Riddler. Okay, quiet as his cat. He been playing 39 for 30 years. Okay. And it's not until he hit 60 that all of a sudden that age caught up, because now he started to look every bit his age. It's like you was able to hold on to the fountain of youth for so long. And then it's like once he crossed over to the 60-year mark, it's like he just aged like that. I'm like, damn, where did all that come from? You see all the crow's feet, you see all that age up in him. I'm like, the Scientology, he ain't been drinking that Scientology juice. Okay, literally. She is two-faced. Or three-faced. I saw Gotham Knights, but it only ran for one season. I saw it on HBO. Oh, so it probably is up there. But yeah, I haven't watched it. Blake is the new problematic white woman. No, she's always been a problematic white woman. The reality is she fucked with the wrong person, and his name is Justin Baldoni, and that stuff is caught up with her. Jensen isn't really a Batman level lead to me. He was okay on The Boys, but that was enough for me. Oh, we don't have a fan. Move over, Gwyneth not Paw Patrol. Oh yeah, and you see how Marty Supreme, what's his name, Timothy Chalamet, getting all the attention, and they ain't even mentioned Gwyneth Paltrow. She in the movie. I mean, shit. Marty done hunched her in the damn film. He said after Kraken flopped, I heard Hollywood is begging him for a Kick-Ass 3 or try romantic comedies. I think you meant Craven. It's like Kraken. I was thinking Unleash the Kraken. But no, I think you said Craven. Do we want a Kick-Ass 3 though? I don't know. I feel like Kick-Ass was what it was. Kick-Ass 2, I did not like that movie at all. We don't need a Kick-Ass 3. Aaron Taylor Johnson's moved on. I feel like he's really proven himself over the years to be a good actor and doing a lot of films. He's currently, I forgot the name of the movie that he's doing, but he's currently out of the country. Oh, he's filming a movie with Tom Ford. That's what it was. They just started filming that. Can't remember the name of it, but he's out filming a movie with Tom Ford. So he's busy. Tom Ford, who Ashton Kutcher said, wait, was it Tom Ford? The Ashton Kutcher said the day that he lost the campaign, whatever, because they said he was too fat. I'm like, where? That boy was always skinny. That's why I was like, you could not be a model. Got to eat. Well, they used to make fun of me because I used to always have to do the brown rice and vegetables. It's about the power of She-Ra. Okay, now we need She-Ra in the sequel. I think I prefer Jensen in more comedic roles. But he is funny because when they had to do those scenes of Supernatural where they did where they kind of teetered into the comedy, he's pretty, his timing was always pretty funny. Like some of the facial expressions and some of the things he would say, I was like, yeah, I like when Supernatural would take risks and they would try different things with the tone of the show and be more experimental with those off the beaten path episodes, the ones that didn't follow a specific storyline, when it was like one of those one-offs, like how they used to back in the day. I miss when they would do those. It's like, yeah, we all about trying to close the portal of hell, but then you have to kind of go off the beaten path and do this one particular off kilter episode. Snyder's The Flash. Snyder's The Flash had. Wait, did you put a Z in there? You trying to say he a Zionist? Has some goofy looking run. And they still try to defend it. Oh yeah, that movie was terrible. But he didn't do The Flash. That was Andy Muschietti, who I've always had my overall complaint with everything Andy Muschietti does. He makes good movies. He's a good storyteller, but the CGI decisions have always been trash. The Flash CGI was bad. The CGI in It was bad. Don't even get me started on Welcome to Derry, because some of the stuff in there, I was like, what the hell is this? Did you see they're showing yeah. No, they showed the teaser today. Tomorrow's the official trailer. Because we got like a 30-second thing, which I actually like how they did that trailer. It was like kind of watching the TV and you're getting like the nostalgia 80s stuff, which I'm like, oh my God, this is taking me back to my childhood. And then we get to see a bit of him with the sword, and and then we get to see Tila, and we get to see Man at Arms, and we get to see Battle Cat, and they said that they showed Jared Leto with Skeletor. I'm like, they did, because I didn't see him. I may have to watch it again. You said too many coconut cakes. No, I saw it this morning. I didn't even. Here's the thing. Okay, so this morning I was up at 9 and I was doing work, and I happened to go on Twitter. Oh, because I know what it was. I was looking for the clip of the cast of Queer Eye, which we're gonna play again. That's because I was looking for that, the Queer Eye clip of the Fab Four, because the fifth one was out, to show on the show. And then I saw Masters of the Universe was trying. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on with Masters? I said, wait, did the trailer drop? So I went and I clicked on it, and they showed the teaser. That's how I found it. So I found it by accident. And then, of course, everybody's sending me it in message. So yeah, but I saw it before y'all all sent it to me. But thank you anyway. All right, y'all. So now that we're done talking about movie news, I guess we can get into the mess of it all. Let's talk about Brooklyn Beckham's problematic ass wife. So apparently, we went and did a whole video yesterday on Brooklyn Beckham coming out, trashing his family, and saying all these things about how his parents have been trying to control his entire life and all these different things that was going on, and how they didn't approve of his wife and all these other things. Come to find out, the word on the curb is that the Peltz are Trump supporters. I remember at one point, and the Beckhams are not a staunch, supporters of those psychopaths up in the White House and on all the ideologies. And it seems like all these corporate people that get in the whole billionaire class and running companies or whatever, they kind of fall into that. I guess because that's the only way they feel they can get their tax incentives and not have to pay taxes or pay their workers a fair wage. And so this girl is a little princess. She's born a silver spoon in her mouth. She's a privileged little brat. And people are coming out and saying that Brooklyn out here claiming that he's not being told what to say and how to act and all these other things from the Peltz. But according to some people, they're like, y'all not all that innocent in this situation. And neither is Nicola. They said that girl is problematic. She a little demon. And I guess when you have the father that you have, because I remember at one point, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I do remember that at one point Nicola's father was trying to buy a stake in Disney Plus. I think it was around the time, or Disney. I think it was around the time when they were trying to do that whole merger and start up the Disney Plus thing. And David, no, Bob Chapek was there. It was a whole situation. And they were like, we don't want him having a stake in this because he was a bit of an extremist. So they did not want, based off of his political ideologies and that sort of thing, of Nicola's father having any kind of peace. Let me look it up because I want to get it correct. Oh, they said that Nelson Peltz sells his entire stake at Disney. This was back in 2024. So this was something that said that it's a hedge fund billionaire, Nelson Peltz, sold his entire stake in Disney after his bid to shake up Disney board was soundly defeated. So there was something that was going on with that, because I was like, wait a minute, I knew I wasn't bugging with this whole situation. So and her father's old as hell too. So let me see what the story, and this is according to the Daily Mail. Hold on. So it said billionaire Nelson Peltz Tryon Fund Management has sold his entire stake in Walt Disney after a boardroom battle with the media giant. Disney shareholders had last month backed CEO Bob Iger and other company directors after multi-million-dollar mudslinging battle launched by Peltz and Blackwell's Capital. Their campaigns were separate, competing efforts, but both wanted to wanted change at the top at Disney. Now I got to sit and scroll through all these guys, because one thing about Daily Mail, they love putting 8,000 fucking photos, and then the story be long as hell for no damn reason. So it sold the stake at close to $120 per share. CNBC reported, adding that Peltz made about $1 billion. Tryon has declined to comment on the report, while Disney did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Peltz, who is the father-in-law of Brooklyn Beckham, and his Tryon Funds campaign has launched a campaign to win 2 board seats. Yeah, there was a whole board seats, because I was like, I knew I wasn't bugging. CEO of Triumph Fund Management and Blackwells was seeking 5 seats between them on the board, arguing that the media company has botched its CEO succession planning, lost its creative spark, and failed to properly harness new tech. But Iger received the backing of 94% of voting shareholders. Peltz was supported by just 31%. Triumph has said it was disappointed with the outcome, but noted that Disney's share price had risen since it launched its campaign. Meanwhile, Iger is said to be overwhelmed and exhausted after extending his contract for 3 more years while battling dropping share prices and challenges to his leadership. In October, Disney shares tumbled a record lows of $78. Disney shares, okay, blah, 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 so we don't care because it goes on and on. But I just want to give you all a little backstory on the whole thing regarding Nicola's father, Nelson. So there was the drama with that. Now we're going to get into someone who used to do this broad's hair, who was coming in and saying some stuff about her, saying she's pretty much a bad apple. So years before her nasty feud with her in-laws, David and Victoria Beckham, or as I like to call them, Posh and Becks, Nicola Peltz earned a reputation for being an in real life Regina George. So Peltz's former hairdresser has waded into her feud with David and Victoria Beckham by branding her a bad apple. According to Radar Online, Justin Anderson also claimed the actress, who's 31, well, I guess she's an actress because her father paid for her lessons, but what has she actually been in? So anyway, Justin said that she's not a good person, and he took the side of her in-laws in the wake of husband Brooklyn's explosive statement on Monday. The celebrity hairstylist has always made his feelings clear about Nicola, calling her the worst of the worst in 2019 after an alleged altercation between the pair in which she claimed he burnt her hair off. Well, girl, if you got a whole head full of extensions, how you gonna say he burned your damn hair off? Now, posting on Instagram, Justin admitted Brooklyn's public attack on his parents, David and Victoria, made him sad. As he pointed out, you can't take that back. The whole world is watching. Why do it? I know why I think it was done. It seems like someone is putting him up to it and being like, you better publicly say something to make them look bad because I don't want to be the evil one. Now, Justin went on to acknowledge that it's not his first time speaking ill of Nicola, but he doubled down on his past comments, calling her not nice, saying, I can say with my full chest, not good energy. Based on how many wedding planners she went through, I think that she's the issue. This is what he continued to say. Now, Nicola's father, Nelson, filed a lawsuit against two of the couple's wedding planners, Plan Designs Nicole Eichenwald Bragan and Ariana Grijalba, who were hired 6 weeks before the wedding and let go 9 days later. And then there was a whole story that came out regarding that the fact that the Peltz don't like paying people for they work, which pretty much sounds like up the alley of why, of course, you would be a Trump supporter because Trump don't like paying people for their work either. Like you hear all the stuff that was going on with the East Wing, how the money ballooned from how much they had spent. That was ballooned up to more money with them ransacking and destroying the East Wing that he ain't paid the construction workers. So, and that man ain't never paid a lot of the people that worked for him over the years. Hence why he was caught up in like 8,000 goddamn lawsuits the majority of his career, or, him being in real estate and stuff. So I'm not surprised by any of this, but yeah, that girl's probably a nightmare. The Beckhams aren't really all for her and her family's political beliefs, and they don't want to be around that. And it's like, I do agree in a way, like what David said. And they brought this up before the whole situation happened. That um and damn, I wish I would have thought about it and I would have had the clip for y'all. But there was a photo shoot that they were showing them on the red carpet, and I believe this was for um the premiere of, I think it was either because David Beckham and Victoria did a docu-series or whatever for Netflix. He did his, she had hers. I can't remember if it was for which one it was, but they were all on the red carpet, and the body language on Victoria was like, I don't want to know why this bitch is here. I don't need y'all touching me. I'm in the mood right now. Like you're ruining my mood, and I'm trying to put on a brave face, but just this bitch, you up in here with this girl and her energy. I'm not here for it. And Brooklyn wants everybody to just, can we all just get along, kumbaya, whatever the case is. He's so caught up and blinded by love and probably not seeing this girl for who she is. But the one thing that I do fear, and they said that this is what the Beckhams are worried about, the fact that if he and Nicola were to divorce tomorrow, then he's going to come running back trying to beg for, please take me back and all this other stuff. I don't give a fuck what's going on with you and your wife and the fact that your parents or whatever. Y'all need to figure out how to make this right and make it work. Don't let no chick come between you and your family. And the word on the street is Nicola has a reputation for ruining the families of the men she's been in relationships with. So hopefully he gets together. And then there was a story that came out about his ex-girlfriend, who's now a lesbian and married to a woman, Chloe Grace Moretz, where she said a couple of years ago, I think she was on Watch What Happens Live, one of them shows, that she spoke highly of Victoria because she was dating Brooklyn at one point. So um hopefully y'all all get it together. Y'all work it out. I feel like in so many situations there's going to be people who are going to call out the Beckhams on their stuff, and then there are going to be people who are going to be Team Brooklyn on what he's going through and take his side. So I do believe that there is somewhere in the middle, there is some truth. Maybe it is he is coming from a controlling family, and maybe he is at a point where he's trying to find his voice and doesn't even know which voice to trust because he's in his 20s and still trying to figure out what he wants to do in his life. The fact that he went to photography school that his parents, I'm sure, were paying for a year and decided to quit because he got homesick. Yeah, that was a story that came out from the Daily Mail. I told you I was doing my research, not as much as friend to the show, Robert, who went down this deep dive with sending me like 80,000 damn videos, but I'm like, I can't catch up. I'm overwhelmed as it is. Too many damn topics, that I have to get myself prepared for within a 24-hour period. So I just gathered what I could in the little bit of time that I had and just try to freestyle off of what I remember. And so, yeah, there was that. And then, it's just unfortunate that this is what it is. So I just hope that y'all actually work it out. But then they also said, hairstylist Justin explained how he perked up when I saw they were getting married. I'm like, oh gosh, this is not going to be good for that family. Spooky energy. I don't feel bad saying that. When someone is not nice, it always comes out. You can't hide that. Now, speaking in 2019 about celebrities he's worked with, he couldn't resist another dig at Nicola, saying, I've lucked out that I have had amazing people to work with, but the ones that were ever bad were the ones that ended up not going anywhere. So I can talk about them. I remember this one time, the worst of the worst of the worst, there was this one little diva girl, F yeah, I'm just gonna get in trouble. So pretty much he was just talking about like Nicola's a bad apple, but that boy loves her. And like what I was gonna get to before I skipped over and lost train of thought and then just went on a whole nother different situation. When you look at someone like Nicola, I just hope that like what I know it's tacky to say, but I do agree with David. Sometimes you got to let your kids make a mistake. If you know that this is not the right relationship for him, and he's not willing to listen. And he's so caught up in whatever he's caught up. He's blinded by love, whatever it is you want to call it. Because here's the thing: at the end of the day, it's his side, it's the Beckham side, and somewhere in the middle is the truth. We just got to pick it out for what it is. And now that you pretty much put this out there and did a 4-page, I'm sending you a 4-page letter, and I seal it with a kiss. Like if you're gonna do all of that, Aaliyah, then now we're gonna be all up in your business, courtesy of them IG stories, and now the YouTuber bloggers, the bloggers in general, us pundits, we're gonna be all up in your business because you put it out there for us to be on Jump Street and get all up in your stuff. I was gonna say shit, but I'm trying to clear it up. See, I'm trying to turn a bit of a new leaf and not curse as much. But then again, I wouldn't be me if I didn't. I ain't drop a couple of shit bombs up in here. So you know what they always say, all the dirt eventually comes out in the wash. And so I will definitely be paying attention to the story as it develops because I'm sure there will be a rabbit hole of stuff that's going to come out regarding this stuff. There's always going to be people that work behind the scenes. And I've been telling all this for over the years. Ever since I got to go have the opportunity to go on New York Undercover and go backstage, I've learned this from my high school teacher who, was an actor and also did paparazzi stuff, which I think inspired me to do all what I'm. It's funny how when you be around certain people, it leads you to this path of what it is you're going to eventually do. Because I thought it was going to be acting, but I'm like, I'm too lazy to sit up here recite lines and sit up on a set and be bored out my mind. Because when I've been on enough sets, I'm like, this shit is boring. I need to be doing stuff. Sitting around waiting to be called a set and stand here, do this, stand on this mark, recite this line, do it again, now do it again, now do it one more time. It's like, okay, I did like 15 takes. I'm bored. I need to do stuff and move on. One thing I've learned is that the people that know the business, hair and makeup, all the people that work behind the scene, wardrobe, they the ones that know where all the bodies is buried. So if you ever want to know the true tea, hair and makeup people, because that's where y'all be up there while you sitting in that chair getting yourself all dolled up. That's when the time the celebrities be spilling, or you find out what's going on with them. They all know what the bodies is buried. What is why I've always been nice to the people that work behind the scenes, because it's like, if you want to know some tea, those are the people you go to. So I say all this to say I will definitely be keeping abreast of the story as it develops. It's cute or whatever that the Beckhams are taking the high road in this situation, except Romeo and Cruz, because they were the ones saying something. The daughter, Harper, she been keeping quiet, but she's young. She ain't got time to be caught up in all this mess. The other sons are old enough where they're gonna come out and, they've been throwing shade at Brooklyn. So I think that somewhere it is both sides is kind of caught up in some mess. I just hope that they could just find a way to come together, really work out their family dynamics. And you people, stop letting people that you're on relationships with come in between your relationship. I do hope that the Beckhams speak out about this, because y'all are out here looking bad right now. And I know y'all thinking that by keeping quiet and keeping it on the low, that it's probably going to help you. But those days are gone. Like those days when you could just take the high road and just be, oh, I'm not going to answer such, like how David Beckham did yesterday when that shady reporter asked him about Brooklyn and he just walked like he didn't hear him. Those days is gone, because now it's going to look like you guilty by association, and you already know it's the public versus the court of public opinion. And so the court of public opinion are going to be the ones who come out and they made their mind up. But you got to come out here and windmill and defend yourself. Don't let these people out here create this narrative if it's not true. So, because I'd be like, fuck that bitch. I'm spilling all her tea. What you gonna do? Ruin me? I got my own damn money. So, as in the Posh and Becks, they got their own billions or however money they have. So it's like, what are the Peltz gonna do? You can't ruin me. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right. Mm-mm-mm. You said, thinking about your Bone Temple take, I think Spike's demeanor shows how humans can be more terrifying than monsters. The monsters were evil, but the cult was evil, vengeful, torturous, manipulative. Absolutely. So I like, and I just like that. I just love how deep that film was. Like that, it's so much to unpack when you watch that film. It's like once you get past the bizarre aesthetics, the visuals and stuff, and you really start to pay attention to the story. And if you watch it a multitude of times, first of all, the little the skinning scene, I was like, I could not. That was too much for me. Because I'm like, that's stuff that could happen in real life. The barn scene, I'll say, that barn scene was crazy. Yes, it was Tom Ford. Ashton Kutcher said his tall self was 178 pounds at the time. So you already know that he was skinny. And speaking of Ashton Kutcher, I'm definitely watching that new show that he's in tonight, the Ryan Murphy one. What's it called? I forgot, but it's not perfect, but it's watchable. It's enjoyable. So I'm like, wait a minute, finally we getting a good sort of review of a Ryan Murphy show. I might too, because you couldn't get me to watch that shit with Kim Kardashian. I wasn't watching that. But this new show that they got with this, I said I'll definitely check that out. You said, okay, I'm behind. Oh, you talking about the whole thing with Brooklyn? Oh yeah, it's a lot. Well, a lot of these Hollywood people, a lot of them are horrible. LMAO. Chris said he paid for her lessons, but what has she actually been in? I mean, has she been in anything? Have you ever heard of a movie that Nicola Peltz has been in? I wonder if they're afraid she might turn him into a man. If that boy is that weak that he could be indoctrinated, then that's on him. Then he does not strong will. You want to know something? I didn't watch it, but I did see a headline that, and I kid you not, that said Ashton Kutcher responds to something regarding Demi Moore calling The Beauty a substance ripoff. And they used to be married. And I was like, I don't know if I care enough to want to see if she says something shady and he's responding to it. Because my Entertainment Tonight, a lot of it is clickbait, a lot of it is clickbait. Y'all really just be like, a lot of these Entertainment Tonight, Extra, Access Hollywood, all that stuff. I'm like, I just feel like y'all be so late with y'all celebrity news and gossip, and then you're like Variety, Deadline, all these other stuff. y'all kiss the asses of these studios because you don't want to get these celebrities mad. So you're not going to come in and really get into the meat and potatoes of drama that's going on with celebrities. So I was like, I just didn't care because I felt like it was going to be a nothing burger. But I just saw the headline and was like, okay, I think there's more important things I can be watching on YouTube besides that minute and a half clip of a nothing burger that I assumed that it was. He said, before we get to the next topic, is this a safe space for fans of it might not be. Because I am going to go in on her. I don't know what's going to come out of this mouth. But Tay ain't no angel in this situation. She kind of pissed me off with that, but I'm not surprised by her behavior based off of the T. You said Glenn Close as Leona Helmsley. Has she never played her? No, you know what I'm thinking? No, the closest we got to somebody playing Leona Helmsley was, well, did the Leona Helmsley movie on TV? That lady was evil. The Queen of Mean, that's what they used to call her back in the day. In all the papers, used to call her the Queen of Mean. I remember that. And the closest we got to a Leona Helmsley character was Patty LuPone on season 2 of Pose. That's the closest we got to Leona Helmsley because she was definitely a Leona Helmsley type in that show. But it's when we've had a movie based off of her or a movie about her life. Yeah, that lady was evil. I think she left all her money. Did she leave it to her dog or her cat or somebody? She liked pussy. Well, that was the only time. Well, pussy cat. Anyway, let's move on. And yeah, so you Swifties gonna have to get mad when I get to this next topic. Oh well. But let's get into this Taylor Swift tea because apparently some text messages have been revealed regarding just Justin Baldoni and this other stuff. Taylor Swift got basically called Justin a bitch who got out his tiny violin in an alleged exchange with Blake Lively. So Ku Klux Khaleesi is not looking too good out here in these streets regarding some of the vile things that she has said. Because remember, this all stems on the fact that she tried to take over this man's movie and was trying to use her husband and a lot of her celebrity friends, including Taylor Swift, Matt Damon, and Ben Affleck, as a way to try to take over this man's film. And here's somebody who's new, wet behind the ears. I believe I'm not mistaken, this is his first movie that he's directed. And here come this old buck-toothed, cockeyed bitch, because she do got an overbite. And we remember when she was Serena Van der Woodsen on Gossip Girl, with them teeth was teething, and she was basically out here trying to take over this man's movie, and because he actually wasn't going to be no punk, and he fought back, now she wouldn't be out here showing her ass. And I did hear that there was a situation where Ryan Reynolds even tried to interject at one point, where he was trying to get producers to rally behind his wife because she was feeling all alone out here in the street. I'm like, she the one doing the damn bullying. Now she want to sit up out here like a goddamn Karen and play the victim because Justin's like, this is my movie. Like, you're in this film. Yeah, you might be a producer. I don't know. Was she a producer in this film? She might have been. But even if you're a producer, this is not your thing that you need to be trying to take over. I'm the director. You trying to come in and come up with your own ideas regarding the script and doing these other things and trying to take over the whole movie, even trying to incorporate some of Taylor's music to be in the film, and your husband's asserting himself, trying to get producers to ring him in. And then at one point, I believe the head of Sony, who was the people that distributed the film, was sitting there like in so many words said that if Blake wasn't out here being a total BIT or see you next Tuesday, let's use that word. She brought all this upon herself because you was the one that when they did the premiere and everything, you the one that banished Justin and his family into a basement while y'all was up in here doing the whole red carpets. And it's like, if he directed the movie, why am I not on the red carpet with my family, my wife, or whoever you want to have up there posing for pictures with the photographers? Why am I banished to a goddamn basement like one of them old trolls under the bridge while you up in here trying to act like this is your freaking movie? And so that's basically what I want to say about all of that before we get into the story. So, according to the Daily Mail, the pair traded unflattering remarks about Justin Baldoni, the director of and Lively's co-star in the movie, whom she is suing for sexual harassment. According to court papers, Lively called Baldoni the doofus director of my movie, while Swift agreed with her, saying, I'll do anything for you. This is giving sapphic tease. After a meeting about changing the script, Lively calls Swift the absolute great. Oh my god, the absolute greatest friend ever. Like this was giving like I'm twirling my hair while they're speaking with that Kardashian vocal fry. In other texts, Swift gave Lively advice about using one of her songs in the film and suggested that Baldoni was not strategic. Just before a bombshell article in the New York Times outlining Lively's claims was due to come out in December of 2024, Swift told her friend, I think this bitch knows nothing is coming because he's got. Wait, what? I think this bitch, Baldoni, knows something is coming because he's gotten out his tiny violin. Why does that sound like a lyric to one of her tired ass songs? Like it's good. Like you playing this on the violin? Like it's giving something like that. Like she write that as a lyric, and y'all be up in here acting like she's fucking Socrates or whoever. It's like, oh my god, this is so genius. It's poetic. I'm like, child, this is like literally a 4-year-old writing lyrics, and y'all eating it up like it's just the second coming of lyricism. It's like get off my line with that shit. But y'all eat up all her little half-ass, horrible-ass writing any damn way and call it poetry. So in other texts, Swift gave Lively advice, and oh yeah, I read that part already. So now the court papers also reveal that Lively badmouthed Baldoni to her other famous friends, which is who I mentioned before, such as Matt Damon and his wife. Well, it's Lucia, but they call her Lucy. And she allegedly told Ben Affleck that Baldoni was a chaotic clown. And it's funny how I'm side-eyeing Matt Damon because he just did Joe Rogan's episode. Him and Bradley Cooper. I'm like, what the y'all going on that idiot's show? First of all, he got the brain cells. His brain cells are made of oatmeal, and y'all went on there and did a show to promote his y'all movies or whatever. Anyway, so yeah, so she went and complained to, like I said, Matt Damon and his wife, and said to Ben Affleck that he was a chaotic clown. The text were revealed in a lengthy court document filed by the federal court in New York, in which Lively responded to dozens of claims made by Baldoni. In the file, Baldoni's lawyers wrote on April 12, 2023, Lively asked her friend, the world's famous oh please, who wrote this shit? The world's famous musician Taylor Swift for help. Referring to Baldoni as the doofus director of my movie, she went on to describe him as a clown who thinks he's a writer now. Oh, and bitch, you got writing credit? When did you join the WGA? You said this, oh, he thinks he's a writer. I want to know what credentials you have to be considered that you part of the WGA. But you saying he thinks he's a writer. Did you write the script for It Ends With Us? But you sitting up here trying to read him down to the floor in regard to what who's that he thinks he's a writer. Well, bitch, you think you're an actress. Now they said that she asked Swift to endorse the revised script she was proposing, even without having read it. One text to the singer from Lively read, you don't have to read, of course. So you just want her endorsement. But um who died and made Taylor Swift Kathleen Kennedy? You know, I had to pull out a producer. Kathleen Kennedy, who, used to run Lucasfilm. She done stepped down. Now they got Dave Filoni, which I don't think that's a good idea. They got him over there running it now. But I had to pull a producer name out as a reference. So I'm like, who died and made Taylor Swift a producer of a movie? The last time we saw it in something, it was a flop, and it was called Cats. So why are we up in here sitting there trying to act like all of a sudden Tay Beyonce Knowles Carter Swift is all of a sudden, the queen of all production and writing and film? What the hell does she know about movies? Nothing. She ain't never started one that was a box office hit. So why does she got to endorse it? You thinking her stamp of approval is supposed to do what? Get Sony all excited and move Justin Baldoni to the side so you can come in and take over his film? It didn't work, which is why I'm glad that. So I guess then she had to move in and say, he sexually harassed me, which I don't believe he did at all. You trying to pull whatever you can because your ego is bruised. You and your husband are horrible people. Thank the Lord that ScarJo managed to get out of the clutches of that psychopath. And she went and married somebody else who is actually talented, funny, and better looking, Colin Jost. While Ryan Reynolds, I think he got a little sugar in that damn tank. Or is it just that he's Canadian? So he gives that kind of tea, allegedly. So then Lively's side disputed that she asked Swift, and don't even get me started on Taylor. I think let me not even go there because I don't even believe that relationship with her and Travis Kelce. But because Travis definitely gives heated rivalry teas, and so does she. And Lively's side disputed that she asked Swift to endorse the script without reading it, only that she hoped she would. In another part, the court document states Swift agreed to do Lively's bidding, texting Lively saying, "I'll do anything for you." Lively and Taylor Swift met with Baldoni at Lively's apartment, where Swift endorsed the revised script. Afterwards, Lively wrote to Swift, "You were so epically heroic today. I recapped every moment," to Ryan Reynolds, her who is Lively's husband, saying, "I kept remembering stuff you making ish up about me and lenses and referring to yourself as my doll, this clown," an apparent reference to Baldoni, "falling for it all, and also revisiting it. You are the world's absolute greatest friend ever." In their response, Lively's side disputed that Swift agreed to do Lively's bidding. So you out here being utterly manipulative. Taylor is going on to get along. And I guess they thought because Taylor Swift is one of the most powerful people in music, not film, music. Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're using. You barely good at the music. Yeah, you good at writing and accumulating songs, but girl, them vocals is a choice too. So y'all be out here reading Jennifer Lopez. But y'all be thinking that this girl out here could blow like Mariah? I don't think so. So she running around here doing all this other stuff, and y'all sitting here thinking that she is like this iconic, whatever, whatever, whatever. And I guess y'all like basic shit. So, um, if you want to try to prop up a basic girl who gives the bare minimum and trying to think that y'all gonna have her be the white equivalent of Beyonce, then you beige motherfuckers over there can have that because she don't do it for me. I try to listen to her music, and I'm just like, this is what y'all be out here propping up like she the second coming of what? Basicness. So Blake Lively is also tired, through and delayed. Her husband is tired and a psychopath and extremely jealous of anybody who is far more talented, better looking than him, because he definitely gives that energy. And I'm really hoping that at the end of the day, I mean, even if there is some sides of Justin Baldoni, you just got to prove all that in court. But at this point, the way I'm looking at it is that doesn't this mean he's vindicated in a lot of things? That, yeah, she was out here pulling puppet strings and trying to manipulate and control his movie. And because you didn't get your way, you decided to turn into a full-fledged, Karen with an overbite. And now you want to try to take over his thing. And now you want to sit up here and cry like you a damn victim. Because he was pissed that year. It was like she took over his film and rewrote entire scenes with the help of her husband. And it's like, he need to have been out here focusing on Deadpool and Wolverine and all this other stuff. And we're gonna get into a situation about Hugh Jackman because there's a story going around that with all of this going on, Hugh Jackman is distancing himself from Blake and her husband, particularly Ryan Reynolds. So they said, according to Baldoni's lawyers, Lively urged her famous friends and Colleen Hoover, who wrote the book It Ends With Us. Oh, yeah, she's caught up in this too. Because there was some email exchanges that was revealed, or text messages that was revealed about Colleen Hoover getting caught up in this situation too. So she ain't so innocent in this shit either. So the A-list friends included, as they said, why are they revealing this stuff again? It's like, see, this is what I hate about the Daily Mail. Y'all do this shit on purpose. I be noticing y'all repeat things. This is not the equivalent of Netflix, where if people don't understand what I'm talking about, Matt Damon recently did an interview where I think it was a Variety, or no, it was actually Joe Rogan. We was talking about that Netflix now has this thing, and we've noticed they've done it with Stranger Things and a bunch of other programs, where they said because people's attention spans are the size of a gnat and people be on their phone while they watching a movie, that we have to reiterate plot points multiple times throughout the movie because people they know who are watching their films aren't paying attention. And I'm like, well, damn, if they're not paying attention, that's on them. They just got to rewind it back if they missed a part of the movie. But they want them to repeat it. So that's what I was getting at when I was talking about. Well, that's what I'm doing when I'm equating the fact that why y'all repeating some of the same thing in the article when you're mentioning Matt Damon and his wife Ben Affleck. You already mentioned it. But one of the other names I didn't mention that they brought that was a part of this stuff too, that she may have said some things to Bradley Cooper as well. So while Baldoni has brought the rights to the book, Sony eventually released Lively's version of the film amid the furor over the allegations about his on-set behavior. Baldoni's lawyers wrote, for instance, on April 26, 2024, messages, Lively and Swift discussed a plan to use Swift's song in the film's trailer. Swift wrote, if Justin was strategic, he would be like no Taylor Swift in the trailer because that gives you more power over the film. That's your ally, not his. So you were saying that you were trying to do it out of spite, which I don't think that's what I was like. Well, why do we need a Taylor Swift song up in here? How does this song fit within what we're trying to do as a film? But you're using it because she your friend, and then of course now if you use an artist's likeness or song in a trailer, don't they get paid? So you're getting a piece of a pie that you shouldn't even be having a piece of. So then Lively responded, "You are so right. He should have run with your music. How stupid! This is his only shot at having the appearance of an upper hand. So you thinking you just gonna manipulate him because you're saying his only shot at having the appearance of the upper hand. So it's like you think you got the upper hand, but you actually don't." And now her ass been exposed. Now, in text on December 4th and 5th of 2024, Lively and Swift discussed the forthcoming New York Times article which detailed the depth of Lively's claims against Baldoni. Now, according to the papers, she wrote, I think this bitch knows something is coming because he's gotten out his tiny violin. Lawyers for Lively said that they were not discussing the New York Times article, but did not dispute that the texts were correct. Because they are correct. You was out here talking shit, and now you got caught. Now, among other texts in the filing is one of Reynolds sent to his and Lively's celebrity friends. The court filing states on May 17, 2024, Lively and Reynolds pressed Matt and Lucy Damon to support Lively's cut of the film. Reynolds told them that Baldoni was a malignantly vain, sociopathic faux minimist. Oh, wait, fominist. Oh, this supposed to be like a fake feminist, fominist. So yeah, because I had to try to make sense of this. Is this how you Canadians talk? It's like because he said that he told them that Baldoni was a malignantly vain, sociopathic feminist with almost no sense of boundaries or shame. I cannot believe he hasn't gone to jail. Well, did he finger bang your wife? Because the way you up in here talking, it's about I can't believe he hasn't gone to jail. There has to be something extreme that he has done on this set that is going to be in your case that your wife is filing against him for you to even articulate that. I'm surprised he hasn't gone to jail. What has he done? Did he finger bang your wife? Did he punch her in the eye? Did he come in her eye? Because it burns. You know that line from Trick. So I was like, what was done for you to even go to that extreme? Or is it just that because you Canadian, y'all like to be extremists? Because we're about to get into another messy Canadian when we get later on in the show, when we talk about that guy with the Glambot. Because it seems like a lot of y'all be out here trying to play it up like y'all the nicest people in the world, but that's a smoke screen. Because we started to see a lot of y'all for how y'all are. So the filing continues saying, seeking a broader audience, Lively conveyed her negative views of the production to Anna Wintour, Vogue's world famous editor. In one message, Wintour appears sympathetic, saying how hard a situation it was for you to make that film. Why is she dragging all these celebrities? Like, what the fuck is Matt Damon going to do? What is Lucia, who people don't even know who the hell that broad is? What's she going to do? What's Ben Affleck going to do? What's Bradley Cooper going to do? What's Taylor Swift going to do? You bring all these celebrities in your shit. What the fuck are they going to do? Nothing. You still in a movie when you caught up in a lawsuit. So what these people going to do? All that's going to happen now is I believe that because these texts and stuff has come out and you've been exposed, maybe they'll be called to the stand and have to testify under oath. And if that's what's going to happen, then Molly, you in danger, girl. Now, speaking of that, because we had to break on that down. Let's get into this tea that I had came across regarding the relationship between Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds. Because according to Rob Shooter, or Shutter. I think it's how do you say it? Rob Shutter? I think is how you say name. Shutter. We'll go with Shutter. So Rob Shutter basically did an article on his Substack where he basically said that Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds' friendship are showing cracks. So during he said, "Darlings, grab your popcorn. Hollywood's ultimate bromance might be hitting a speed bump." Now, sources tell me that Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds, kings of red carpet selfies and snappy banter, are showing cracks behind those perfectly polished smiles. One insider whispered, it's subtle at first. A missed text here, a cold shoulder there, but those close to them can feel the tension. Another added, Hugh's been unusually quiet around Ryan lately. People are whispering he's stepping back for his own sanity. Meanwhile, Ryan's been doing all the reaching. He's texting, calling, even trying to set plans. This is according to a source, but Hugh just hasn't been returning his call. Why don't you return my call? Why you trip out where I be? You don't never come to see me. You say that you're too busy. Shout out to my girl Brandy. That song comes right into play with this. But anyway, where was I? Because I got caught up in the Brandy tangent. And he said, case in point, the duo were set to catch Sutton Foster, because that's who apparently Hugh is hunching at the moment. Sutton Foster's cabaret together, but Hugh went solo, leaving Ryan and the gang hanging. And the root of the drama, apparently, it ties back to Ryan and Blake Lively's ongoing legal war with Justin Baldoni, saying that he doesn't want to be caught in the middle. He's loyal, but even has his limits when it comes to messy legal battles. Another insider chuckle, Ryan's jokes online are still sharp, but in private, he's visibly frustrated. Hugh's giving him the cold shoulder. First, they lost Taylor Swift, now Hugh Jackman too. As one friend sighed to Rob, Hollywood loves a bromance, but even the best friendships can crack under pressure. So yeah, now you got Taylor Swift out here trying to distance herself because she got her hand caught in the cookie jar. And now you have um Hugh Jackman doing the same thing, because I guess if it comes down to it, he don't want to be caught out here in no court case, and then he gonna end up having to go up under oath and start spilling tea about the true Ryan Reynolds, who a lot of people say, yeah, he does all that funny stuff. He's like the white equivalent of Will Smith, where it's like y'all always got to be on, you got to tap dance, you got to be funny whenever you can, and a lot of times the jokes don't land, but they laugh because it's Hollywood and A-list, and people, it's all about blowing smoke at these people's ass to satisfy their ego. But behind the scenes, they just be, and I'm not saying Will is a mean guy, but the stories I've heard about Ryan Reynolds being an asshole, I believe it. And his wife ain't no damn better. And I guess she feel like because she's associated with, an asshole and an asshole getting together, it's a match made in hell. But they deserve each other. That's why I said, ScarJo, I'm glad that you escaped that situation and you've gone on to much better pastures. Your career is flourishing. You going back and forth with Zoe Saldana as the girl who was like the most wealthiest woman in Hollywood, based off the movies you do. Y'all go back and forth with that battle, one battle after another. It's about to be nominated for an Oscar tomorrow, so y'all be going back and forth with that, and then you got this situation where it's just like Ryan Reynolds is only lucky because he's wealthy is because he did them damn Deadpool movies. Anything outside of that, the movies have been flops. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Hugh Jackman and Taylor Swift, getting caught out there, whatever the case? Well, not so much Hugh. Hugh was distancing himself, according to the reports, based off the drama that's been circulating between Blake and her husband, and him not wanting to get caught up in that drama because he's got his own thing that he's dealing with and wanting to maintain his career. And Taylor Swift trying to distance herself because she got caught out here being a mean girl, which I'm not surprised by, because we've heard many of stories about Taylor Swift having these falling outs and kind of being a mean girl when it comes to a lot of the celebrity friends that she's collected over the years, like a bunch of damn tchotchkes. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Hold on, because I had to go up. Suzanne Plachette did a film years. Oh, did you look that up? But look, y'all found out the information. People said she violated PGA and DHA rules, taking on. Oh, well, are there going to be lawsuits caught up with that? Because it's like you violated producer rule. Because you have to realize that a lot of times there's rules in regards that you have a lot of unions that are in place with all of this. It's kind of like when they were talking about that story of Tom Cruise going on set of the new Star Wars movie. I think it's called The Last Starfighter with Ryan Gosling. And they said he showed up because he wanted to see what they were doing. And they said he messed up his shoes a bit or whatever, because then he grabbed the camera and shot a sequence for The Last Starfighter. Sean Levy's directing it. And they were like, you're on set, you're an actor, You're not a producer director of this film. If you picking up the camera doing something, technically you're working. You're not. That's a whole union situation. So you can't even get caught up and involved in that. I think he was there and he was probably just giving direction on the side. But like if you saying that he grabbed something, that's a violation. So you can't be up in there doing that. And you have to realize there's unions, the people that do the construction and work in the crew, and then you got the union for the actors, you got the union for the writer, you got the union for the director. So they all have their little different unions. And you can't just be up there just grabbing things and be like, yeah, I'm in the mood to start filming things. You got to get permission for all of that. So if she decided to jump in there and all of a sudden decide to take over this man's movie, you got to go through a lot of red tape in order to be able to do that. Tell them out male SA victim saying no such thing as male being SA victim. Child, she mad because nobody want to SA her. I said, let's say Taylor Swift is a misandry into male misogyny, which helped Trump win. Yeah, because I know a lot of people been dragging her for like all this stuff going on with Trump. She's been real quiet because the track canceled is about Taylor Swift. Feminist magazines and blogs praise her for being there, and true feminists are pissed saying Taylor Swift in today's please. She's about as phony as they come. I don't, yeah, not Swift the Duster. Me either. She seems so fake to me. Absolutely. And they just eat her shit up. That's why the Swiftologist loves her. But he's about as phony and mean spirited as she is. It says song and dance. That's exactly what it is. If Hugh is distancing himself, he's probably seeing Ryan for high. He probably already knows that. I've encountered Ryan and Blake. I didn't like their energy. And this was around the time when the first Deadpool came out. I worked at Premiere. And you said, well, Hugh and Ryan have been friends for almost 20 years. Well, we'll see how long that lasts. You said Hugh was in the interview promo of It Ends With Us as a guest of Blake Lively, saying, I'm here to keep the peace, looking at Justin, but if I need to go Wolverine. Well, the funny thing is, if they incorporate it in that, isn't that evidence you could use that for the film? Because that's something that's going on behind the scenes that we weren't aware of. Because if you're doing a promo, and you're saying, I'm here to keep the peace, if you're doing it, that can that be used against him in court? I'm just asking out loud. I'm not an attorney. My attorney people, if you're out there watching, I definitely need to know if this is a thing. Because I'm sitting there like, if you're out here making something private public, which in so many ways, Blake did do that. By the stories coming out that y'all banished Justin and his family to a basement of a building while they were doing the premiere and the red carpets on, and she literally took over his film and came out with all these accusations that we didn't know about. I feel like there's a case there. I do feel like what's going to happen is they're going to end up settling, and Taylor Swift is. I mean, not Taylor Swift. Blake is going to turn out to be the loser in all this. I just feel like this thing has just gotten out of hand. Now, it also makes me wonder when all this is finally over, once the dust is settled, and Justin is vindicated. I don't see people out there really supporting Blake Lively as an actress and some of the stuff that she's done. I think people are going to be moving on from her, and her career is pretty much done. So, girl, you might as well just keep having Ryan's babies and benefiting off of them checks that he's getting, because I feel like her career is done. I mean, she can continue to make movies and do whatever, but I don't think people are going to be going to the movies to see her like they would Sydney Sweeney in a housemaid type film. Because I do think that at one point people was kind of looking at Sydney. They don't want to see her in no serious stuff. They want to see her in the housemaid. They don't want to see her doing Christie. They want to see you and them door knockers that's banging up against your knees on full display. Or you playing an OnlyFans content creator like you gonna be in that final season of Euphoria. Anyway, let's go from one messy Canadian to another. And let's talk about this Glambot creator, um Cole Walliser. So yesterday we talked about him because it was a whole story that came out about how he does like this Glambot camera where basically it films you pretty quick. It films you at a high speed, but when you look back on it, it slows everything down. He's been doing it for years. He works the Grammys, the Oscars, Golden Globes, any big red carpet situation. He's on there with that Glambot situation. All the celebrities sit them and say, "Hey, how you doing?" We've seen Ariana Grande do it. We've seen Tiana Taylor, so many big stars, Priyanka Chopra and her husband, all the big A-list celebrities. Then Jennifer Lopez comes out while the red carpet's about to close, and people was accusing Jennifer of being shady. She wouldn't speak to him. She had her whole big ass to his back. I mean, like to him while he's talking to her, and she's like, "I'm going to give you the pose. I'm going to give you the pose. Zoolander, I'm going to give you the pose." And then, you know, people saying she was being rude. Well, now that he went up and said, "Oh, I didn't think she was giving shade or whatever the case is," it looked like Jennifer might be vindicated because now there are people coming out saying that he's not the nicest person either. So even a drag race queen has come out against him, and we're gonna get into that in a second. So filmmaker, director, and content creator Cole Walliser, who's 44, shot to fame in 2016 when he began capturing high-speed videos of celebrities posing on red carpets, which are then slowed down. He has directed the Glambot at the Grammys, the Golden Globes, the Emmy Awards, and the Academy Awards. Walliser is facing social media backlash for his supposed lack of professionalism after a Reddit user uploaded what appears to be a 2019 email exchange between Walliser and a potential client. While the legitimacy of the email is unclear, an email signature includes a link to Walliser's website and his social media handles. Now, in a series of messages from 2019 surfacing now, Yinka Animation reached out to book Walliser's services, apparently for a wedding, but was met with resistance from the filmmaker who suggested that hiring him and the Glambot will be expensive. Okay, well, if it's expensive, then bitch, what's your price? I didn't ask you that it was expensive. Would you out here assuming that I don't have the coins because of why? Because of my name or how I look or whatever? I'm like, sir, I don't know if you looked in the mirror, but you don't necessarily look Caucasian. So if we out here trying to be racist, which is what it's giving, I don't see pure white coming out of you. You are giving there's some ethnicity. You giving Asian, but then we all know that there's a lot of you Asians that like to be in close proximity to whiteness. We already talked about that with Bo and Yang, and yet you getting that straight today, sir. But because I needed somebody to use as an example, but you definitely give close proximity to whiteness teas. So just so you're aware, the Glambot is a camera system and personnel used by a network television station for one of the biggest red carpets of the year, an email allegedly from Walliser read. It is not cheap. If you feel like something like this might be within your budget range, then I am happy to discuss further. But why you couldn't just been like, okay, well, if you're interested, here's my budget on this how much I cost. If you can match that or whatever the case is, then yeah, we can discuss business. You make it the way it comes across is very much like you thinking that this lady don't have the money to be able to afford you. So Miss Anna Michon confirmed that the Glambot will be in her budget range, to which Walliser allegedly responded that he didn't believe her response, that he was in her budget because he had not yet quoted her a fee, and hiring him and his camera crew would cost between 10 grand and 1 million. Well, first of all, how we jump from 10 grand to 1 million? Like, you need to pick a number. Because who says that camera's worth $1 million? I mean, I understand you get millionaire celebrities to jump on that thing and do their little pose, but how we go from it's 10,000, which is like a low number, to 1 million? So depending on who it is, that you just throw a number out there and say that this is how much I'm gonna charge you in regards to the situation. So in her reply, Miss Anna Michon said that she had assumed the fee would be pricey. She then asked Walliser what the next steps would be to book his service. So where would I begin? She said, though you through you, or is there a website? Because I would think if you have a link to your stuff, like, if you go on, say, somebody, because mostly now when people do business, it's they have a link tree connected to their Instagram or whatever the case is. And when you click it open, you have your business website, you have your Instagram, you have your threads, Twitter. Like with me, I got a million different damn things attached to my link tree if you want to get in contact with me or whatever the case is, including my business email. And so if you're going to be doing all of that, like the link tree should link you to the stuff, to the website. It has your budget, how much you charge for if you're doing weddings, I was going to say funerals. Funerals would not be a good thing to use a Glambot at. But if you're doing weddings, bar mitzvahs, birthday parties, quinceañeras, whatever, you should have some kind of situation set up. But you up in here being shady, talking about. And then he said, "Okay, it's $300,000, and I'll take a 10% deposit." So how you go from 10,000 to 1 million, but your number is 300K. Because I would have been like, that's a good enough number. 100, I was like, depending on the situation, it's between 100 to 300,000. But you sitting at 10,000 to 1 million. Fuck out of here with that. Like, you doing too much, ma'am. And then said, and I'll take a 10% deposit to secure the gear. And once I have the deposit, I could do a contract. I don't know how I feel about the fact that you want me to send a deposit without a full contract that we signing, because I'm not giving you no damn money, and we don't have no I's dotted, T's crossed, or whatever. Because then if I send you the money and your ass run, I'm gonna track you down and I'm gonna whoop your ass, because we're gonna have to figure out something. What you're not gonna do is expect me to just sit up there and send you a full deposit of coin, and we don't have a whole contract mapped out yet. Now, noting his email, Miss Anna Michon confirmed that she will reach out by Monday. But the message purporting to be from Wallace wrote back saying, if you want to know how much it costs, you just need to ask. You don't need to pretend you are going to book it. Who the fuck talks like this in a business deal? Now, Daily Mail, which is probably why he didn't understand that Jennifer Lopez was being rude to him, because when you a rude ass bitch, I guess sometimes you don't understand when you receiving that same energy you giving. And maybe Jennifer is vindicated, because Jennifer to me gives, if you giving me the same, like very New York, I'm giving you the same energy you give me. And maybe that's what she was getting from him. Because, we ain't see everything that went on in that video. Now, the alleged email exchange was met with outrage from fellow Reddit users who brand Wallace unprofessional and condescending. And that's definitely what it was giving. One person said, I don't know why he would waste time being condescending instead of sending rates or ignoring. Because I know lots of friends of mine who do business, photography, whatever the case is, and they send their rates. They don't be going back and forth with the shade and the attitude. Cole seems to be a grifting rude scammer. I mean, he got the headline to be known as the new Joanne the scammer. Now, they said a third continued, he plucked a number out of thin air, hoping it was out of her price range. Another person said he's so unprofessional and condescending, like, just send the rates from the first email, weirdo. And they said, if he's such a huge deal, why on earth is he answering his own emails? Can he not afford booking staff? So I was wondering too. You don't have an assistant? You don't have people that work for you, or you doing everything yourself? Because if you on red carpets with A-list celebrities, I would have go through my assistant. My assistant handles all my emails and all my calls and all my other stuff, and booking fees and all this stuff. My manager, like those are the people you got to go through. You're not going through me. I'm hiring people to do all of that. If I was working for myself, then I'd be going through all of that stuff. But I'm well, I was gonna say I'm lazy, so I need to have my people have your people call my people. That's how I be feeling in that situation. Hold on, because I just lost my place. And it said, very unprofessional on his part. Yikes, added another, while a further posted, what a clown. Her emails couldn't be more direct and clear. Now, in a separate Reddit thread, another user shared a screenshot from an alleged Instagram exchange with Walliser, also from 2019. Well, 2019 clearly wasn't his year, because he had a whole see you next Tuesday in a lot of these email exchanges. Can we book you for a wedding? I almost said a ponytail. Well, it wasn't Ariana Grande, because apparently she loves him. We seen that video. A potential client asked. Walliser allegedly responded, hey, dude, I mean, you can, but there's a reason Glambot is only at the Oscars, the Grammys, and the Golden Globes. So this bitch act like she too good for any other situation. And that, oh yeah, there's a reason why I only do the Oscars, the Grammys, and the Golden Globes. And then he concluded the message with 5 money bag emojis. So people also came, because I can't only just give y'all the negative. There were some people who came to his defense, said, how is this rude? Well, I guess because you don't know when somebody's being condescending and a dick to you. First of all, that is something that we learn real quick. Tone, energy, all the other stuff, especially if you from the concrete jungle that is New York, which is why people call us rude. I'm like, no, we're not rude. We just directing to the point. And we ain't got time for the bullshit like how they do out in LA. That's why I had to leave. Because LA, they sit up there with all these promises, and condescendingness and oh yeah, we'll do lunch and we'll do this and we'll do that and then nothing transpires. So yeah, this kind of was like, well, there's a reason why we only do the Oscars, the Grammys, and the Golden Globes. Money. Stop always assuming that people are broke, especially if they hitting you up. The resurfaced interactions came after Wallace, as y'all know, was shut down. Claims that Jennifer Lopez was rude to him during the. Okay, we already know all that. Tea. We don't need to go into that. But the one I want to also get to, Morphine Love Dion from RuPaul's Drag Race. I believe what was it, season 15? She came out and threw shade at old boy Cole as well and said the following. She said, no shade. He paid me and the other girls dust when we did our Glambot at the Emmys, LMAO, I guess because we weren't famous enough for him. And the last time I saw Morphine, who you know is Juicy Love Dion's drag mother, who's currently on RuPaul's Drag Race season 18, I just saw her at the season 18 premiere. So um to me it just seems like he kind of looks down on people that he feels in his mind aren't big enough stars. You like the Ariana Grandes and the Tiana Taylors and the Jennifer Lopez's and all that other stuff, and you're gonna come to Jennifer's defense, alleged. And I said this yesterday, so I'm gonna still stand 10 toes down on it. You came to Jennifer's defense, even though they were saying that she was being shady, because you want to still be in the close proximity of those A-listers. So if you come out and actually say, yeah, she was a rude ass, see you next Tuesday, then all of a sudden, Jennifer's people get up and they're like, we don't want this bitch up in here on the red carpet. And now a lot of the celebrities are going to turn their back on you and you're not going to be able to get those moments and then you get paid. So, you know, a lot of these homosexuals, because that's what you be given. I don't think there's a straight bone in this boy body, but when you up in there doing these other things, they want to be in the close proximity of the pomp and the circumstance of the A-listers and all those other stuff. So if he's running around here being rude and being nasty and being very much classist when it comes to certain people and making assumptions, because I remember the first lady was like, I'm used to people making assumptions about me because I'm a black woman. And so um you know, the lady for the wedding and all this other stuff. But it's just like, stop being out here making assumptions that you think just because someone looks a certain way or somebody hits you up in an email that has a name that isn't, you know, Lisa Jacobs or John Welch or whatever, that if they come up with some bizarre name that they don't have the coins to pay you for whatever. Because there's many other gadgets. For what is this cat? I know y'all been sitting up here talking about this little Glambot thing. These little, I don't know if it's the same. It might be. But a lot of times, if you ever come to Times Square, they have like the little thing that people stand on that's like a little ring light that swirls around and got a camera on it. I think it's similar to the Glambot. You could get one of those things for probably like $50 to $100 and rent it out at your party and call it a day. You don't need a Cole Wallace or whatever this thing is he got going on. You can get something a quarter of the price that you can get to show up at your event and have it work the way. Because I've been to enough events where I've seen it on the streets of New York City in Times Square where they have a lot of those things where people stand on it and the little ring light with the camera attached to it swirls around and it takes a full photo. I think it's the same thing because I be seeing it. So if you're gonna come out here acting like that his shit don't sting and his stuff is way better, there's people out here who got the same type of device. It may not be able to do all the trickery or whatever that his does, but it probably still gets the same job done. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding all that this is coming out? It's like a lot of people coming out. You had two people from like 2019 that's accusing Cole of being a rude ass bitch. And even a drag race girl's come out and was like, he paid them dust. Sidebar, I did find it funny because a friend of mine was like, I thought it was for free. They actually paid them. I was like, no, the term paid them dust basically means that he ignored them, that he didn't treat them nice when they came into the whole Glambot thing, probably because, you know, they're not, as I said, this big A-list star. When you're getting these drag race girls, it's similar to like whenever you see the VMAs back in the day, when there was a new season of The Real World or whatever, the cast of that season got to go to the VMAs, that sort of thing, like Jersey Shore and all that stuff. Same thing with the Emmys. Every year that that RuPaul's Drag Race gets an Emmy nomination, the cast gets to go to the Emmys and go on the red carpet and take the photos and all that other stuff. So you have the Drag Race girls from that season that got to be there because they were up for a Emmy nomination. I wonder if they won, or was that the season of the Traitors? I can't remember. I think they did win that season. Season 16, I believe, was the Traitors one. But yeah, so when they're going in, they're just like, this is my once in a lifetime opportunity. I'm getting to go to the Emmys. I'm getting to be around all these A-list celebrities, and here this queen go being shady on the red carpet. When you on the red carpet, we all got a job to do. Trust and believe, I've done enough of them, so I understand what is required when you on the other side of that carpet and you dealing with the celebrities as they coming down it to be interviewed or get their pictures taken or whatever the case is. So he should know better. So let me know what you guys think at the end of the day for the regarding the story in the comments down below. Justin wants to be vindicated, but as they come back, the answer is no. He actually witnessed the true dark side of Hollywood. He is over it and spent. He just want. Well, as I said, at the end of the day, I could care less. My thing is, I'll still do things. I'll still produce and work behind the scenes and probably do smaller independent movies. But I'm not working with the Blake Lively types of big A-list celebrities. I still want to be able to live my dream and do all the other things. But the most important thing, because I feel like I would be in that situation too, regarding Justin Baldoni, I just want my name restored. I just want my reputation to be clean and cleared, because what you're not going to do is sit and spread a false narrative about me, and then I got to worry about the fact that you run around here with this narrative like I'm a sexual harasser and I'm, all these other things. So you sitting there calling him goofy, you call him all these names, but I'm like, so he do all these names, but where does sexual harassment part come in? So I don't believe that that's happened with her. Because it's about, oh, he bit my lip when we were kissing or whatever. Maybe it was part of the choreography. It ain't like he was out here, like I said, did he finger bang you? Because the way that the way Ryan was talking, he making it seem like he did the worst of the worst to her. Exactly. Who does that? So he could take that whole Glambot camera and shove it up his ass for all I care. The one thing I can't stand about these people that stand on the other side of his lens is that they act like they better than everybody. And I be dealing with all the times when I'm on the other side. I deal with the Associated Press and Variety and all these other people when I'm there working those red carpet things. So I understand how hectic it could be, but you're not gonna sit up here and try to act like your shit don't stink. Ooh, child of ghetto. Okay, let's get back into the show. And let's talk about Kathy Griffin, because it looked like she may have reignited her feud with Andy Cohen and Anderson Cooper, because she had just did she has like a YouTube show that she does, and it seemed like she might have reignited, some situation with them. So let's get into the tea. So shout out to Entertainment Weekly. Now, after previously telling Entertainment Weekly she felt Andy Cohen threw her away like a piece of trash, Emmy-winning comedian Kathy Griffin has reignited her years-long feud with both the Bravo personality and CNN, well, I'll say uptight CNN journalist Anderson Cooper, in a new video calling out the media personalities. Now, following a tense fallout with, and I think it's I forget what the title is called. Hold on, do I have it in here? Oh yeah, it's called Episode 47, Talk Your Head Off, Kathy Griffin, and it's called It's Time to Squash All the Feuds, while she's not even making the attempt to squash the feuds. She's igniting them instead. So I get the irony. That was where I was going. The irony of the headline. So, following a tense fallout with Cohen and Cooper stemming from, among other things, her infamous 2017 photo with a bloodied mask that resembled the severed head of the asshole in chief in the White House, Darth Dementia, the 65-year-old said in the latest episode of her Talk Your Head Off digital series that she put the feud behind her. But as the video went on, Griffin clarified that the only reason she's putting aside her beef with Andy is because I want you guys to recognize that you have a much larger microphone and platform than little D-lister Kathy Griffin, and she wants them to use it to amplify the current state of unrest in Minneapolis following ISIS shooting death of Minnesota mother Renee Nicole Good. She said, Anderson, why aren't you on the ground? Why aren't you in Minnesota? Boots on the ground, boots on the ground, boots on the ground, walking like a fool with the boots on the ground. And it said, being the reporter that I knew you'd be. Griffin asked in the video, recalling that she remembers Cooper covering news in dangerous places back when the pair were friends, including the Arab Spring. Well, it's easy to do that when you outside the country, but when you in your own backyard having to do your dirty work, oh, it's not the same. And here's the thing. Oh wait, should I give my opinion or let me finish and then I'm gonna give what I have to say on this. They said you were covering it, and I believe you were in the middle of the mob at one point that looked quite dangerous. And I know that as an out homosexual man, if your identity were to be revealed in certain cultures, there's a way they would have unalived you, because now I gotta change certain words, that's different than the way they would have killed a heterosexual. That's the Anderson I knew. I just have to call out you and all the other anchors that are sitting in the studio safe and sound when you guys should be on the ground and in parts of Minnesota. Griffin said that we need a bigger microphone to amplify voices of people like areas of Minnesota. She said, Anderson, I'm imploring you, please go there. If you go there, people will watch and people won't feel like this is only happening in Minnesota. It's not easy to take a stance, and that if you're not standing up for something, you're just sitting down. Then she went in on Andy Cohen. She said, Andy Cohen, you have a platform. Pointing out the Bravo powerhouse's prominent position as the head of the nightly talk show Watch What Happens Live. I'm imploring you to devote 1 minute of every episode Watch What Happens Live to show what's really happening with the government occupation of a U.S. state. Well, he likes to say that for his little social media whenever they say something about gay people. That's all he could care about. But here's the thing. You really expect somebody like Andy Cohen, who's about as deep as a damn pond, to come in and say something about what's going on in the world? He's more or less interested in finding out if Francois, I almost said Sagat, Francois, damn, what the hell is that boy name? I almost said Francois Truffaut. I'm talking about the director and the porn star. Can't remember that boy last name. Whatever, Francois, y'all know who I'm talking about. Him, they want to find out him and Connor Story are fucking. That's what he's more interested in. He don't care about what's going on in the world. He got to maintain his position at NBC. Otherwise, he might lose his job. Same thing with Anderson Cooper. Anderson Cooper is attached to CNN. We already know what corporate news media conglomerates give in this situation, which side of the aisle they want to stand on. They want to stand on the safe side. They're not willing to stretch and take a risk or whatever the case is. They busy out here letting that smug ass moron Scott Jennings say up there and say all the dumb shit he says and kind of get dragged down to the floor every time he opens his mouth. That's what they're more interested in. So instead of you worried about, and I understand what you're doing, and I'm here for the shade that you throwing towards Andy and Andy. But look, the only way that you're going to see Anderson Cooper ever go out there and stand boots on the ground out there on, CNN for Minnesota, what's going on, is if he decides to leave CNN and go independent, like Don Lemon. Because Don Lemon is somebody who no longer works at, what's he at? Yeah, CNN. He's no longer at CNN. He got his 25 million payout because they fired him and he still had mileage on that contract and he was supposed to get his 25. He ended up getting it. He don't need to be out here with boots on the ground, out here doing a journalistic thing. He could just sit on his money for the rest of his life and live lovely and be in his little bubble and pretend like the world isn't burning around us in real time. He could do all of that, but he chooses to fight. He chooses to go down to Minnesota, put his boots on the ground, and interview the people out there who are fighting the good fight, going against that priest that is out here, a secret ICE agent that was just exposed and helping, ICE capture people and them out there protesting with that and all this neo-Nazism that's currently going on. So if you expect that Anderson Cooper, who is a part of a corporation, to go against the establishment when he is a part of the establishment and financially benefits from the establishment, oh, that's not going to happen. And like I said, you ain't getting Andy Cohen about as deep as a pond. You expect him to have any kind of substance? That's not going to happen. So she also went on to say, Andy, I know in your email to me, you described that Trump's head photo as the Trump fiasco, but I respectfully disagree. I think that photo is something I now stand by and very proud of because I was out there up front before any celebrity. I'm just a D-list celebrity. I'm not saying I'm the biggest star in the world. You're not going to see me at the Golden Globes. I understand, but you guys have a real platform and you can make a real change. Griffin told her former friends that your voice is important specifically because of their status as out homosexual men in media. Well, like I said, the only time they'll come out and say something is if it affects their bottom line. If you say something against the gays and you put the gays in danger, then you won't even see Anderson get up there and say nothing, but you'll see Andy do it because you wouldn't even know based off of situations that Anderson Cooper's a homosexual. We're aware of it, but he's never been out here like I'm saying like. I mean, I don't want to use this term, but he's not flaunting it. So they said, as a gay man, well, I like using the other word, as a homosexual man, both of you guys are next. That's what the Nazis did. Okay, they went for the LGBT or Levitical community. That's not what they were called at the time, but they weren't. They went for gay folks, and I don't think you guys should be feeling so safe in your white male privilege. And you already know at the end of the day, a lot of these men, they're white before they're a homosexual. That's why I was saying about Matt Rogers, who 9 times out of 10, most people, unless you watch that Las Culturistas podcast, nobody don't know who the hell he is. But when he said what he said about Jasmine Crockett, it was easy for him to fall behind his white male privilege before the gay. And that's what a lot of these white homosexual men, they white first, they're male first. Well, they're white, they're male, then they're gay. Or they're gay down the line. But for the most part, they're white and male before anything else. And they get to, and that's how you get those blind spots because they've fallen in that first. So she said, you say, yeah, I said it. I'm accusing you of using your white male privilege because I don't think you guys identify with Renee Good as much as women did. Well, here's the thing. If you ever think about it too, and this has been an accusation that's been going on in the gay community, that a lot of gay men are very misogynistic and very anti-female. That's always been a big conversation. Not only anti-woman, but anti-black woman. They love all the isms, but when it comes down to women, they ain't really out here fighting for them. But guess what? Back in the days of the AIDS Holocaust, who was up in there wiping y'all asses and feeding you when the nurses wouldn't do the job? The lesbians. They was the ones that was up in there wiping your ass and putting that food in your mouth, that applesauce because that was the only thing you could swallow. I was about to make a cum joke, but I'm gonna just leave it alone. So now in a social media post earlier this week, Cohen responded to Missouri Senator Eric Schmidt, writing, "Girl, ICE is raiding churches." Not you saying girl, though. "Can you stop trolling and do something to make Missouri better?" A rep for Cohen had no comment. EW has additionally reached, well, so he did kind of do a little something. He put out a social media post. That's something, right? But maybe I guess Kathy's like, that's not enough. Now, in November, Griffin teased that things were on the mend with Cohen, after which Watch Rappers Live host responded to a question about his relationship with Griffin at Bravo. Okay, we don't need to go into all that. That's old hat. But here's the thing that I love about people is like, even if we are trying to make amends, and if you're my friend, I like when if you have friends, they'll call you out on your stuff or say, yeah, you need to use your platform to speak up. Because that's what a real friend does, and hold your feet to the fire when they're wrong about something. Why not? So I'm with you when you write. And I do feel like the time is now because we are in a fascist regime. People think we're into it. No, we are here. We've been in it for over a year already. So people need to wake up and smell the coffee and realize that yes, we are currently in a fascist regime right now. And he's coming after everybody who he considers his political enemies and going after every marginalized group that isn't white, male, and wealthy. So they're coming after all of us. And the sooner a lot of these people realize this, that are perched up in their little bubble or whatever the case is, the better. So kudos on you, Kathy, for speaking out. We'll see how Anderson and Andy respond. I don't think they will, but I'll definitely keep my ears to the streets to see if anything percolates in this whole situation. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you here for what Kathy Griffin had to say in regards of holding Anderson Cooper and Andy Cohen to the fire in regards of, yeah, they're saying like, yeah, if y'all thinking y'all safe for being a political target, you are sadly mistaken. And this is the time where people who have a large platform should be using their platform to speak out against the very establishment. But the thing is, as long as you're making a coin from the establishment, these people aren't going to be free to speak out. They're not unplugged from the matrix. So they're going to feed the Matrix. They're going to feed Agent Smith and all his symbiotes and all those other people. Well, symbiotes is from is from Oh my God, why did I forget the damn movie? You know the movie with Tom Hardy. Anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Mm-mm-mm. Okay. You said, wait, hold on. Let me go up a little bit. I hate when it doesn't allow me to do that. I saw a clip of Kathy saying, "Why is Anderson avoiding going to Minnesota?" Yeah, I just did a whole segment on it. It's like they were friends for like 10 years. I lost all respect for Anderson. Child, this goes to show these. You know what? It also goes to show that when people are when your back is up against the wall and real shit happens and stuff, people start to show their true colors at that point. And I always said, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. So when you ever in a situation where your back is up against the wall or negative things happen, that's when you realize who your friends truly are. If something happens to you and they're not on the line trying to call to see like how you doing or whatever the case is. Mm. I was like, is she? I said, she hates Andy though. Well, he's not the easiest person to deal with. He is annoying. He said, if brain rot was a person, okay. And he said, I love how Kathy is bringing attention to truly important issues. Absolutely, because she has nothing to lose at this point. I just feel like, well, yeah, she's always spoken out when it's been unpopular. And I always like that are like that. It's like, I don't care. I'm willing to risk my career because I'm a hustler. And that's one of the things about Kathy, why I feel like she's always been outspoken. Because at the end of the day, she's like, I'm a hustler. I understand how this business is and how they treat women, especially women of a certain age. And so I can always go out and find ways to work. I don't necessarily need to rely on Hollywood. There's people that they feel like that's all they have to offer. So they don't rock the boat or try not to have an opinion. I remember her on show My Life on the D List. She went to Afghanistan and performed for troops and even performed at a prison. Oh, yeah, I remember those. I used to love My Life on the D List. That show definitely kept Bravo afloat. Two rich gay white dudes now lifting a finger. I am shocked. Hmm. Yes, she has. All right, y'all. So let's get into our next topic. And let's talk about Britney and Madonna. So apparently, Britney Spears recently did a post on social media praising Madonna and saying that she looks up to her more than any other pop star. So I guess with her saying that, does that mean that she's vindicated from this thing that y'all like to throw out Janet Jackson? Oh, she does that Janet Jackson. Didn't Lizzo big back ass say that about her? But Janet Jackson, all those. I said, okay, so Britney's done said herself that she has more of a kinship with Madonna than any other artist. So I guess the prophet of pop culture is right yet again. After I've been saying this for years, but okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. So it's been 23 years since Britney Spears and Madonna famously locked lips at the 2003 MTV VMAs. But despite Brit publicly stepping back from the music career, she still holds a special place in her heart for her fellow pop superstar. In an Instagram post on Sunday, January 18th, Spears shared an iconic image of Madonna from a 2003 shoot with photographer Stephen Klein, in which the Ray of Light singer models a crimson red bejeweled headpiece and crystals all over her face. Well, of course, that was for the Beast Within visual that she did for the Reinvention Tour, which is actually a piece visually and the music. One of my favorite pieces for Madonna. So, and I actually have the magazine where she did that whole photo shoot. I have it in a box. Actually, I have it in storage. So the beast within, I prefer to call it the spiritual animal awakening. It's been a long time for me. I know the wild ones more than anyone. This is what Spears wrote. Yet we're honestly all the same under our mask we secretly wear every day. Vulnerability, fragility, insanity, real innocence, but also confusion, depression, extreme hurt, anger stuck in our heads. This is the most coherent thing I think I've ever seen Britney write on her Instagram. Because any other time, I'm like, girl, what the hell are you talking about? With all your exclamation points and your caps and all these little dot that you be putting them. I'm like, what is this girl talking about? This seems this seems like the more level-headed, cohesive thing she's ever written on Instagram. She also opined on the mask we wear on a daily basis and the dangerous game of tapping into our inner spirit animal to cross to the other side. But what she really wanted to impart was her love and respect for Madonna's fierce public persona, saying this picture is clearly an understanding, do not piss her off. She wrote on the arresting Madonna pic. I admire and look up to Madonna more than anyone. Wise, incredibly strong, and has remained gentle and genius. Again, do not piss her off. And put in 3 exclamation points in full caps. Now, the plaudits for Madonna come after Spears, who's 44, announced earlier this month that she doesn't plan to ever tour in the US again. Well, the world is bigger than the United States. That's why I said go overseas and tour. The fans will love you even more for it. And a lot of your fans in America will actually get their passports together and go and travel to go see you. More than 7 years after wrapping her global Piece of Me tour, Spears posted a throwback snap from her pop juggernaut days in which she's seated on the bench of a white grand piano where she was basically praising her younger son, Jaden James Federline, because it's like he plays instruments and stuff. And she basically said she was sending her son that white piano and said while she never plans on touring the US because of extremely sensitive reasons, she did say that one day she hopes to sit next to her son on a stool with a red rose in her hair in a bun performing with him. And then we did a whole story regarding that where I think Rob Shutter was saying that Jada's been kind of egging his mother on. There's really no plans to do a show, whatever the case is. She's got this. I'm like, I'm sure she's well aware that, yeah, I mean, if the time comes or whatever, and my son is out there and decides to go out there and with all the things he learned playing the piano, whatever the case is, that he'll get out there and actually perform, and she'll be all for it and get up there and perform with him. And so I think that that's what that is. But they always got to over dramatize things. But now, speaking of Madonna and Britney, let's talk about Madonna's first ex-husband, Sean Penn, because apparently, according to Rob Shutter, speaking of which, I came across this story. That's why I didn't do like a lower third or anything. I came across it as I was putting the show together. So I was like, I could just read what he wrote on his page and not have to create a whole little whatever. So, yeah. So according to Rob Shutter, because he posted a couple of days ago, they said the Queen of Reinvention is shocked about how Sean Penn is out here looking because he's aging. I'm like, do y'all believe this? Because I'm like, duh. The man is in his 60s, you're in your 60s, and we all gonna get older eventually. We all not gonna look youthful forever. Now, there's things that you could use to help with your skin regimen or whatever the case is. But at this point, Sean Penn don't care. Sean Penn look older than Methuselah because he smoked damn cigarettes all day. And so, including most recently, he was at the Golden Globes smoking indoors and they had to tell him put that shit out. So, according to the article, let's get into it. So it said Madonna has built an empire on shock, controversy, and constant reinvention. But sources tell me there is one thing she simply cannot stomach: Sean Penn aging naturally. And because I guess because she's not allowed to age naturally. And y'all be saying, why you can't age naturally? Because when these women do age naturally, y'all read them. Oh, you look a mess. Oh, you was old as hell, or this, that, and the other. Y'all would come with so much misogynistic ageist comments when it comes to women. Women in pop are not allowed to age gracefully. Women in film are not allowed to age gracefully. So it's like, yeah, while they women of a certain age, they still got to go and do all kinds of regimens to their skin or whatever, or use crazy ass filters. Because I seen that recent one with Candy Spelling. That lady, 80 some years old. What filter is she using? Because I was sitting there like, ma'am, ain't no way in hell your octogenarian looking ass look like you 30. Out here literally got the Megan Trainor filter on her face on that cover of that magazine. So now, insiders say the pop icon was genuinely appalled when she recently saw her ex-husband sporting gray hair and the unmistakable signs of father time. Not father time. And they said this is not Sean as she remembers him. She couldn't believe it. Natural aging, gray hair is just not her Sean. Well, girl, that man ain't been your Sean in over 4 decades. If this story is to be true. Now, they said Madonna and Penn, who famously dated and married during the wild 80s and early 90s, have stayed loosely in touch over the years. But this latest sighting, sources say, hit a nerve, forcing Madonna to confront a reality she prefers to keep tightly controlled. She's used to controlling every look, every image, the insider says. Seeing Sean age naturally without filters, fillers, or Hollywood tricks was a shock to her system. She's not used to that reality. Well, because when you surround yourself with yes people who are on the payroll to kiss your ass, and that's no shade, I'm just saying, because this is just a natural general thing that goes on in the situation. What do you expect? They're gonna, you're like I said before, women are not allowed to age naturally. It's unfortunate that it's hypocritical, but yes, men are allowed to age gracefully. He can walk around with gray hair and be older, and nobody says anything. And I see them in one battle after. Let me tell you something. When I saw Sean Penn in one battle, I was like, okay, totally. I see why Tiana Taylor was all up in that movie. Sean Penn got a nasty sex appeal about him. Even though he got his issues, whatever the case is, some people find him problematic, whatever the case is. There's a sex appeal to this man. So that it's that bad boy energy. And so yes, unfortunately, there is biases against men versus women. Men are allowed to age gracefully. Men can have gray hair. Men can have wrinkles. They can get older and still get parts in Hollywood. Women are not allowed, which I don't understand why. We should be allowed to see women in film who are older to play different parts and not just the grandma. So they said for a star who spends decades rewriting the rules of beauty and defying time itself, Penn's gray hair felt less like a hairstyle and more like a betrayal of memory. And insiders say completely unacceptable in Madonna's world. So I guess with them saying that, they'll be like, well, that's why Madonna prefers dating men under the age of 30, because she doesn't want to be reminded of her mortality. I mean, she's been through a lot. I mean, damn, she almost met her maker during, around the era of the Celebration tour when she had the infection, had to go into the coma. So I could totally understand that. And yeah, the older you get, you are reminded of your mortality. I'm not even in my 60s, and there be situations that go around where every now and again I'm reminded of my mortality. I don't want to be thinking about it, but because when you're young, you want to think like you're invincible and nothing crazy is going to happen. We could all go at any time. I don't want to be thinking about that, but sometimes we do get those reminders. But Madonna should know that industry that she's in, they're always going to make comments and remind her about father time and her age and all this other stuff, because y'all do it now. Y'all don't want her at 67 exuding sexuality, because you think when women hit a certain age, they're not out here getting it in, getting that back blown out. Why not? First of all, we've heard the stories about older people in the old folks' homes who be getting it in, and how the STI rates be high up in there. So I don't know why y'all shocked that Madonna, of all people, be out here still trying to relinquish her youth and got herself a younger boyfriend or whatever the case is. And look, um, Sean Penn got him a pretty young thing too. I told her his girlfriend, who's like 30 years old, tall, looked like Ethel Kane. So yeah, they both out here hunching people, um, I was gonna say on the Mason Dixon line, just younger, half their age and younger. So I say all of this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Britney Spears, praising Madonna for being wise and her love for the Queen of Pop? They've always had like a really good kinship together. And also, um, this story from Rob Shutter regarding Madonna and Sean Penn, the fact that she's seeing her first husband. And she not liking the fact that, because y'all around the same age range, like, damn, you old. And you aging the way you age. I'm not allowed to age that. Girl, she know the hypocrisy. She's mentioned it many a times in interviews. Even back when she was doing a Ray of Light era, where they was coming for her, or even American Life era, they was coming for her in the ages comments or whatever the case is. So let me know what you think of this story in the comments down below. All right, let me close some of this stuff before we get to our next topic. And let's see what the people are saying. Madonna says she felt like a maternal connection to Britney. She regularly checks up on her and they talk, and I'm sure Madonna gives her advice and is someone Britney vents to. hmm The Britney is Janet's daughter conversation is more so about how they're both dancers who make dance pop for their respective generation, not so much who Britney has a personal kinship to. Yeah, there's similarities there, but I've always felt that there was she was more or less, there was a lot of inspiration she took from Hunter. I'm sure there's some Janet in there too. Especially when you look at Oops, I Did It Again. That's some Janet isms in that. Madonna also helped Britney find her lawyer to get her out of the conservatorship. Yeah, I remember that story. It said Madonna is a year older than she. That was they all in the same age range, so that's probably what it is. She exactly. Women are not allowed to age. Yeah, they don't, and I don't know why. Is it probably because Taylor Swift still writes like a 12-year-old girl in a journal with a lot of her music? So mentally, people still haven't computed to the fact that yeah, technically she is in her mid-30s. Where's that same energy? Or does it come from a place of misogyny where it's like y'all only go after the girls who play up the sex appeal? Because those are the ones when y'all start going after them. Taylor Swift don't really do that. I mean, she tried doing it a little bit with this Life of a Showgirl album, but that was just the Fate of Ophelia music video. People Weekly review on In the Zone, no longer a little girl, not she's not a girl, not yet a woman. From what I've observed, I think people generally forget Taylor is close to 40 than she is 30. Absolutely. That's why I said she in her mid-30s because she is so close to her younger peers, and the digital age only helps further whatever narrative she wants. Yeah, and that's why people haven't really gone in on her yet because it's like they haven't caught up with the fact that, yes, if you really look at her and her age, she is pushing close to 40, but because of still the type of music she's putting out there, she still teeters towards the younger generation. So therefore, she gets a pass. Taylor Swift hasn't rocked the boat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Anybody who plays up the sex or rocks the boat or can be controversial, those are the ones that's where all the misogyny, I feel like, and the biases comes in a lot from the media, which is predominantly male. So they'll go in and they'll make these comments and try to cloak it in this whole ages thing. But we know where it all stems from. It's misogyny. I see more her and Janet having a compatible relationship. They seem like similar girls. And Taylor does indeed still write, like, say, writing in a diary about a crush. So high school, who's afraid of little old me? And but daddy, I love him. Even though Madonna was doing the same thing, but she said, I'm keeping my baby. Papa don't preach. That's the only time you said, like, but daddy, I love him. That was her daddy, I love him era. Papa don't preach. But at least it was dealing with adults, like stuff that, even though it was like based on a youthful situation, it was kids was dealing with that. Young pregnancies and things of that nature. I can relate, child. When I was in high school, I knew all the girls that was up in there being teenage mothers. And you said like people were shocked when Britney was 26 when she issued Circus, and it seemed she was a veteran. Well, she was putting out music since she was 17. When I was 17, I did what people told me. Why did I all of a sudden break out into control? I'll tell you, I will see like a line up in here. Well, I'll say something all of a sudden. It'll just remind me of a song. Anyway, okay, let's move on and let's get into this story. So let's talk about Bethenny Frankel. So apparently it looks like that maybe there's some jealousy there. I know a lot of people was feeling like it might have been jealousy. I don't think that's probably what it was. I didn't mind that she was giving her genuine opinion on Nene Leakes coming on as a pretty much a cameo for Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip or Ultimate Road Trip. I don't know, I'm so used to Ultimate Girls Trip, that was the name. But I think because of the controversy that happened with that, they're pretty much done with that. So they got to come up and find a way to reinvent it. So they're doing Ultimate Road Trip. And Nene Leakes is apparently going to be a part of it, but she's not even coming on full time or whatever the case is. She's doing basically a damn cameo, I guess, when they stop in Atlanta because Portia is a part of the show. So I guess Portia helped get her on it because she did thank her and Phaedra. So Nene, I mean, well, between with Nene with that news, Bethenny came on and was like, I congratulations on everything, but I don't understand why she want to go back to a house where she said they treated her dirty, they did all these things to her, they blackballed her, and now you gonna run it back begging for your job back. She said, where they do that at? That's how look, I always tell you when Hollywood is not show friends, it's show business. So people will hate you today and then love you again tomorrow. Time heals all wounds. They go back in, and then everybody's kumbaya. After the dust done settle, everybody's all, they let all the shade or whatever it is subside. The only thing I don't ever see happening is Willem going back to Drag Race. Like, I just think that ship doesn't sail. That bridge has been burnt to a crisp. So I don't think we'll ever see something like that happen because, the gays are worse. I guess black folks are over on a network, that's completely different than the gays doing a drag show. So since then, now it's saying like there may be a reason why Bethenny said what she said. Now, I didn't mind what she said because I'm like, yeah, I totally agree. Call out the thing. It's like, I'm happy that you go back to Bravo. You should have been using your status as Nene Leakes to parlay into other things, so you're not necessarily relying on those Bravo checks to be able to be successful. You should have been parlaying, using your personality to be able to parlay it into other things because you do have a larger than life personality. So you should have been using that as a way to, if people aren't going to give you your Wendy Williams-esque talk show on a network, you should have been like, oh, let's do a YouTube talk show. I know celebrities. I can get Ryan Murphy to come on. I can get Sarah Paulson to come on. I can get some of the housewives to come on, and I can kiki with them, and the numbers will go up. And we have a little conversation, whatever. You should have been parlaying that into all other stuff. But you thought you was just too damn big to be out here hustling like Bethenny was with the skinny girl and all that other stuff. And she's still out here hustling. But the word on the curb is, by the curb meaning Rob Shutter, he said that the reason why she may have been coming out saying all the things that she's been saying is because Bethenny want to give her behind. I was gonna say her butt and behind her behind back on Bravo, and is kind of jealous that Nene Leakes is over there getting all the stuff, and she basically on her knees begging them to welcome her back. But they said it's a lost cause. So the former Real Housewives of New York City star has so thoroughly alienated the network that Andy Cohen, that she's now the most disliked housewife ever inside 30 Rock. Jesus. Now, Bethenny keeps calling and emailing, trying to make amends, but it's never going to happen, a network insider revealed. Andy won't even say her name anymore. She's just Margarita Lady to him. Now, that's funny. Now, friends say Frankel's desperation has only intensified since Nene Leakes' return to Bravo for Real Housewives' Ultimate Road Trip. Quote, she's begging them to give her a second chance, claiming she had the original idea for the road trip show. She did say that in the video. She was like, oh, I pitched it to the producer or whatever the case was, but she said it was just for her and Nene to do a road trip show, which she thought would be a cool idea. Them two on a road trip together and them traveling, doing things. Because remember, I was like, oh, they could do it like, I was gonna say like Real World Road Rules Challenge. Remember that back in the day when they used to travel in an RV and they used to have to do challenges or whatever? I was like, that would be a cool idea, but Nene lazy. I can't see her doing no physical activity. The only physical activity I could do is see her running her mouth on an episode of The Apprentice, or which she did, or The Traders. Now I would love to see her on that. But I felt more like Paris and Nicole if they did like that. Remember when they went on a road trip in an RV? I was like, they could do something like that. But then again, Paris and Nicole did physical labor, and it was funny. But Nene's lazy, so I can't see her doing that. She thinks she's too good to lift a finger. But you had no problems wrapping your thighs around a pole for a check or some tips. But you can't do no physical labor. Just saying. No, she was a stripper at one point. I'm not reading her on her situation. We just talking. So, where was I? Oh, so this a friend said that her desperation only intensified after, the road trip thing. She's begging them to give her a second chance, claiming she had the original idea for the show, but everyone knows the pitch was turned down for a reason. She's toxic and impossible to work with. Now, another insider points to her social media antics, saying she keeps posting these shade videos and tagging Bravo. It's embarrassing. Fans are begging her to just move on, and frankly, so is everyone at the network. Now, even a friend defending her admits the bridge may be burnt. One saying that Bethenny is passionate and wants to work again. She really does love the business and just wants another shot, but the bridge has been burned beyond repair. And here's the thing. Do y'all feel like when Nene's accusations against Bravo was worse than what Bethenny did? Where remember, Bethenny was trying to start this whole reality reckoning, where they was at one point talking about trying to unionize a lot of the reality stars. Because one of the things you have to realize, actors are unionized. They have a union. They're protected by SAG-AFTRA, that sort of thing. When you're dealing with reality stars, y'all are just plucked from obscurity, and you forced to work under crazy conditions, and you don't have someone there that, okay, if I'm because me working in live entertainment, I'm a part of a union. So, when you have this situation and you're going off and something happens on a set, who are you complaining to? Because you don't have your union rep that could come down and fight for you. And I remember many a times when I would be on movie sets doing commercials, whatever the case was. Oh, I already knew dealing with people who were unionized and they were on the phone. Any little thing that was going on, the food was what it was. I'm not up to par with the actors that was working on certain situations. Because I remember I did a Priceline.com commercial, and there was actors that were on the set that would be on the phone nonstop with a damn union reps talking about the conditions of the food and the conditions of this and the conditions of that. There was always something. I didn't have to get on the phone because y'all was busy doing it. So, um, so I totally get all of that. And Bethenny was up in here rocking the boat, and that was pissing a lot of people that worked off behind the scenes because she's like, well, we need to kind of start up trying to get people up there unionized. Now, do I think reality stars should be unionized like actors? Yes, because they need representation and protection too. God forbid something crazy happens on a set physically, like a physical injury, whatever the case is. Like, who can I run to when I've been hurt? Who can I run to? I had to remix the Escape song. So they can't run to nobody. So you have that. So I do feel like, damn, it's unfortunate that Bethenny has, no matter how hard she tries to apologize, she's burned a lot of bridges in the industry and nobody wants to fuck with her. And it's sad that, you know what, because that TV money is good. I ain't gonna hold you. That TV money is good. And it's like, if you don't want to be rocking the boat on a situation, you gotta know how to play the game. And she tried to play the game and realized that, it was a Samson and Goliath, and was it, yeah, David and Goliath. I said Samson and Goliath. David and Goliath type of situation, and she couldn't fight Goliath. That'd be NBC Universal. And now it's like they can. I guess that they can. It's easier to work with Nene than it is Bethenny, if this story is to believe to be true. So it's unfortunate, but girl, they don't want to mess with you in Hollywood. So just keep doing your testing product stuff on TikTok, because that seems to be the way that you're just gonna keep getting what you're getting and only kind of attention you're gonna be getting, or talking about whatever's going on in reality TV, because it seems like they don't want to fuck with you. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to Bethenny Frankel apparently begging Bravo to take her back, but they don't want nothing to do with Margarita Lady? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, let's see what the people are saying online. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Britney also called herself the Queen of Pop on Kate. Oh yeah, was that her that called herself the Queen of Pop, or was that Danger? Because he did say that in the line to Kill the Lights. I do love that song though. But you said back then the idea of white people being influenced and inspired by black artists wasn't allowed. But like people said, she was from the South, not the normal small town. Well, please, there's always been a thing where white people were influenced and inspired, or that they would have black artists, and because white people were more accessible to sell that idea, they would put a white face on that black music. Elvis Presley being one of the main ones. So that's always kind of existed in so many ways. Brittany called herself the Queen of Pop. I was like, didn't I read that already? Or was that another? Oh yeah, because I was sitting there singing Janet Jackson. And he said the shade of color only white southern small towns is different because it's fire. Did what my mama said and let oh like why am I having a moment? Did what my mama said and let my father mow me. But that was long ago. I'm in. And said Taylor announced Opalite, and she's getting dragged as that was the original day Harry stopped. She's so annoying. So now you try to interfere with your ex. Yeah, she need to be dragged. Because here's the thing: She could try it with these other artists, but Harry Styles, let me tell you something, is on a whole nother plane. These little girls, the fact that they love that band down to the ground, I just don't understand. Now, I'm not saying I don't understand the appeal because I like Harry Styles. I like his music. He's cute. He definitely got that Mick Jagger thing going. But these girls, is like, bitch, stay in your lane. It's like you try with all these other pop acts. And she been trying her little manipulation situation. Because I call her the Nicki Minaj of pop music. Whenever your contemporaries come out, you always want to try to interfere with their shit. And so they because if Harry Styles is coming out with his stuff, you already did enough of that album. But here you go trying to interfere with people's stuff. So now she playing. And now they trying to drag her. So now you want to release a single on the same day that Harry Styles supposed to release his single. I wouldn't have bumped it, but I would have dragged her online and tell them basic ass Swifties to try it. But you know them Harry Styles fans, they just as brutal. I was listening to Circus last week, and that album is such a good follow-up to Blackout. The latter always gets the acclaim, but Circus is so girly and edgy. Britney will always be top 3 for me. She did come out with some good albums, even though there was some criticisms with Glory and all this stuff, saying that she wasn't really singing on a lot of them songs. There was a whole YouTube video I saw on that. They said Taylor's favorite day. I even said we have 3 Jason Voorhees days: February, March, and November. And why haven't we gotten a Friday the 13th movie? It's been over 15 years. We are supposed to be getting the Crystal Lake show, so they need to hurry up and bring that about. All right, y'all. So now we are down to our final 4 topics. So before we get to our final 4 of the day, if you could please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's get into some homosexual news and let's talk about heated rivalry. So, heated rivalry star Hudson Williams, you know, since the success of this show, Hudson and Connor's stories, careers have blown up beyond anything we could have ever imagined. And yeah, it's literally overnight success because in the past, well, it's been how long since the show ended? Like 2 weeks? I'll say in the past 8 weeks, his career and life has changed. He's been asked to perform on during Fashion Week. He's taken pictures in hotel rooms with Ricky Martin. You know, he's been at the Golden Globes. He got to do interviews on a lot of the late night talk show circuit, and he's getting offers here, there, and everywhere. So he recently also did an interview where he opened up about how overwhelming it's become for him and trying to, while it takes a lot of people years to get all this together or figure out how to deal with sudden fame, he's had to figure it out in the past couple of weeks. Well, I would say in the last 30 days, I guess we could say. So Hudson Williams and Connor Story's meteoric rise to fame shows no sign of slowing down. Since Heated Rivalry premiered, the co-stars have gone from relative unknowns to Golden Globe presenters and Milan Fashion Week attendees. Chris Brown was also there. I saw him in this outfit that I think he was wearing Louis Vuitton or whatever. He looked, first of all, I ain't like them pants. The pants looked like he had childbearing hips. Then he was trying to wear the Louis Vuitton purse over his, like one over, crossway, whatever, how you call it. It just didn't look, the outfit looked like it was wearing him more than he was wearing it. And I understand you was up in there getting free stuff from Pharrell, but it's just you were trying to make it look like fashion, and it just looked like it was giving sheen. That's what it was giving. So now it said before the Golden Globes, Williams sat down with Evan Ross Katz for part one of a revealing interview on the Shut Up Evan podcast. Story appeared on the podcast earlier this month. The conversation, which will conclude January 27th, offered a glimpse into the whirlwind experience of sudden stardom. When asked about the overwhelming public reaction to his newfound fame, Williams admitted the experience has been disorienting, saying, quote, I was just talking with one of my agents, one of your, I was like, well, he said one of my agents yesterday, and she said, Connor and I have to learn what a lot of actors get in 5 years, in like 30 days, he explained. The rapid ascent was meant navigating complex career decisions, choosing between prestigious projects, learning to manage an overflowing inbox of scripts, and determining which opportunities to pursue, all while maintaining a grueling press schedule. Describing the challenge of sifting through opportunities, he said, do I read 10 pages? Do I just read the log line? What do we say no to before really giving it the full time of day? Because I simply do not have the time if I just sat and read everything to finish all these scripts in time to give an answer to these people. The actor also opened up about the darker side of fame, particularly the loss of privacy, or as the Brits say, privacy, and constant scrutiny. Reflecting on unsolicited paparazzi photos, he said that person didn't necessarily want that photo taken. It is maybe not nefarious, but it's not sweet and it's not fully welcome. It doesn't make us feel safe or really like we can disarm. He described experiencing social anxiety for the first time since ninth grade while simply trying to buy lighter fluid, not lighter fluid, at his Vancouver SkyTrain station, admitting he found himself planning my exit to avoid crowds while dressed casually. Comparing his experience to that of BTS, some people, if you of a certain age, will say Beatlemania, but BTS sounds more appropriate because K-pop. Williams noted that he couldn't fully empathize with their situation until experiencing himself. There's an element of that's not another human, that's a celebrity, he reflected, discussing how the distinction has altered his daily life. We feel very always on defense. And that's what you got to worry about because you never know what these people's intentions are when they're coming at you. If you're someone like, I couldn't imagine that. Oh yeah, I go from obscurity. People don't know who I am. So it's like all of a sudden I'm a huge star overnight. And I can't walk down the street. I can't go to my favorite store anymore. I can't go to a bar. I can't do this, that, and the other without people heckling you, people bothering you. Can I get a photo? Or the worst part, I could just be shoving a damn phone. Excuse you. Like, boundaries, respect. How about you ask? Like the other day, I got irritated and I did get defensive. An attitude came out. So I was in the gym, right? And I picked the locker, was putting my stuff in there. So this guy comes, he's got a towel wrapped around him, just standing there, staring at me, not saying a word. It irritated me. And I was just like, you want to come over here? Because I knew what he wanted. He wanted to get into the locker, but it's like, open your mouth, say something. Closed mouths don't get fed. I just don't understand what's going on with people and manners and respect or whatever. Like, if you need to get over to something, say something. I'm not reading your mind. I'm not moving out the way. You got to address. You got to say something. And so that bothers me when it's just like common courtesy or whatever the case is. I just know, like, I'm hoping and praying, like, when the time comes where I blow up or whatever the case is, that I can handle not coming off being defensive and cussing people out and stuff because I don't want to give that kind of energy out there and people thinking like, oh, he's an asshole. Because I don't want to come at it in that way. But my thing is, I'm very much on edge and I'm very much defensive. And then it's like anxiety kicks in. So I totally understand what this is. And it's like, you have these kids who literally blew overnight, but then you have Francois, who has been going at this for years, and he's blowing up as well. But he's been doing this for a long time and is still trying to ride the wave and navigate and handle it. So even if whether you've been doing this when it's overnight success or it's taking you 10, 15, or 20 years of a career to have this overnight success, it seems like the pendulum swings both ways. So I don't envy these kids at all. I hope they're able to ride the wave. I hope that they have people who are out here respecting their energy and protecting them and not trying to take advantage of it because it's like they're human beings at the end of the day and they're still trying to just make sense of it all. So don't put them in a position where it's like now they got to be prisoners in their own home or their own mind and they can't have a life and they can't hang out with friends or date or do whatever because we're already going through it when you got these psychopaths online that are mad that allegedly Francois and Connor might be hunching where they want Hudson and Connor to be hunching. And it's like, we're actors on a show and we're friends. What's happening in the thing, it's not real life. And shout out to Kayla Says, because she did a whole video on this where she combined the heated rivalry thing and it was a thing with what the hell's that boy name? Finn Wolfhard, where he recently did SNL and people started coming up with these creative, crazy narratives. Oh, you're making fun of Will coming out of the club. First of all, that whole scene was a joke. And y'all was sitting there criticizing that before SNL even jumped on the bandwagon and did a whole thing on it. And then they was upset because they said that the thing of the Demogorgons opening mouth looked like a vagina, which it actually does. I make jokes about that. Where it's like the Venus flytrap or whatever, it kind of gives vagina tease. So it's like you make little things and yeah, it might be low hanging fruit with the jokes, but people getting all sensitive about stuff. It's like, grow the fuck up. So basically, what my point was, I like to, I go off on these side tangents some of the time. I just hope that these kids are able to just navigate through this thing because I couldn't imagine what it's like where you're an actor and you're going through BTS type situation. They didn't make music and they're dealing with this mania coming from women mostly because they're the ones that are so caught up in this whole um heated rivalry situation than the homosexuals are. These women always staying hijacking our stuff. They did it with Queer as Folk. They did it with Queer Eye. We gonna get into that in a minute. And so many other, you know, shows that are geared towards us, but then it ends up being, fantasy fodder for the ladies to be all caught up in. So shout out to you, Hudson Williams. I definitely want to see that podcast. I gotta watch. I didn't even know Connor Story did it, so I gotta watch his because I like Connor. Connor's very animated. I don't know. I just like the way, like how he moves around. Like he seems always very animated, very much into the moment, and just having a fun, good time or whatever. So I like the cast of Heater Robert. I like the show. I hope they do a good job of because who knows when they're gonna start filming this show. It has to be sometime this year. But ride the wave. Choose your parts carefully because you don't want it to be like y'all don't want to be one hit wonders. Like look at other scripts, do movies, shows, whatever the case is, jump in things, guest starring part, whatever opportunities you're getting. Hopefully, it's not just we're gonna give you this sports thing, but it's got a gay angle. Like they could do other things besides the heat of rivalry angle. So hopefully you choose wisely. But the acting, I'm definitely shut up, Evan. I'm definitely gonna check out that Shut Up Evan podcast. The first episode, and they said the second episode comes out next week, which is the 27th, and I'm gonna check out the Connor one as well. So I want to hear from you guys. What do you guys think of this story? Do you have a little empathy for the fact that this overnight success, a lot of it's not all that it's cracked up to be, and a lot of people think they can handle it, and so far it shows like they are handling it, but I actually feel for people when it's like you got to deal with all that stress and the pandemonium and the fact that people don't respect boundaries. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Mm-mm-mm. Alexander Skarsgård was called nepotism baby, but everybody liked that Skarsgård is from an actor. I was like, look, there's a lot of people around that's nepotism. And first of all, he's already proven he's an actor. The whole family acts. The father, Stellan Skarsgård, who y'all know was in Doom. He was that big fat thing that was in that oil. That's his real life father, Stellan Skarsgård. And then you got Bill. And then you got, of course, don't we have another sibling that's an actor? Like the whole Skarsgård family is full, they're all act. I told you before my Stan Twitter account started as Harry Styles' page. Oh, before you did Nikki? And he said converted into a barber and joined the Matrix. Thankfully, I escaped 3 years ago. I keep telling y'all the same, there's the Matrix and there's the real world. And I'm starting to notice a lot of people are starting to use that terminology because I was seeing a couple of YouTubers, they're like, yeah, there's people out here who really think that they're saying like, yeah, people getting caught up in this internet shit is not real. It's like, yeah, it's not. I'll tell you, like, The Matrix was one of my all-time the first one is, like, one of my all-time favorite movies, so I use a lot of the isms of that because I do feel like it's a reflection of our world today. And she announced CD singles, vinyl sales, and cassettes. Harry only has digital and streaming only. Well, who know? Well, I think he did come out with a vinyl for the new album or whatever the case is. If I'm not mistaken. He'll be coming out with vinyl versions. Someone called the Asian one a modern Princess Diana, and a viral tweet said, "Y'all have until next month to wrap this up," and I low key agree. Wait, who is about someone called the Asian one? Are we talking about Hudson and wrap what up? Are you talking about heated rivalry? That ain't going nowhere. Not the hockey sticks. That's what that is, right? And you said Out Magazine said Boots was way more successful than any other. Of course it was. And here's the thing. I just heard that one of the look, I'm sure those kids are not all that upset about whatever. Because I just heard that one of the actors, I can't remember his name, but I did see an article in passing. One of the actors from Boots just secured another job. He's about to star in the God of War TV series. So he's good. The report came from Netflix, so right, of course it wasn't. That's why I said it's bull. It's a bunch of BS. Netflix be getting on my nerves with all of that. But I'm still here for the merger with Warner Brothers, only to piss off Paramount. And I genuinely believe that they want to invoke change and have a studio. All right, y'all. So let's get into our next topic. But let's talk about Karamo Brown. So yesterday we gave, I talked a bit about, the fact that the the promotional tour for Queer Eye has officially begun. And what may have sparked some drama was the fact that Karamo was surprisingly missing from the promo tours. He did send in an Instagram video on why he wasn't showing up and all this other stuff. But in case y'all need a refresher, let me play this clip over there at CBS with what the hell's her name? Gail. Because Gail was up in here and basically was like, let me just rip the band-aid off. Karamo is not here, he's talking about his mental health, all this other stuff. And to me, what I noticed, because I watched the video back and I forgot, shout out to Lanier, because he did send this to me, but I didn't see, because I was busy. When I put my shows together, I don't have time to be checking messages and all other stuff. I always try to focus on me getting this show together and having all my notes, my information, the clips, all that stuff. Like when you an army of one and a band of one, you got I'm focused on a lot of stuff. So I ended up seeing his thing after the fact. And one of the things I did notice later on, because it was talking about how I'm glad that Gail wound up getting Jeremiah together, because it did come across like he was trying to be very dismissive of Karamo's feelings regarding how he felt. But here's the thing. What she didn't do was call out Anthony, because he started it first. I felt like Jeremiah was piggybacking a bit off of what Anthony said. But the way Anthony came across was like he kind of was like very, very dismissive at first. But I guess because Jeremiah spoke last, he got the stray. But then again, we're going to get into the next part, which is Karamo started unfollowing some of these hoes. And I'm going to tell you which one he's still following. But let's play the clip. And then in case y'all didn't see it, and we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
Call it Fab Five, but one of the Fab Five is not here. We received word just in less than an hour ago that Karamo Brown is not going to be joining us today. He said in part, because I want to rip the Band-Aid off and just get it out of the way so we can really talk about the show. He sent a statement. He apologized for not attending this interview. He thanked the audience. He said in part, I hope everyone remembers to focus on and to protect their mental health, peace from people or a world who seek to destroy it, which is why I can't be there today. His assistant also says that he's worried about being bullied. So let's just address it and get it off the top. I was very sorry to hear this, that he apparently feels this way. What do any of you have to say? You're as surprised as we are, I assume, that he wasn't here.
I think, yeah, surprise is a fair understatement. I will say our Queer Eye family, we've been doing this for almost a decade, which is pretty wild to believe.
I'll be free.
And families are complicated.
Yes.
And we're definitely not excluded from that. But I think two things can exist at the same time. And while that is definitely true, we're also here to showcase these incredible heroes that we have and really honor the legacy of this past decade of our lives and all these wonderful heroes that we've had the blessing of getting to meet and to have conversations with.
Can I just say one quick thing?
Jeremiah.
Obviously, I'm the new gal.
Yeah, you're the new gal.
I am the new gal.
Welcome.
Thank you. I just want to say, and I'm not going to get choked up. My experience in this group has been transformative. To see the way that they move through the world, the way that they have the way that they have taught me so much about life and friendship and love. I have felt safe and supported by the people up here. I have loved every second of this thing, and I am so excited that we get to do this and share this next season, because the show really is just about highlighting the best of humanity.
Yes,
and that's really what it is, and nobody needs that more than this country. Right?
That's the constant theme in the show. But I don't think we can negate how Karamo feels.
No.
Does anybody have anything to say to him specifically? Because I do want to get to the show in the 10 seasons, because I watched all the last seasons.
I would say one thing that I've been so honored to learn from Karamo in my time is it's just like he said in that package, we have to meet people where they're at.
Yes.
And he has taught people to center what they need. And I'm actually really proud of him. Center what you need, do the things you need to do to take care of you. I'd be lying if I didn't feel like that sometimes.
Yes.
And so I think it's really beautiful. And I think we do need to center what's best for us sometimes. And my hat off to him for doing that today.
All right.
Well, it looks like to me that Jonathan Van Ness was we like to call him Gay Jesus. He was the one that seemed like he was the more diplomatic one that said all the right things in regards to that. Well, guess what? So, according to the latest report, he has unfollowed everybody except. Wait, hold on, because I opened up the wrong thing. He's unfollowed everyone except Jeremiah, who was the new guy. But I feel like at this point, the way he was very dismissive of his feelings, I wouldn't be surprised if Karamo started unfollowing him. And so yeah, he unfollowed him as well as he follows him. He unfollowed all the others except him and who was the other one? Bobby Burke. So Bobby Burke, who was been no longer part of the show. Apparently, we thought he quit, but then Tan decided to let it spill that he was fired, and there was an accusation that came around that Jeremiah, who is good friends with Tan, was replaced, and he was like, "Oh, he had a hand." He's like, "I didn't have a hand in getting a friend of mine to replace you in the job that you were fired from." So this is what the tea that they put out there. So it says, this week tensions came to a head when Karamo, the gang's culture and lifestyle expert, refused to join his co-stars in interviews on Tuesday. He allegedly did not tell his co-stars he would not be appearing, with Anthony Porowski, Tan France, Jeremiah Brent, and Jonathan Van Ness looking shocked and clutching one another's hands as CBS morning hosts they were doing too much with all the we have the whole hands like we're the Sex and the City girls sitting up here on this panel trying to look like we putting on a united front. They were just giving like, okay, y'all ODing with the body language. Because y'all trying to put on a united front in this situation. I was just rolling my eyes the whole damn time with the way they were trying to act on that damn show. So they said, while the quartet didn't go into detail, food and wine expert Porowski merely said their dynamic was complicated, and which goes to show that maybe there was some truth. Because if you really pay attention to what he said, it was like, yeah, while there's some truth and some stuff, I was like, okay, well, maybe that, there was some things going on behind the scenes and y'all not as close as y'all portray. And here's the thing, just like when you get a bunch of women in a room together, a lot of times when you get a bunch of homosexuals in a room together, where it's like y'all trying to fight for all that attention and egos and all that other stuff, people are going to butt heads. So now, they do have their 10th and final season. I don't even know when that's airing, nor do I care because I don't watch the show. So they also said in 2024, it was announced that interior design expert Bobby Burke was leaving the show amid being replaced by Brent. Burke was 44, then revealed that there was off-camera situation between himself and fashion expert Tan France, who's 42, sparking wild theories about the reason behind the exit. After fans noticed that Burke had unfollowed France on social media, well, he actually was following his business page, but not his personal page. Because when they were going around promoting, he tagged everybody. And with Tan France, he tagged his business page that he barely uses, which got the sleuthing. And they realized that, oh, so there's trouble in the mist. And then that's when all this thing came out. So he said, yeah, it was something personal that had been brewing and nothing romantic. Just to clarify that, because apparently everybody thinks that when gays get together, that we can't just be platonic friends and we ain't all fucking each other. So then he said, should I have unfollowed Tan? No, maybe I should have just put him on mute. But that day I was angry, and that's the end of it. We became like siblings, and siblings are always going to fight. However, let's also not forget this. So they said a Rolling Stone article revealed that France and Porowski conspired to get Burke kicked off the show and replaced by the British star's friend Brent. I combine both names. France has strongly denied the allegations. I don't believe it. If Rolling Stone went, and Rolling Stone be doing these shady exposes. I don't like when y'all do y'all music reviews or whatever the case is, but for the most part, when they be doing these deep dives and they be digging into stuff that be going on behind the scenes with some of these celebrities, oh, it'd be juicy, and I'll be believing it. So they said that Burke was blindsided by the way his departure played out. noting that he had also been butting heads with France and Van Ness on set. While Burt claimed to have chosen to leave the show, France suggested that wasn't the case as he responded to claims he was involved in the decision. Addressing a report on IG, he said, "My former colleague getting fired had nothing to do with me trying to get my friend hired." Well, if not Tan, if Bobby went in and did the whole, I wasn't fired, I quit. And you coming out here being purposely messy and revealing that, no, him getting fired had nothing to do with me. Ain't had nothing to do with that. That's you being shady. That's you trying to take control of the situation and ripping the Band-Aid off the wound and saying, well, what he's saying over there is not what happened. This is what happened. So you being a messy queen. That's probably why that damn fashion show that he was doing over there on Netflix ain't been renewed. So he said, am I so happy that they have a job? I really am. I think they're going to be incredible in the show, but I didn't get them hired by getting rid of somebody else. I ain't buying it. Now, also, Rolling Stone also did an expose on Van Ness. If y'all don't remember, this is where it gets confusing because you say you non-binary, but then mostly we always thought that by non-binary people use they, them pronouns, but you call them he, him, she, her, they, them, and all the other acronyms. This is how people get confused because it's like, but non-binary meant they, them. But no, you can call me he, you can call me she, you can call me Regis and Kathy Lee. Remember that line? As long as you call me. That's an old term from back in the day. But anyway, so there was a story that came out from Rolling Stone back in the day that did an expose on Van Ness where they said that they made the show increasingly difficult to produce and accused him of being emotionally abusive and with rage issues. Then he went and responded to the claims on a podcast called Table Manners with Jesse and Lenny. Wait, Jesse Ware, the singer, has a damn podcast? Speaking of which, I think she has new music coming out because I saw a trailer for it earlier today. They said where they claimed that the accusations were not based in reality. So Van Ness said, or as we like to call Gay Jesus said, I think a lot of people were like looking for a reason to hate me or like looking for a girl. If you say like one more goddamn time in a sentence, like looking for a reason to be like, see, I always knew they were a fake. See you next Tuesday. And this is the proof. Van Ness added the cast first learned of the expose 3 months before it was published and claimed that a lot of the information they had been gathered was taken out of context in order to make them look as bad as possible. They branded the article as completely untrue and alleged that it was done in bad faith, but did admit that there were times when they snapped at people and could have done better. So if Rolling Stone is exposing all this and said, well, it was taken out of context, and you're making me look bad. But yeah, there's moments I would have a moment and I would snap at people and I could have had a better approach in my attitude. So it was an exaggeration for, pomp and circumstance because you like to add a little extra seasoning in the gumbo every now and again to give it a little more flavor. But the foundation, the base of it all is still there. That's not so it's like you making it sound, oh, they was making up the whole thing, but you openly admitting that yeah, you would have little outbursts every now and again. So you trying to call Rolling Stone a liar, but then admitting it in so many ways. The bombshell report claimed there was a real emotion of fear around them, meaning Van Ness, when they got angry. It's almost like a cartoon when it oozes out, where it oozes out of them. It's intense and scary, they added, further claiming that Van Ness was a yeller who would explode once a week. Maybe she bipolar. One source said that Van Ness has a very warm, very charismatic side to the personality, which is what the public sees, but then another side that comes from out behind the scenes. Well, that's like most celebrities. They all got split personalities. On camera, they're the nicest people in the world. Behind the scenes, they are Satan incarnate. And then they also went and said at least once a day, they would need to yell at somebody. It might be something small, but there's always going to be somebody to point out and blame and make the villain of the day. They alleged. Rolling Stone also claims that the Queer Eye cast were engaged in petty disputes and competition with each other over screen time and who was the top star of the show. Didn't I say that earlier? I didn't even read this article. And that was kind of like the assessment I gave. That it was just like, y'all got like women, when you get a bunch of them in the room, there's egos. Especially when you're dealing with 5 homosexuals and y'all careers is kind of like Y'all not, y'all ain't Beyonce. So when you out here trying to fight for that screen time, that's what you're gonna be getting. You getting egos. Now, while each cast member has gone on to find success in their own terms, Van Ness was arguably the breakout star of the series. Not only do they have the most social media followers of the group, they also published 3 books, including a New York Times bestseller, and launched the hit podcast Getting Curious with Jonathan Van Ness. The podcast was turned into its own standalone Netflix series in 2022 and also has a successful hair care line called JVN, which is stocked in Sephora. Well, that actually worked because, let me tell you something, Jonathan Van Ness got some gorgeous hair. So if you're looking at that, that's definitely going to give like a hair care line definitely works. Kenya Moore was good. Now, they said despite the damning allegations made about the cast, production sources insisted that the Fab Five's intentions and interactions with the heroes, the contestants, are genuine. They said the experience that the Fab Five gives to the heroes, that's very real. A lot of people who believe in that message and care about it work very hard and lose sleep to make a quality show that people care about. Now, Inside the next series of the show aired as planned and was nominated for 3-time primetime Emmy. Okay. So, I was like, is there anything else to add to this? Because I just feel like it's just going on and on. Daily Mail, y'all will sit and turn a thing that, let's get to the point, but y'all will sit and turn a 20-minute and something into 20 minutes. I'm like, this article don't need to be this damn long. So y'all pretty much got the point. So I just want to know, like, what's going on with Karamo? Like, I get it, protect your peace, do whatever the case is. You played the game for as long as you did. You gave this show a good 10 years, whatever. I never got into it. My Queer Eye is the original one with Carson Kressley and Cayenne Douglas and Jay Rodriguez and all the other members of the group. I forgot the other two. But that's my Queer Eye. And remember that song, All Good Things Getting Together. However that song went. I think Pepper Mache did the song. Let me tell you, those were the days. We had a good theme song. It was giving circuit party tease with the theme song. And then we had like the real Fab Five. And it was a fun, happy show. And everybody went on and did their own thing. You already know Carson Kressley did 12 seasons of Drag Race. I just discovered that when he was on the Roscoe's with Naysha Lopez and them. He was on there and what's her name? The one that was the queen that was just eliminated. First of all, I hated that episode. That episode was boring as hell. And the only reason why I was boring is because Fenton Bailey ass was in that damn audience. So when you got the co-CEO and owner of WoW in the audience, you can't really go in and let have, because the way that they did, oh my God, how I forget her damn name? The girl that was just eliminated. When you did her, y'all did her dirty. And I'm gonna watch that preview that they just released of Drag Race because I heard it was good and it was juicy. Shout out to Be a Star. She's everything. That is such a pretty ass man. And a pretty queen. So because Mia went in the clips when I was reading the comments. I didn't get to watch it, but this episode this week, it looked like they're about to rip the band-aid off and the girls are going in because they were like Briar Blush should have went home. But we know why they kept her. We know why production kept her. So, I feel bad for Karamo and this whole story. But look, quiet as it's kept, I was reading some of the comments and people said that Karamo problematic his damn self. So why he out here playing the victim, that he got to protect his mental health. And I'm sure they all was like, when the cameras were rolling, we gonna come and do our job and we here to serve these people and do what we gotta do. But behind the scenes, we don't like each other. We tolerate each other. Y'all, if we wasn't working, I probably would have punched you in your damn throat. I'm sure they all probably have that way about each other. But then they go up there with that politically correct condescending mess. And shout out to Gayle King for calling that out. Because it was like y'all were being very dismissive of his feelings. But some of the people were saying that Karamo ain't no angel in this situation either. I don't know. I need to hear from the people that know if they're going to speak out and expose whatever it is that he got. If Karamo's been problematic on the show and rude or whatever the case is, definitely drop it in the comments because I want to hear it. But in the meantime, we just going by the information that we have here. And while I was not somebody who was an avid Queer Eye watcher, you queens are messy. So, say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Because it is definitely getting juicy. And it's definitely something I feel like we're going to be hearing more stuff about as the rollout of Queer Eye, ascends upon us, especially this final season. So, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. And the star of the show, they can all take a seat individually. None of them do. Hello, that's what I was gonna say. Like when you really look at it, it's kind of like when you look at Destiny's Child, there's a standout. When you look at the Spice Girls, there's a standout. When you look at Little Mix, there's a standout. When you look at Girls Aloud, there's a standout. When you look at BTS, there's a standout. When you look at Blackpink, there's a standout. When you look at Queer Eye, there's no standouts on this damn show. Together collectively, y'all work as a unit. But when you go off and do your own thing, don't nobody care about y'all. And I think the only reason why people care about JVN is because he hits all the stereotypes. He like going around with all that hair on them legs and them titties, wearing a damn dress, confusing every damn body, and then with the long hair and the beard and all this stuff. So he likes playing with his gender, and that's cute or whatever. But he's the only one because he has that larger than life personality and plays into all the gay stereotypes, the flamboyantness of it all. People gonna eat that up. But the rest of them girls on that show, dry as a prune. Which is why it's like when you looked at the original Queer Eye, always been a fan of Carson Kressley. I've always been a fan of Jay Rodriguez, who still look good in his 40s. So, and Kyan, I used to have a crush on Kyan back in the I was like, oh, you're a cutie. And then who was the other one that was on that was the chef? And you said, I remember the incident where he sided with the black girl and dismissed the health concerns of pink. What the hell is pink sauce? Anyway, let's get into the rest of the show. I was like, wait, what's pink sauce? I don't know if I'm familiar with that, but let me know in the comments. But in the meantime, let's get into some more drama. This time, let's go from TV drama to music drama. And let's talk about Kim Petras. So yesterday we did break the story because it literally happened 30 minutes before I was going to go live. I didn't do pictures back and like, all this other stuff. Now that I have a fatter story to the situation, we could add all the bells and whistles. But so apparently yesterday, in case you didn't catch it, I did do it like a little flyaway in the beginning, breaking news situation that Kim Petras went on a whole Twitter tirade, basically wanting out of her Republic Records contract because she said her album's been done for 6 months and the label's not doing what they need to be done. They haven't paid the producers on the new album, which is called Detour, and she wants out because she said, I will self-fund and do whatever I need to do. I want to be independent but y'all are sitting out here ruining what I got going on, and I'm over it. So with all that being said, Kim Petras basically has some allies because she had a couple of singers, performers, pop star, fellow pop peers, I should say, who pretty much came out and they came to her defense in all of this. So musicians including Kesha, Grimes, and Shy Girl have spoken out on the reality of major label contracts after trans pop star Kim Petras accused her label of refusing to release her new music. Now, in a series of posts on Twitter on Tuesday, January 20th, 33-year-old broken singer Kim Petras stated that she had, or y'all should have said unholy, that she had officially asked to be dropped by her label, Republic Records, a brand owned by, of course, Universal Music, because Universal owns every damn thing. Now she said, I'm tired of having no control over my life or career. I just want to continue to self-fund and self-curate my own music. This is why I have formally requested to be dropped by at Republic Records. And yeah, she tagged their ass in the tweet. Now, the singer, who became the first trans artist to win a Grammy Award in a major category with her Sam Smith collaboration Unholy, claimed that her new album has been complete for 6 months, but Republic Records is refusing to offer a release date for it. Because remember, at one point, they did say that the album was supposed to come out at the end of the year, which was December. And then there was a story that was supposed to come out in February. I remember hearing all these different alleged rumored dates. But yeah, we never got a real official release. And I did like those singles she released. She also said that she filmed a music video that she paid out of her own pocket at the end of 2025 for her next single, but the record label wouldn't give her a release date for it. The Future Stars Now singer added that despite her historic success at the 2023 Grammy Awards, Republic Records provides no support for her music career. And it's funny how she was saying that because there was somebody in the comments that was like, wait a minute, you have a Grammy. You mean that they're doing all this? I was like, why y'all even think that because you have a Grammy, that means that you've officially arrived, that means that the door is just kicked open and the world is your oyster. There are so many people that have awards that's careers have like gone downhill from there, whether it's an Oscar or a Grammy or whatever. These awards are like, that's peak. You've arrived, you hit your peak, but you got to be able to evolve beyond that. So I don't understand why people put so much emphasis on awards. Like, to me, if that's your goal, I mean, it's great if you win one, but that shouldn't be your end all be all goal. This is why I also say don't sign your life away to these major labels. If you're going to sign, do it independently. Build your brand. Start slowly. Find out who you are as an artist through that, like continually building and diversifying your portfolio. You know who did that? Zara Larson. She's been out here making music for over a decade, and now people starting to recognize her and really starting to pay. I don't feel like she's fully arrived yet. Maybe with that next album she will, but for the most part, I feel like Zara Larson is on her way to breaking that glass ceiling finally, and she's independent. A lot of people didn't know that. She bought herself out of her contract, and she's been out here independently doing her music. And look where she's at. She just did Jingle Ball, tore it up. She was the best performance out of that whole night. If I was them, they should have had Kylie Minogue close that show instead of boring ass Ed Sheeran. But I'm not in control of what they do over there at iHeart, so that's who they chose. But Zara Larson, when she came out, she performed down. I was living for the whole moment. That was the only artist up there I was really paying attention to. And then that and K-pop Demon Hunters. But so yeah, so she's moved out there, and I always said like go independent. If you go on a smaller label, even Robin, who once upon a time was doing her own thing on Konnichiwa, she signed to a label, Young Records, which is a smaller label, and you see like there seems to be a little extra budget there, like the costumes and the dancers and the shows and stuff you've been putting together. So if you do like a co-distribution deal, whatever the case is, those are a lot smarter. This is why I say as artists, the days of I just want to sing. I'm fixing to sing, and feeling very color purple today. I'm fixing to sing. And you're just gonna get up there and the label's gonna do all the work and give you the $2 million advance. Those days are over. Like if you're gonna come in here and do the music thing, you gotta put in the work to actually build your portfolio and diversify it. Meaning you gotta go out there and do the social media stuff. You get on a smaller label and their budget may not be as big, but if you can't come up with a way to be creative and let your talent speak for yourself, and even if you don't have the most fiercest look, if you look back in the day at them clothes that Destiny Child was wearing before they got where they at, them clothes was a chop. And that's because they had the House of Diarrhea making it. Yeah, because they had their mother making it, and them clothes was closing because them fashions was a choice. They made it work. But we ain't no better back in the day. We just went on what we were seeing. So yeah, at the end of the day, the Grammys ain't worth the price of tea in China, but yet and still people put so much emphasis on it. So she went on to also say, if it's not a TikTok trend or 80s revival queer baiting shit, these labels have no interest in supporting. Oh, don't even get me started on the queer baiting that they be doing. So, um, she went on to promise that she would soon be releasing her new album because after all that, she said, I was like, girl, just Universal and just drop the album, release the record, release the video, and they try to come for you and file lawsuits. Oh well, take my ass to court because what y'all doing is y'all playing in my face. And if you're not going to support the release, I'm gonna release my music because this is my music. I'm passionate about it, and if I need to find a way to buy myself out of this, let's make the deal. Let's meet up. Let's negotiate. Let's do what we got to do because y'all playing in my face. So now Petras' public request to be dropped by her major label has reinvigorated an omnipresent conversation about the difficulties musicians face when they are signed to major labels. Look, we can take it back to the days of Prince. When Prince was running around with Slave on his face, he wasn't doing that for shits and giggles. There's a method to his madness. Now, praying singer Kesha replied directly to Petras' post about asking to be let go by her label, stating that freedom should be a birthright. She said, quote, I spent many years fighting for the rights to myself, she wrote. Watching another woman realize that the golden age is still a cage isn't a victory. It's a tragedy we have to stop repeating. Freedom isn't a privilege, it's a birthright. I hear you. I'm sorry, Kim. And you already know what Kesha had to deal with in regards to all of this, regarding the fighting with her label and trying to break free of Dr. Puke, which those two have in common. And I remember there was some people in the comments that was saying that this is Republic getting mad at her because she didn't work with Dr. Puke on this new album. Well, we already saw what happened when Katy Perry worked with him with 143. Y'all dragged her down to the ground. And the album was a flop. The album 143 was a full-on chop. Y'all didn't support it. You supported the tour. The tour wasn't bad. I actually liked the tour because I worked the tour, but it wasn't a bad tour. I actually thought Katy Perry was funny. The tour was touring. I liked a lot of the craziness. It was just a crazy show, but I had a great time with it. Now, them songs that's on that album, I was like, Artificial was actually a cute song, though. I will give her that. It needs to be a little longer, but yeah, there was a lot of songs on the album that just wasn't doing it for me. But working with Dr. Puke definitely hurt her. And maybe she was forced by the label to work with him. And she doesn't really have control and want to rock the boat. But it's like, you want to deal with the wrath of the fans versus the label, I guess that's what she want to do. But Kim is trying to carve out her own path and do her own thing. So they're saying that there might be punishment for that. But that's why they're coming after her. And I was also hearing someone say earlier in the show that it might have been Robert, that they said Kesha should come and manage Kim. I don't know if Kesha wants to take on that responsibility because, Kesha has Kesha Records. She's officially independent. That's how she released her new album, period. And, the album was all right. It didn't give me what I need, like, from the Animal Cannibal era. But the songs, it felt like there was a bit of that old Kesha in there, but I needed a little more grit. I needed a little more edge. I needed her to kind of go like the direction, like No Shade. I feel like Slater's upcoming era is giving me Kesha 2.0. Like, she's got a bit of that vibe going on with the music, sonically, lyrically, visually. I kind of need Kesha to go back to that. I need her to get a little more dirty, like Peaches, who has a new album also coming out next month. Slater's in March. Peaches in February. So it's going to be a very much a electro pop sleaze era with the girls that's coming out, and I'm here for it. I need my male pop stars to get like that too, but y'all are boring. We gotta depend on the pop girls that actually give us like the good songs and the provocateurness. Now, as y'all know, they said that in 2023, Kesha reached a settlement in the decade-long legal battle with music producer Dr. Puke after he filed a lawsuit in 2014, after she filed a lawsuit in 2014, accusing him of sexually, physically, verbally, and emotionally abusing her. Dr. Puke, whose real name is Lucas Godwald, countersued Kesha for defamation, claiming that she had fabricated the accusations to be freed from her record contract. Dr. Puke continued to deny Kesha's claims in a statement outlining her settlement, or their settlement, and both parties said that they had agreed to a resolution. Kesha founded her own label, Kesha Records, in 2024. Now, we did bring up Petras collaborating with Dr. Puke on some of her biggest hits. Had previously said that she had a positive experience with the producer, but did not want to dismiss other people's alleged experiences. And with her saying that, they still ate her up over those comments. Now, but I guess you have to realize when you're stuck in a rock and a hard place and you're a part of a major label, you gotta toe the line. And then, as one of her songs says, you gotta feed the beast. So you can't come out and really say how you really feel. Now she's at her wit's end. So now, in a series of lengthy posts on Twitter, musician and Elon Musk's former partner, who's fighting with him over, her children, or whatever the case is, because, she's been dealing with him in the kids situation. Grimes said that every artist she's ever met was in some point in a terrible label situation, saying, quote, very little effort is put into taking care of artists. We are expendable, and sometimes I suspect they purposefully try to break the best ones so no one else can have them, and they can steal their ideas and trust them onto someone else whose dreams are so big they'll accept the abuse. Well, isn't that what they said about how to basically, Jennifer Lopez is one of those girls that you'll accept the abuse, but because you got big dreams, you want big dreams, you want fame. Well, fame costs it right here. You got to start paying and sweat. Shout out to Debbie Allen. That was her line for the movie, and they use it in the show too. Now on IG, who is like one of my favorite artists at the moment, queer DJ and producer Shy Girl, helped praise the independent labels for their treatment of artists, saying, I particularly love being with an independent label because when the new music takes time, it's just because I'm living life and making music in the time I want. People love to complain, and the cons of being with the major label, you can't have the pros and pretend the cons are a surprise. You know what you're getting into by now. So, of course, with her saying that, people got upset because they felt like she was throwing shade at Kim. But she was like, that wasn't shade necessarily towards her. What I'm doing is I am pointing out that this is a tale as old as time. There's been many, like Kim is not the first, nor will she be the last artist that's been done dirty by major labels. They do it to everybody. And what the question should be is we need to direct that energy to why people sign in the first place when there are loads of independent labels that support artists better. But I think because people think that if you sign yourself to a major label, that means I've arrived and it's all about pomp and circumstance. And people can't say no, I get to do the arenas and I get to do the festivals. I'm like, you can do all that shit as an independent artist. I could do an arena show. I could be an opening act for an arena artist on an independent label. I mean, I'm trying to think. I've seen this happen before. Wait a minute. Zara Larson, who I said is independent, she's been an opening act for girls in arena shows. She's done festivals. A lot of the art, they all do that. I mean, look, Kesha is an independent artist, did Madison Square Garden and a couple of other arenas. So for you to sit there and think that if you sign to a major label, that means that it's all about the bragging rights. Is it worth it when you're being treated like shit? Where you're binded in a contract for however long they want you in that contract, and you're not even able to recoup any of the money that they've spent on you. So I would rather be independent and figure out how to make lemons. That's the good thing about being a creative homosexual. If you are that type of person and you have a good team of people who know how to, and look, it's so much cheaper now to be able to do things, especially if you're a part of a major label. The social media thing that you got going on, that's free press. You can use your internet or the TikToks, whatever the case is, although those algorithms do be working my nerve because they all try to play these little games and who gets to flourish and who doesn't. So there's a lot of stuff that goes in it. But Kim has been around long enough where she's curated enough of a fan base that she doesn't need a major label behind her in order to be successful. So let my people go. Let Kim Petras go. Let her be independent. Let her put her music out there. And what you do is you build your foundation. You do the festival circuits and build your audience. You be an opening act for certain artists. But also, when you're done with that and you schmoozing all these people and trying to build yourself a new fan base who didn't discover your music before, then you go and do smaller venues like Brooklyn, what is the Brooklyn Paramount? Or Radio City, or maybe you're in the theater at Madison Square. Like, do the small thing, like, really build your foundation. And when you get to that point where you've proven that you've got a loyal fan base, focus on that. Also, accumulate and bring those new fans in, like I said, for the festivals, and then eventually build to that arena. So, if you want to do it, you're not going to be out here, and if you're really passionate about it, you got to find a way to be creative. So, I know this is a lot, but I love when I start talking about, music and business and all that other stuff because a lot of these kids out here, it's like, child, y'all want to continue to be taken advantage of by these damn, shitty ass major labels. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Kim Petras going through it, and now she's got allies and a couple of celebrities. Grimes will come out to throw their support behind her. Kesha's come out and giving her support. And even though some people felt like Shy Girl was being shady, no, she was giving you the truth. She was being honest, and she ripped the band-aid off. I'm not going to sit here and kowtow you. It's like, this is the reality of the situation. Independent is way better. Do a distribution. Look at Kylie Minogue. She's independent and did the best situation going on with her career right now because she went independent and was out here doing, for the first time, arena shows in the United States as an independent artist and sold out both nights at Madison Square Garden, which people felt like that wasn't even a possible thing. But the Impossible Princess made it possible. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I was like, child, this be the first time we did a show in a while that's over 4 hours. But who try to get a hold on? Because I see a lot of people got a lot to say on this situation. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Just remember the incident where he sided with the we talked about that earlier. Hold on. Wait. I went down too far. Republic Records wanted a general public type act, but she has fans, might not be Madison Square Garden type act, but she's a niche act. I knew it was bad from her to go. Yeah, that's why I said, yeah, was she always independent? And then she went, yeah, it's bad to go major. That's why I was like, as queer artists, do the small label thing. And we can go out there and prove that we can do those type of shows. It's kind of like when there was the electro clash movement when like Peaches and all those artists were coming up. And then because this thing blew up so fast, they decided to have them open for like Marilyn Manson and Nine Inch Nails and doing all these other festival things. And they were like, oh yeah, they thought that these people that were doing shows at CBGBs could run over and do festivals with these other type of groups. And then it was like, the people wasn't receiving it well. Now they like the genre of music, but it was something relatively new and different. And they were like, and Peaches was like, I was getting spit on every night. But she kept going. But that's rock and roll. She does have a song called Rock and Roll, but that's all she says as the lyrics. rock and roll, rock and roll, rock and roll, rock and roll. And you said Kesha's very gracious. Yes, she is. First overly trans artist because Wendy Carlos won for Iron, but wasn't open given it was the 80s. Kim may have been the first trans act to go quote unquote mainstream, at least in the 21st century, but the industry in general is not supportive of any queer trans who can't pass as a heterosexual. Exactly. It's like it's kind of like with black artists. They want our rhythm, but not our blues. You want our creativity. You want all of our stuff to pass on to your heterosexual, your cisgendered or cis-het artists, but y'all want us behind the scenes. You don't want us in the forefront. It's kind of like I said about Lil Nas X. Like if Lil Nas X want a revival of his career and start over, he needs to go independent. Release him from his contract. Go independent. If he wants to rap, he needs to kind of go into more of that hyper pop, electro dance genre and do his thing that way. Look at Cakes the Killer. Cakes the Killer is an openly queer artist and very successful. He travels the world. He performs in smaller venues, but he's got a successful career. Duran Bernard, the same way. Everybody's up in here wanting to still be on the same plateau as like the Madonnas and the Kylies and all these other girls. And I'm like, I will still give you a Kylie Madonna experience type show. I'll give it to you on a smaller stage, but you still gonna get that big extravaganza just in a smaller frame. If you're creative, you can always find a way, like as Noxeema Jackson said in one of my favorite movies, Tu Wong Fu, I would make Hollywood wherever I go. Oh, it was Felix that said that. Like you said, she got a Grammy and a #1 song, but Kim always gave niche. Like no main pop girl would put out Love Slut Pop though. Some of those songs up in there, I'm like, bitch. Now this would be a song I would perform once. Because honey, I lived through a lot of the stuff she's singing about on them songs during my backsliding days. And you said I've been listening to Zara Larsson, so I love her. That's like one of my favorite artists. I've been living for Zara Larsson for years. Now all of a sudden, I'm glad everybody's catching up. It's like I like Ava Max too, and people be hating on her, but I feel like she's a diamond in the rough too. I like all the underdogs. BB Rex and Rita Ora, no, they're a chop because they not giving me what I need. But the other girls, yes. And I know Rita's supposed to be coming out with a new album. She's talking about she's doing a dance record. I'm like, what? Are you gonna go more what's her name? Demi Lovato with it? Because Demi Lovato finally put out a good damn record in the dance pop realm, and y'all paid the dust. But she about to do Madison Square Garden too. Yeah, that's why some people's careers don't last because they are only in it for the money and accolades. It's like, if you love what you do, I don't care. I'll perform wherever I'm at. I don't give a good goddamn. Give me a smaller stage. Because I remember at one point, her last tour that she did, she was trying to do these big venues and they weren't selling out. If she did something like what Jade's doing, what she's doing Brooklyn Paramount, like if you do smaller venues like that, you'll be Gucci. not everyone is destined to be that main pop girl level. And Kim clearly, absolutely, I definitely feel that. She makes accessible pop music that's radio friendly, but unless it's unholy, a mainstream audience doesn't care about it. And it's like, yeah, if you're trying to get those like who do I think of that be the perfect example of like someone who's very basic that you can get you can hit that middle America audience. Tate McRae. Like if you're not giving Tate McRae tease with the pop girl type situation, you're not grabbing that full audience. You'll get the hipster types. Like to me, when I look at Kim Petras, she'll get the same kids that like Robin. Because that's kind of like she gives niche. Although I feel like Robin is not niche. Robin is very much like very cool kid, very hipster, that sort of thing. That's why she's always performing in Brooklyn because she's more or less my speed. That's someone who was born in Brooklyn. He said, speaking of the color purple, they just had Taraji on the map. She was singing. Damn, Taraji, that's where your career went. You got your TV son out here doing porn, getting his asshole ripped wide by Yardy. And then now you got Taraji on the Masked Singer. The mighty have fallen. And you say it's no shade, but to the general public, Kim is a one. Is she? So what would Unholy be considered her one hit? Because yeah, she definitely got a niche audience. So yeah, that's why I said, girl, you might as well just go independent and start small because you're not gonna sell like tailoring them. Like you're not on that level. I don't want to minimize somebody's career, but it's just given very, like y'all said, niche. I was supposed to see Kim and Troy back in 2019. First of all, yeah. Wait, was that 2019? Because then they. Oh no, I know what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Troy and Charlie. That's what I'm thinking. I was like, Kim and Troy in 2019. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking Charlie X, the Sweat Tour. That's what I was thinking about. Um, and the show got canceled because I think people were afraid of some kind of violence. Because it's like, yeah, people have a problem with gays and trans artists. And I'm like, yeah, y'all may not be able to do the countries that outlaw homosexuals, but you can perform in Paris, you can perform in Spain, you can perform in Brazil, like all the queer friendly spots. And there's spots in the United States you can perform. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't be safe enough to travel, to Kazakhstan or Saudi Arabia. Why the fuck would I want to perform there? I like life. Peaches has a few new videos. Yeah, I've been watching it and I've been liking what she's been dropping so far. I'm looking forward to the new album. I already have it saved in my Apple Music. You said so many artists are being inspired by Kesha, emphasis on the dollar sign. But Kesha herself, Fixed Nostalgia, Act, Slater's Recent Era, and Kim's I Like Your Look are all straight out of absolutely. Because when I was listening to her new song, when you hear Beat Up Chanel's and you know those other songs, you definitely get the Kesha vibe. Also, the latest song, Dance, it's kind of got that Kesha vibe, but it's got more or less, it reminds me of Justice in the production. I love Justice. And how simple they keep their visual with the cross. He said, I think, well, I'm a house head, so I know all the production. Like when I hear certain productions, who it reminds me of and stuff, immediately. He said, I think Kesha is afraid because so I'm like, girl, if anything, I need you to be like WWMD. What will Madonna do? So when you get to be a certain age, fuck the age thing. If you have the creativity and the artistry within you, push the boundaries creatively, musically, whatever the case you want to do. Lanier says, I just saw on threads that according to TMZ, the Karamo situation erupted because of a hot mic moment in which his mom overheard all but Jeremiah talking. Oh, that's probably why okay, well, thank you for that information because I didn't know. So Jeremiah, well, I guess because Jeremiah is new, so he has no stake in the fight. So he's just sitting back listening. I have this ain't got shit to do with me. I'm just a new guy. And here you got Tan, his old shady ass, and you got Miss Thing, JVN, and then Anthony phony ass up in there talking shit. And it's like, oh, really, bitch? Okay. Now, that's the gag. I can't stand cheap queens. I can't stand messy queens. Shout out to Gia Gunn. I gotta watch that season of Drag Race. Gia's a key. Or you said, I read that. I be going on my little mental bipolar tangents. You said, I can't wait for a new album from Grind. I've been listening to her recently too. She's been coming, like whenever I would listen to, like whenever I be listening to certain hyperpop artists, and then my Apple Music goes into the, you know, the mixtape mode where it starts playing music that's similar. They'll put some Grimes up in the mix, and I'm getting caught up in them songs. And you said she may be a nutcase. But Genesis, Oblivion, and what's that? 4 a.m. are some of the greatest. And it's funny because isn't that how she write her son name too? The way with the weird A and the E is attached or whatever. Are some of the greatest songs ever made, in my opinion. Yeah, she is crazy. Which I guess is why she and, you know, the ketamine queen, Elon Musk, were a match made in heaven at the time. Slater and Kim were more slutty, while Kesha was sleazy. She was branded as being a mess. What we do like was, I felt like Kesha was more rock and roll in regards to that. But yeah, slutty. I think Slater's trying to fall in that whole sleazy thing. Get sleazy, get sleazy. I said Kesha was sleazy when she was dubbed Not a Kid's Act because she was a hot drunk mess, and the dollar sign version was a Dr. Luke creation. Kesha is who she is. All right, Bruce Willis with the Yippee Ki-Yay. You said they want the overnight success. Those days are gone. You don't get instant success. That overnight was 4 to 5 years hard work behind the scenes before the label felt okay, they're ready. Yeah, because that was when artist development was coming in. They're not they're not developing artists no more. So now you gotta literally be out here and self-create. You gotta get out here and start making the music. Speaking of which, have y'all heard that new Madison Beer single? It's cute. It was giving me Ariana Grande tease, but it's a cute song. Ramen did Madison Square. Oh, did she? Well, of course, it was before I worked there. I would love to see her. I'd love to see Robin do Madison Square Garden again. I actually hope she decides to do Madison Square Garden when she drops the album. But I'm realizing it's going to be insanely busy this summer because, like I told you, Bon Jovi is doing 9 shows. Rush, I believe, is doing 4 or 5. I did hear Fish might be doing a couple of shows because they want to hit their 100 show mark this year. Because I believe they're at 90 or 91 so far. And I heard that. Then we had Harry Styles. The rumor is he's supposed to be doing 20 instead of 15. So it's been up. That hasn't been announced yet, but that is the rumor. I told him we'd be talking at work, and I'll be sitting here spilling the tea. So those are the rumors that's floating. But of course, when you try to ask people, I cannot confirm or deny. So that is the word on the curb at the moment. Robin also opened for Madonna on the second leg of her Sicky and Sweet tour. Peaches worked with Pink on OMG. Her only set. Yeah, I remember that she worked with her. That was like it when, you know what? I always liked the idea when mainstream artists always took a risk and started working with a lot of underground artists. Like when Pink worked with Peaches, or wasn't that on the what was the name of that album? Try This? The album, that third album that came out of The Misunderstood that flopped. That a lot of people was adding because it was a little too out there where the buses don't run, and she had to come back and play it safe again. Then I liked when Christina Aguilera, when she was doing the era of Bionic, when she started working with Goldfrapp and La Tigra and a lot of those artists from the Electro Clash era. So I was liking that. So I was like, that's back when the artists of my generation was taking risks. And working with a lot of underground artists. I honestly think Lil Nas X should take the influencer route. Was he ever passionate about making music, or did he just want to make it? I feel like he fell into music. I think because of Old Town Road became such a big hit that he felt like, oh, I need to follow it up. But I don't know if the passion necessarily was there. And he was just going along with whatever these people was trying to put on him. And it ended up ruining his career, and he ended up having to deal with all this craziness. I don't know if he was genuinely ready to become a musician. It's just like, I think Old Town Road was a happy accident. And then he just had to keep riding the wave. And it's like, once you get a taste of that fame, oh, that I tell you, that's a drug worse than the prescription and the street pharmaceuticals. Peaches was also on Xtina's My Girls. See, I was bringing up my honor before I read your comment. I love Bionic. I wish Christina would have toured for it. She do every now and again. She has did songs for it, so she's aware that the fandom loves that album, even though it was not. It didn't work out the way it needs to because it came out around the time of the Fame. So it looked like she was copying off of Lady Gaga when they were working on that album around the same time. Sabrina Carpenter, yes, she is. You said she is basic. I told her I was bored senseless with that tour, and I had to work 4 of those shows. I was bored. But you said not in a bad way. Tate McRae is basic, but not in a bad way. They each have something that makes them niche, but they appeal more to a mainstream audience. Yeah, absolutely. So you're gonna get like those mall girls that are gonna come in and watch them, or the little, the boys that's coming to terms with their faggotry. And then you get a couple of those Jersey Shore girl types. I'm trying to describe the type of people that I be seeing at these shows. The Jersey Shore type, the Snooki type, because they're the ones that definitely like to take McRae's. I've seen so many girls that would show up with the lip injections and all that other stuff that was coming to these shows, drunk out there going. Ava should have opened for Kylie, not yeah, because wait, she opened for Rita Ora? Girl, I'm going to pay to see her. Rita Ora better be glad she getting a check from the Masked Singer. The best thing that Nicole Scherzinger did was drop out so somebody else can come up in there. Taylor Swift is basic, but not in the back. These are all those people who have mainstream appeal / popularity. And I saw Kylie, no one knew Rita. So she likes it. And everybody's like, saying what? We don't know you are a no-hit wonder, sis. Yeah, I don't understand why she had Kylie. Why did she have Rita Ora open? Because I forgot who Kylie had open. Oh, I think it was Rami. Rami X from, I think it was called Rami X or Rami XX. Yeah, Rami. I liked some of her songs. I knew her stuff. So Rami opened for her in the New York leg, which I thought was a good idea. But yeah, Rita Ora, she was trying to get people to sing along. See? I was like, they were like, what? I don't know them songs. Should win the audience that loves Robin, Carly Rae Jepsen, and Ava Max, true gays that gatekeep our best music better than. Yeah, we do. Because it's like we will sit and covet, the girls, and we'll come out and support. And those are the loyal fan base you need to perform for. So Robin, Carly Rae Jepsen, Ava Max, they have their small little niche audience, and that should be okay. You know what? Somebody needs to come out with a niche festival and just put all the niche girls together and have all the people just come out and support. So you get all the B-level girls on one festival. Majority of Americans yes, they are. So that's why the main pop stars are basic. Beyonce is literally Madonna, the only exception. Madonna, Janet, Britney, and Kylie were basic in their day too, but not in a bad way. Madonna and Janet's 80s runs was cute girly bops until they decided to evolve. Key Mac admitting Joanne wishes she was music and Cowboy Carter, cutting edge pop with country and folk influences with modern music elements. Yeah, that album was all over the place. Music is barely a country. Yes, not. It's basically folktronic. Music is barely country inspired. I just feel like the aesthetic is country, but it was not giving country. Like the idea was there, but people like Kylie Minogue and people like Beyonce, they took the concept further and really explored those sounds. Because I'd have been like, yeah, if I was to ever do a country album, what I would do is I got to put all those electronic flourishes and stuff over there. So it's like, yes, the basis of it is got that folk vibe, the country vibe, the guitars and all this stuff. But we're going to experiment with all these other bizarre, weird sounds. And I kind of wish that Madonna would have went there with that record, but she really didn't. Gone leans more folk than country. Yeah, that's what. And anyway, if you really think about country, the foundation of it is folk music and blues. So Madonna was never basic. She was edgy from the beginning. To us, it was country. It was her way of telling Faith Hill, Shania Twain. Well, it was kind of like, it was like her version of that type of country pop back in the day. Because remember, there was with Shania Twain and Faith Hill and all those girls, they were in even what was it? LeAnn Rimes. They were all kind of doing that whole, yeah, we're country, but we also want to give more of a catchier pop sensibility. And trust me, I was not really in the country, but I was living for what Shania Twain was putting out. But that was because she was working with Mutt Lange, who was a no good son of a bitch that went and cheated with her on his wife with her best friend. And it's funny because Shania went on to marry her best friend's husband, who was married to the woman that cheated on her husband. it's so weird how they do that. It's kind of like Amy Robach and the other one that did that. Ellen, wait, who's L and X Daddy? You said sing gospel. I wish I liked his material more. Oh, Little Nas X. I was like, wait, Little Nas X Daddy saying gospel. I wish I liked his material more. That's why I said I like the idea of Little Nas X. That's probably why Onyx said he should have been an influencer because I liked his aesthetic, but I never liked the music. The music never gave me what I needed. I know like DJ and EJ, friends of the show, they were just Little Nas X supporters because I guess little black gay kid or whatever. But I feel like I need more than that to make me like the aesthetic is cute or whatever. Yeah, cute boy, he's a homosexual, power to the people. But I need more than that. I need the full package. And if you're not giving me the full package, it's like, okay, well, you being cute and all that stuff is not enough. Basic, I mean accessible to the mainstream audience. Madonna's first two albums aren't nearly as controversial or edgy, so as what she would do on Papa Don't Preach moving forward. Yeah, she did controversial things, but yeah, a lot of her music was very mainstream and very accessible. And then later on, once she became popular, she was able to use that as a springboard to push the boundaries and take more risks. So yeah, what you meant when you was about basic, you wasn't saying like, oh, she just, boring or whatever the case is, like accessible to a large audience. But after a while, them people are fickle and you can't hold on to that audience forever. So now you got to find ways to continue, like the longevity part of the career has to come in. People were attracted to Madonna's confidence, especially young girls and homosexuals. Janet didn't pop with her generic first. Yeah, we know Control was the album that really put her on Front Street. And that's because she took control of her career. I saw a video about Trisha Yearwood and LeAnn Rimes doing the same song and got nominated for all the same awards. They did that song. I mean, I know How Will I Live, that was LeAnn, but I didn't know Trisha Yearwood also covered it. Speaking of what happened to them accusations with her husband, Garth Brooks? Didn't he get accused of assault of somebody? I forgot all about that story until you mentioned Miss Yearwood. But anyway, that was a good talk that we were sitting. I'll tell you, it's funny how we do the whole music tone. We go through a whole situation regarding that. But the good talk with, the music pundits, that's all up in the comments. All right, y'all, so let's get to our final topic. And let's talk about Carmen Carrera, because Carmen Carrera went on the curb. She looked like she about to make history. Herstory as the first openly trans woman to appear on The Real Housewives. Now, I will say this, for a while, I've been campaigning for T.S. Madison to get on The Real Housewives of Atlanta, because trust and believe, y'all could use some kind of personality, fresh blood, like something over there, because y'all not giving it to me with the current crop of girlies on that show. But they saying that Carmen Carrera, who once upon a time was married, had a whole husband ended, but I think that was before her transition. When she was Chris, I think that was the name back then. Anyway, yeah, when she was her old self, her dead name, whatever the case is, I know. I apologize on that. But when she was her former self, she was married. They're divorced, that sort of thing. I don't know what her relationship status is, because I always thought, like, if you're going to do the Housewives, that you have to technically be married. But then again, there's been many housewife shows that we watch where the women ain't married and they still on that damn show. Because when you watch the Housewives of Beverly Hills, I think there's like one couple on there that's and that might be the new girl that's on there that nobody likes. But all the women on there pretty much split. I think isn't no, I don't think she is. I was gonna say, isn't Jennifer Tilly married? Yeah, I think everybody on there is pretty much divorced. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So RuPaul's Drag Race Carmen Carrera has teased that she could be set to make her story with the next season of The Real Housewives of Miami. Carrera, who first appeared on season 3 of Drag Race, featured briefly on Real Housewives of Miami's 7th season. She was listed as a friend of Keke Barth when the cast went to the 2024 National Levitical Plus Task Force Gala in an episode shown last year. She has since been heavily rumored to be a more permanent member of the cast, or at least one of the friends of cast members. The model spoke to Pride at the annual Out 100 celebration in December, where she was asked about returning to Real Housewives of Miami's upcoming season, saying, quote, "We're getting ready to film soon," Carrera said, "so you might see some more of me out there. It's all happening. I don't want to say too much, but we'll see what happens. It would be nice," she added. If Carrera was added to the Real Housewives of Miami cast, it would make her the first trans woman to become a full-time Real Housewife cast member. The Drag Race legend and model was rumored to have been involved with Real Housewives of Miami when it was rebooted in 2021, having been seen at multiple cast events. But she explained to Pride her schedule had kept her from appearing as much as she could have, saying, quote, "My schedule was so busy while we were filming. I was supposed to be there for the very first episode, but I had other things to do. By the time I actually filmed with the ladies, there was so much drama going on, so I was out of the loop, but I was just happy to be there." Now, Carrera, who spoke to the current political and social climate around the trans community, sharing an uplifting message for trans people, she said, "Honestly, the trans experience is so unique. I'm owning my truth and not caring what anyone else thinks. I'm in my 40s and it's all about being fabulous. You know who you are. It's just about feeling empowered. We've always been here. We've always going to be here." And shout out to her for saying that, because it's like, yeah, when you get in your 40s, you're at a point where it's like you have a sense of who you are. Like, it took me to get to that point for me to figure out who I am, and I'm content with who I am. So yeah, when you get in your 40s, you are very much self-assured. Now, I can't wait till I get to my 50s where I can just be like, I'm in my IDGAF era, where it's just like, I don't care what none of y'all say. I'm gonna do me, and you're gonna be more forthright with what you want, and you're more confident in saying no to things. So I think this would be a good idea to see someone like Tommy Carell there. She could be a friend of, like, Jennifer Tilly, like, basically just come in and out and kiki with the girls, and if she get caught up in some drama, she gonna speak her mind and be, whatever. I definitely feel like I don't understand why we don't get enough queer personalities on a lot of these shows, because quiet as it's kept, we are the ones who are the movers and shakers of entertainment. Y'all don't see it for a lot of us. For some of you, do not for us to not have equal rights and a lot of stuff. But you like when we come and be in a minstrel show. You like when we come in and we perform and we give y'all whatever. We give y'all all the gags and the jokes and all the other stuff. And we come up here and we read you down and all this other stuff. Or when the cis het girls come in and just use up all our lingo and make money off of it. So why you can't get the people that actually are the movers and shakers of the culture to come in and actually spice up y'all shows a little bit? Because I've been saying that we definitely need a show. And we see a lot of it with Chasing Atlanta and a lot of those shows. Or, The Circle. Child, I won't bring up The Circle because that show's still getting accolades. And y'all ain't put out a new season in years, but y'all still be stretching out the old one. A 3-year-old season. Y'all just put out the new episode yesterday. So when y'all be out here with the YouTube-based reality shows, and they're up there doing that, and showing, because there was a thing where Carlos King, it's funny how when you get these rhymes with maggots in certain powerful positions like Andy Cohen and Carlos King, they be the first ones up in there. Well, men aren't entertaining, or men don't know how to bring the drama, whatever. No, heterosexual men don't know how to bring the drama when it comes to these reality TV based type situations. You get some gays together and some trans girls, oh, trust and believe, the tea will be spilled. The drama will be brought to the forefront. And I'm not saying that contrived mess that you be seeing over there on the Zeus network, because the one thing I don't like about Zeus is the fact that, yeah, a lot of these homosexuals that go on there, they feel like y'all got to be up in there doing some bad girls club type stuff. Like, y'all got to be up in there fist fighting and pulling people wigs off and all this other stuff in order to get your 15 minutes of fame. It's not even natural. Y'all doing it because you feel like this is the only way you're going to get attention. And I feel like there are spaces out there where we can have those type of shows. I'm not talking about the show that we had with Todrick and all them other ones that was on that came on after Drag Race. Y'all remember that controversy? I forgot the name of the damn show, but y'all remember the controversy that surrounded that show, and the fact that they were trying to do like this show and they felt like it wasn't even, y'all didn't even live in, what was it, the Real Friends of WeHo, I think it was called. And they were like, y'all not even real friends, y'all not even from WeHo. because they were trying to do the A-list, which I'm like, y'all could revive that show and really get some gay. I mean, now we in a time of like real influencers. Back then, it was just y'all. I just feel like that show was before its time. But you can revive the A list and have, even though it's not a real A list, but it's just the gay, or call it the gay list, and put the A in the letter A in the middle in a capital. Look at me marketing. Put G and Y in small letters, the A in caps, called the gay list. And it's the A list. And it's about a bunch of people who are influencers, movie shakers, whatever, in wherever it's New York, LA edition, Miami, DC, wherever. Have a bunch of people come together who are doing things, kikiing, the drama ensues, whatever the case is. Trust and believe, gays and trans people are entertaining. And with a lot of us out here accumulating, put me on it. And I'll give you I'll entertain you girls with this mouth. And have people who are actual entrepreneurs that are creating and moving and shaking and doing the things that they do come on and give y'all the entertainment. Why aren't we getting those? Y'all be thinking the gays don't sell, but you want us behind the scenes. You want us to make y'all look good, but you want to give us the screen time, which is why we have become at a place where we create our own Hollywood, because Hollywood is late trying to open the door for those of us who are out here really being the movers and the shakers of the world. So I definitely want to see people like, we need more visibility with the trans girls. So Carmen Carrera doing Real Housewives of Miami is perfect. Hopefully it'll move on to where you get to see more trans personalities on future housewife shows. But y'all definitely need it. Like I said, get Carmen on Miami and get TS over there on Atlanta, since she already lives out there. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Would you love to see Carmen Carrera out here on The Real Housewives of Miami? I mean, it's nice to see that, yeah, she's busy, she's doing other things, but it'd be nice to see her evolve and do other things outside, and like, with Drag Race, and showing that side of her, what she's doing in her career, and she gets to highlight that on The Housewives of Miami. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Whew. Like, a virgin was controversial, especially when she was rolling around in that wedding dress. Like, a virgin was controversial to the adults and teenagers that understood the innuendo. It also didn't necessarily result in pitchforks being raised. Well, yeah, Papa Don't Preach. Do remember there was controversy around that because it was about abortion. And Like a Prayer was controversial because of the video. And I think that it affected Madonna because of her Coke. What was it? Wasn't Coca-Cola ad or something or another that it was something to deal with? And then she had a black Jesus, which I don't know if y'all actually read the Bible correctly, but I don't know no white man that's got dark skin and hair made of wool. I don't know no white man that got them features. So when that is described in the Bible and you actually see Leon up in the video as Jesus, y'all getting mad because she had a black Jesus up in the video. So y'all racism was showing. And Madonna was always ahead of her time in regards of being a provocateur, but for all the right reasons, because it was all about provoking thought. It wasn't just being provocative for provocative sake. Not saying that she hasn't done things for provocative sake, but if you really look back on it, when you look at the Papa Don't Preach controversy, it definitely was about provoking thought. But a lot of people aren't deep. I keep saying there's a lot of people out here about as deep as a pond. I didn't mean to put my historian hat on. Look, y'all could, as long as we being respectful, you could put the history and the things in there. And I always like because I used to be like that when I was I was wise beyond my years. I would go up and I'd do a whole citation. And they were like, I was always mature for my age. So if I was very passionate and big on something, I'm gonna just, do whatever. And if you want to discuss it, if you're passionate about something, okay, look, I was gonna say same shit, different toilet, but it's not. Actually, quiet as it's kept, Pepsi is way better than Coke. Coke is a little too sweet for me. Pepsi, at least you get that fizz at the end. So that was back when I was drinking soda. I don't really drink soda that much no more. I remember they showed the commercial during the episode of The Cosby Show. Mm-hmm. Oh, child, this was a long episode, but we got through it. Almost 5 hours. But yeah, I had to give her a big show because I'm not going to be on until probably Maybe I'll do a show on Sunday because I am off that day, but I'm gonna be busy this weekend because I'm working tomorrow. Shane Gillis got a couple of shows at the Garden, the comedian, who, it was controversial because he got fired at SNL. And then I guess he's back on an uptick with his career because he's doing 3 nights at the Garden. So yeah, I'm going to be working those events for the next couple of days. So Sunday, I'll probably be back on with a brand new episode because I had to keep the algorithming. But anyway, so thank you all for tuning into this long episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Hit that like button, that subscribe button. Also, smash the notification, all that, hype it, do all the other things. Follow all the social medias in the description. I don't even promote that enough. But yeah, if you want to follow any of my social medias, it's all in the description down below. Definitely do all the good stuff. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for a lot of the conversations we have per usual in the live. And the people that's been sitting there, because I was like, I've been holding the numbers. I've been watching while I'm doing the show. I've been holding them numbers. So clearly I'm doing something right because, everybody's been staying in the room for the most part. So thank you all for tuning in. Thank you for your continued support and all that good stuff. And until next time, ciao, darlings.